This story begins with the protagonist entering his girlfriend's room only to find her about to have a passionate moment with someone else. Seeing him, she angrily scolds him, saying she told him not to look for her since she was going to buy some things with her best friend. She also decides to break up with the protagonist, who, devastated, asks why she's doing this to him, or if it's because he's poor. She immediately says yes, that she was blind to go out with trash like him. She kicks him out of the room while she stays with the other guy, doing handiworks things all night, while the protagonist, completely heartbroken, walks the streets devastated. A while later in his room, he receives a notification, and excited, he decides to see what it is, hoping it's his ex apologizing. When he looks, he realizes it's just a notification for a new WhatsApp update. In the end, he accepts and throws himself back on the bed to think about what just happened, drowning in his misery. Someone mysterious adds him to a new group, and seeing the names of who are talking, he says they're a group of weirdos. Well, after reading for a while, one of the subjects comments that he will send a red envelope, which the protagonist ends up claiming, giving him a merit point. But since he doesn't know what it's for, he wonders what that is. Back in the chat, everyone is agitated by the merit points they have received, since whoever sent them seems to be really stingy. So while reading their crazy talk, the protagonist smiles because they are really funny. Out of nowhere, he receives a friend request from a cute girl. Seeing her, like the horny guy he is, he decides to accept, because if she's the one in the photo, she's very pretty. Once he accepts, she offers him a celestial music book and will sell it to him for 10 merit points, since the book includes a photo of the creator in the bathroom. He quickly tells her that he only has 1 merit point, to which she immediately agrees. Seeing her so desperate, he realizes it seems like a trap. Even so, she keeps her word and actually sends him the book. He clicks on it and realizes that there really is a photo of a naked girl in the bathroom. And embarrassed, he wonders if she is a video trafficker, 18+. Suddenly, his roommate enters the room and informs him that the most beautiful girl in their university is singing at the bar. He asks the protagonist to hurry up since he is her biggest fan. Meanwhile, the protagonist is completely surprised because the book has materialized, and while holding it, he realizes that all the weirdos talking in the group are real. A while later, we see the prettiest girl singing at the bar. Listening to her, everyone is obviously very much in love. Even the protagonist, who is in simp mode to the max. Suddenly, the typical bully gets up and arrogantly comments that it was great. He asks her to sing another song for him, and he will buy her a drink. He approaches her, and while acting like an idiot, he starts taking off her clothes in front of everyone, while asking her to go somewhere else. Seeing this, everyone knows it's wrong, but no one dares to go against the guy, and the only one who stands up is the protagonist, who knows she's in trouble. Seeing him, his roommate stops him, saying that guy's a local thug, and if he does anything, it will end badly. Back with the waifu, when trying to break free from the guy, all she does is unbutton her blouse and bra in front of everyone. Seeing her, the guy doesn't miss the opportunity and asks her to hurry up and show him her tits. He also tells her not to be so forward and wait a little longer. He approaches her intending to touch her breasts, wanting to feel what they're like. Luckily, the protagonist appears, covering her with his jacket, at the same time stopping the guy and asking him to have some consideration. Obviously, the guy gets angry and agitatedly asks who the hell he is. The protagonist, seizing the moment, kicks him in the balls, takes her by the hand, and immediately asks her to escape the place. Seeing them, the guy on the ground yells at his companions to follow them and go after him. He gets up, grabs a machete, and goes after them, because now he will kill him. Seeing this, the protagonist's roommate is relieved because he hasn't noticed them, while the other guy plays dead. Back with the protagonist, he asks the girl to run faster. She immediately comments that she is wearing heels, and because she is going slowly, the thugs are about to catch up to them. So the man swings his machete, luckily only grazing the girl's hair. Meanwhile, the protagonist, sweating cold and really worried, wonders what he should do now. Then he remembers the new spell he learned from the celestial music book. So, about to be cut in half by the thug's attack, he stops and takes a chance. He takes a deep breath and epically lets out a scream. Luckily, it works, and the spell sends the thug flying, who takes all his subordinates with him, some buried and others hanging from the trees in the surroundings. He takes the waifu in his arms and tells her that this way, they can escape faster. After arriving at the university, he stops and puts her down, since they have finally lost them and are safe. Hearing this, she, all beautiful, thanks him, and since it's getting late, she says she will return his hood the next day, to which the protagonist, like a good simp, agrees. She approaches him and quickly gives him a little kiss. As a thank you, a kiss that leaves the protagonist knocked out because he can't handle the cuteness. The next day, his roommate asks how he is still alive, to which the protagonist says nothing. But upon entering the classroom, he finds his ex-girlfriend almost having sex in front of everyone with her new boyfriend. Seeing her, the protagonist gets angry because while he was with her, he was lucky if he could even touch her hand. He sits down while telling himself that he needs to cheer up, or they will notice he is sad. Seeing him, the guy starts showing off in front of everyone and asks her to look at her boyfriend. She quickly explains that he is her ex-boyfriend because he is poor and she doesn't like him, and the only one she loves is him. Even so, the man doesn't stop, because seeing his cheap clothes, he makes fun of him, saying that not even the pigs would like him. Hearing this, he looks at him and, all chatty, roasts him, asking if he means pigs, like the one he has by his side. Hearing this, the guy laughs and comments yes, but immediately realizes he messed up, and the whole room starts laughing at him. So, all angry, he has no choice but to reproach him, since after all, he is still a poor piece of shit. The protagonist doesn't care at all, and continues to chill. The professor enters and immediately begins his boring class. In class, he checks his cell phone while wondering if everything that happened at night was just a dream. He writes in the chat, asking someone to send him a red envelope. Out of nowhere, someone sends him one, and he receives an invisibility pill, which can make him invisible for about 4 hours. Reading this, he smiles like crazy because it seems he has obtained something really great. After a while, the professor finishes the class. Everyone starts getting agitated because Lily, the prettiest girl in the university, is there. Seeing her, everyone obviously falls in love, even the guy who took the protagonist's girlfriend. Seeing her looking for someone, the idiot gets a huge delusion, because in that whole room, he is the only rich one, and it is more than obvious that she is there for him. Seeing that she has seen him and is walking towards him, he gets up because he is ready to receive her. So all delusional, he gets up and tries to introduce himself, but she completely ignores him and walks past him. All beautiful, she approaches the protagonist while commenting that she has been looking for him everywhere. Seeing her, Leo asks why she is there. Seeing her, all the characters that nobody cares about start murmuring that it makes no sense for her to be there for the protagonist. Meanwhile, the unfaithful ex says to herself that it must be a mistake. Back with the couple, she returns his hood to him at the same time that she tells him that she has washed it for him. So the protagonist starts smelling it because now it has her scent. Hearing them, everyone starts gossiping because the arrogant guy is with the girl that Leo doesn't want. Hearing them, the unfaithful ex runs out of the classroom, all embarrassed, while the guy follows her. He looks at the protagonist while commenting that this won't stay like this, and he will make him pay for his humiliation. Meanwhile, Leo keeps smelling the clothes, and once he finishes, he tells her that he will take care of it. He also asks her if she's only there to return the hood. Hearing him, she, all embarrassed, tells him that there is something else, and she wants to ask him a favor. Hearing her, the protagonist slams the table and, while showing his skinny chest, tells her that he is willing to do anything for her. Seeing him, she gets straight to the point and asks him to teach her the articulation technique he used yesterday when yelling at the thug. Hearing her, he tells her that he will teach her only if she agrees to be his girlfriend. She immediately accepts. So she leaves the classroom while asking her to meet him in the music room that night. Seeing them, the others are devastated because now she is his girlfriend and they can only watch and endure. That night in the singing room, we see the protagonist chilling and waiting while looking at his cell phone. Suddenly, he receives a request from Sun Wukong, who asks if he can sell him the invisibility pill he has. Leo quickly plays it cool and decides to just give it to him, to which the monkey decides to reward him later. Then he notices the arrogant guy, who is introducing his new girlfriend to one of the guys there. When he sees her, he tells him that he has terrible taste in choosing women. All embarrassed, he tries to ask him for help in choosing his girlfriend since he knows the singing judges, but before he can finish, the guy leaves because he has seen Lily. He walks towards her while telling her that he has good news. Hearing him, she asks him not to call her that since they are not that close yet. Even so, the man doesn't care and comments that he was talking to the singing judges, and if she agrees to be his girlfriend, she will be the winner of the contest. She immediately stops him and cuts him off, telling him no because she will win through her own effort. And besides, her boyfriend will train her. Hearing him, the man gets angry because she doesn't have a boyfriend. So he asks who her boyfriend is. All beautiful, she runs towards the protagonist and jumps on him while stating that he is her boyfriend. Hearing her, Everyone in the room starts shouting excitedly, while the unfaithful ex and her boyfriend are dying of rage. Back with the protagonist, he doesn't know what's happening, but decides to take advantage of this opportunity. He takes the waifu by the waist and pulls her closer to him. All macho, he introduces himself to everyone as Leo, Lily's boyfriend. Seeing him, the angry guy says to himself that it must be a joke since he looks like an ordinary boy. Suddenly, the unfaithful ex intervenes at the same time that she tells Jack that Leo is just a poor boy from the countryside and knows nothing about music. Hearing her, Lily intervenes, saying that belittling Leo won't make her a better person since she sells her body for money, therefore she should be ashamed of herself. Hearing her, our protagonist is overjoyed that a girl is protecting him. At the same time, the guy asks Lily to come to her senses, since he is the current winner of the past contest and should not jeopardize her future for a good-for-nothing. Tired of his words, Leo roasts him, because hearing him talk about contacts, he has realized how he won the competition. Angrily, the guy looks at him and asks if he wants to compete against him or if he's looking to be humiliated in front of everyone. Hearing him, the characters that no one cares about immediately start calling their friends to come watch the fight. Out of nowhere, the arrogant guy stops them, looks at them, and asks to make a bet, which consists of the loser giving the winner $100,000. Immediately, the unfaithful ex also speaks, saying that he surely doesn't have that amount of money. At the same time, the arrogant guy calls him a chicken because he doesn't have the guts to accept. Seeing that everyone is against him, the waifu worries about the protagonist, who looks at her and asks her not to worry, since he will take care of everything. So he looks at them and tells them that he only has one condition, and that is that if he wins, the three of them must bark like dogs 3 times. Hearing him, the 3 subjects immediately accept, so he goes up on stage and starts singing in front of everyone. Obviously, everyone is captivated by his song. Meanwhile, the protagonist just watches and finds a lot of flaws in his singing and wonders how he won the contest. Hearing him, the waifu says to herself that he is full of surprises. Well, after a couple of minutes, the guy finishes and immediately points at the protagonist, since it's now his turn. Without hesitation, our protagonist goes up on stage and, all cool, snaps his fingers for the music to start. Seeing him, the unfaithful ex starts feeling things, you know where, guys, since the protagonist now looks different. At the same time, all the characters that no one cares about start booing him and asking him to get off the stage. Even so, Leo doesn't care and starts singing. Hearing him, everyone is left with their mouths wide open. Thus, we see how the lyrics of the song are dedicated to the beautiful Lily, who quickly realizes and starts enjoying the song. As the seconds pass, the arrogant guy panics because the characters that no one cares about are now applauding the protagonist, and not only that, but they also stop following Jock and start following Leo. Once he finishes, everyone is euphoric about the good song, at the same time that Leo says to himself that the Celestial Music Book really worked. Back with the Mongolitos, they are all agitated because they have just lost. So the guy throws a card with the $100,000 at the protagonist, who holds it all happy, and without wasting another second there, they try to leave while threatening Leo, who immediately stops them since they haven't barked like dogs yet. He looks at them and asks if they are going to retract their words. Hearing him, all the filler characters start asking them to bark like dogs. Hearing them, the arrogant guy asks if they really have to do it. Without more options, the guy yells at them to do it, so he starts barking like a dog in front of everyone. Seeing them, everyone obviously bursts into laughter. Once they finish, they all leave embarrassed. Likewise, the guy threatens the protagonist, saying that he better watch his back from now on. Anyway, the protagonist seriously stops him, since he was the only one who didn't bark like a bitch. Hearing him, the man gets angry and asks if he doesn't know who he is. Leo quickly tells him that it doesn't matter who he is, since the only thing he knows is that he lost and has to bark like a bitch. Obviously, the guy doesn't do it and leaves the place. Taking advantage of the moment, Leo sits down at the piano since he will play a little for her. While Leo plays some music, the Mongolito takes out his cell phone and calls someone named Chase to do a little job for him. A while later, while walking under the moon, all romantic and holding hands, Lily thanks the protagonist for everything and also comments that she learned a lot from him. She then looks away and gets sad. Seeing her, Leo asks if something is wrong, to which she just looks at him and says nothing. So he holds her hand and seriously asks what's wrong, since if nothing were wrong, she wouldn't be working in that bar. Hearing him, she lets out a couple of tears and tries to tell him something, but she turns her face away and says nothing. Suddenly, she receives a call from her mother, who tells her something. Hearing her, she puts away her cell phone and runs out of the place, Seeing her, Leo asks where she is going. She quickly indicates that she will go to the hospital, to which the protagonist decides to go with her immediately. We switch to the hospital where Lily's mother is asking for more time to pay what they owe. The rancid doctor immediately tells her that he can no longer help her, and if she doesn't pay the $100,000 she owes, she better leave. Suddenly, Lily enters and asks what's wrong. The old woman immediately asks her to talk to the rancid old man, otherwise her father will die. Seeing her and how beautiful she is, the green old man immediately changes his personality. He approaches her and tells her that if she goes to his office that night, they can resolve the problems she has. Luckily, our protagonist is there and throws the card with the $100,000 at him, at the same time asking him to take care of the patient. Otherwise, he will hold him responsible for whatever happens to her. Seeing how easily he gave him the $100,000, the doctor decides it's better not to mess with him. Even so, before leaving, he indicates that that money will only cover 1 month of expenses. After that, he will be back. At the same time, Lily, worried, tells him that she cannot take his money. Leo immediately comments that it's okay since, after all, she is his girlfriend. Suddenly, her mother asks who he is. A little embarrassed, she tells her that he is her classmate. So, all embarrassed, the protagonist introduces himself as Leo. The lady quickly thanks him, at the same time that she says they will pay him everything. While laughing, she indicates that it is nothing. So Lily takes her mother away from there, since she seems very tired. A while later, upon leaving the hospital, Lily walks ahead. Seeing her, Leo calls her, to which she turns around all dramatic, runs towards him and gives him a hug, also thanking him for what he has done for her. A couple of minutes later, while chatting on a bench, she tells him that she loves to sing, and her father has always supported her. That's why she entered the contest last year, but when she went to see her sing, her father had an accident, thus ending up in a vegetative state. And the worst of all is that she didn't even make it to the finals. That's why this year's championship means a lot to her. Hearing her brutal origin story, the protagonist, in chat mode, asks her not to worry since he will help her win, which makes the beautiful Lily blush. She takes him by the hand and quickly approaches him, giving him kisses. The protagonist notices that the thugs from before were passing by where they are, so he grabs Lily by the head and puts her between his legs, covering his face, hoping they won't recognize him. While passing by, the guy only sees a couple having an erotic moment, so he continues on his way to finish his job. Seeing him, Leo calms down since he hasn't recognized him. To his bad luck, another of the guys has managed to recognize him, which leaves the protagonist blank. So the thug turns around just when Leo was trying to leave quickly. Without more options, Leo turns around and greets him since it's really nice to have seen him, but the thug has other plans since he is in a bad mood and plans to take it out on him by giving him a beating. So he grabs him by the shoulder and asks if he is ready. But seeing Leo staring at him, he realizes that he is smiling. So he remembers how he sent him flying before and, sweating cold, wonders how he will get out of this since his companions are pressuring him to kick his balls. Seeing him like this, Leo takes advantage and flatters him a bit. Seeing his intentions, the guy also decides to take that opportunity and get out of the fight with him. Even so, his companions keep pressuring him, but he immediately tells them to screw off and leaves since he has a couple of things to attend to. But since he doesn't remember the name of the university he has to go to take care of his little job, he asks the protagonist, who immediately tells him where it is. He quickly thanks him since he is going to that place to beat up a certain Leo, so they leave the place, leaving the protagonist speechless. Once they are far away, Lily comments that they are there for him, to which the protagonist asks if she is worried about him. All beautiful, she tells him yes, and she is serious, to which the protagonist comments that perhaps it was Yuck who sent them to beat him up. Even so, he asks her not to worry about him since last time they didn't hurt him. He also tells her that he will look for a way to help her father, and since it is getting late, he takes her by the hand and decides to take her to her dorm. So they walk, all romantic under the moonlight. Once he says goodbye to her, he immediately enters the WhatsApp group and starts reading what they have written. He also asks if any of them have something that can help someone in a vegetative state. To his bad luck, no one knows what he is talking about. Suddenly, the bunny girl from before appears and tells him that if he wants immortal pills, he is in the right place since she has everything. Excited, he asks her again if she has something for someone in a vegetative state, to which she immediately says no, but intrigued, she asks what being in a vegetative state is. Leo quickly explains what it is, to which she immediately understands and decides to help him since she knows a medical assistant and will ask him if he has any pills that can help. Taking advantage of the moment, Leo asks if she doesn't have something that can make him strong in a short period of time, to which she comments no, since she is just a pet, but she knows someone who made some casting pills that only work on mortals. Hearing her, excited, he asks her to send them to him, to which she immediately says that it will cost him 10 merit points, but immediately tells him that he doesn't have them, to which she lowers the price to 5. Even so, the protagonist tells her that he doesn't have them, to which she starts crying, since she thinks he is going to scam her. But suddenly, he notices a dog looking in the trash and pulls out a carrot. So she smiles and tells the little girl that she can give her a carrot in exchange for the pills. She quickly asks what a carrot is, since in her world they have pills and immortality peaches, but she had never heard of it. Taking advantage of the fact that she doesn't know what it is, he invents a lie since she will surely like it. But since he doesn't know how to give her the carrot, he asks her how, to which she indicates that he just has to scan it. Without wasting time, he gets a little closer to the dog while pretending he doesn't want the thing, when suddenly he jumps on it and they start fighting for the carrot. Luckily, he manages to take it away and runs away from the place while the dog, all angry, follows him since he has taken his food XD. In the end, while running, he manages to scan the carrot, which immediately reaches the little bunny girl's hands, who thanks him for the gift. A while after being chased by the dog, he finally manages to lose it. He then begins to review the information on the pill, which, as its description says, can make a person strong in a short time. He immediately takes it out of his cell phone, and upon holding it, he realizes that it is really huge. And not only that, but when he smells it, he realizes that it really stinks. But suddenly, someone shouts his name, and when he turns around, he realizes that it is the thug from before, who is really pissed off because he almost tricked him. So he starts approaching where the protagonist is with his thugs while telling him that this time he won't be able to escape, since his unfaithful ex-girlfriend has shown him a photo of him. Seizing the moment, the arrogant guy asks him to surrender and bark 3 times, otherwise things will get ugly. Hearing them, Leo just looks at the enormous pill, which he immediately starts devouring, even though it tastes horrible and stinks like shit. But seeing that he doesn't come out from behind the tree, the arrogant guy asks the thug to go look for him and teach him a lesson. Hearing him, one of the thugs jumps to give him a beating, trying to hit him with the baseball bat. To the thug's bad luck, Leo had already finished eating the pill, so with just his aura, he stops his attack, opens his eyes, and with a single blow, sends the thug flying, who ends up lying on the ground. Seeing this, the trio of Mongolitos are left not knowing what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, Leo is excited because the pill really works, and he is completely full of energy. Even so, the rest of the gang's thugs jump towards Leo, ready to give him a beating. Obviously it doesn't work since Leo, with a couple of movements, ends up taking them all out. Seeing this, the unfaithful ex, the arrogant guy, and the thug are left speechless. But seeing that the protagonist is really okay, the arrogant man demands that the thug go and beat him up since his people seem to be trash. But the thug has other plans. So he drops his weapon on the ground, kneels down, and, all excited, asks the protagonist to become his master. Hearing him, the arrogant guy asks him not to talk nonsense, since he is the strongest fighter on the south side and should think carefully. Even so, the thug insists, while indicating that he has always liked martial arts and really admires Leo, all while cursing silently and calling the pair of idiots since, seeing how the protagonist took everyone out, he realized that he is someone really fierce. Suddenly, Leo calls him, to which he answers quickly. Seeing him, Leo doesn't know what's going on, but it would be really good to have a partner like the thug. So he points at the unfaithful couple and asks him to make them bark, just like they wanted him to do. Without hesitation, the thug changes his personality, looks at them, and asks them to bark like bitches. Obviously, the arrogant guy doesn't want to, so the thug grabs him by the shoulder and makes him bark like a chihuahua. Seeing him, the unfaithful ex asks him to let him go, looks at Leo, and yells at him to let go of her darling, and also insults the protagonist, who, tired of her clucking, asks the thug to make her bark too. So he grabs her by the shoulder and makes her bark like a bitch. A while later, he releases her, and on the ground, the arrogant guy blames his ex-girlfriend since she knew that Yuck had sent the thug after him. Angrily, Leo looks at him and seriously asks him to tell the lousy singer to be a real man and not attack from behind. So he lets them leave the place. Likewise, the thug appears and asks him to teach him a couple of tricks so he can practice them on his own. He quickly tells him to do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every day. Hearing him, the guy doesn't question him and leaves the place while Leo comments that he is really an idiot. So he stretches a bit and, feeling that his body is like new, decides to thank the little bunny girl later. So he also leaves the place. The next day, his roommate wakes him up all excited and shows him his cell phone, informing him that the video where he is singing has gone viral and he is now famous. He also has a lot of good comments. He also indicates that the comments about the lousy singer and the unfaithful couple are all negative, so they are finished. While checking his cell phone, he can't believe he is famous. Then he sees the message where the beautiful Lily invites him to eat at her house, since her mother wants to cook for him. Without missing the opportunity, he immediately accepts, since he can't say no to an invitation from his future mother-in-law. He throws himself on the bed, excited because the last few days of his life have been like a dream. That night, he arrives at Lily's house, and her mother immediately receives him and asks him to come in. Once inside, Lily asks him to make himself comfortable while she changes her shoes, and noticing that both of them are there, he asks who is taking care of her father in the hospital. She quickly indicates that it is her sister. Hearing her, he is surprised since he didn't know she had a sister. So while looking at a family photo, the lady appears with the food ready, and without wasting a second, they start eating. At the same time, the lady thanks him since she had planned to take him to a good restaurant, but Leo asks her not to worry since he prefers home-cooked food. So he starts gobbling like a pig XD. Seeing him eat so fast, she asks him to eat more calmly. A while later, Lily's mother leaves for the hospital and asks her to keep Leo company. All beautiful, she asks him to take a seat and make himself comfortable while she looks for some water. Once she brings it, they sit next to each other, all stiff and silent. Embarrassed, she looks at him and goes to get some fruit. Doing so, Leo calms down a bit since he is really nervous. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sends him a message in which he indicates that he used the pill he gave him to take a walk through the heavenly court. He immediately asks what he has achieved. Without hesitation, the monkey sends him a book with abilities since it now belongs to him. Without hesitation, Leo takes it out of his cell phone, thanks the monkey, and immediately learns the Divine Eyes ability. But since he doesn't see anything special, he thinks it's a fraud. When suddenly the beautiful Lily appears with the fruit, and seeing her, he steps back since he manages to see the underwear she's wearing, thus giving us a good panel. Just look at that amazing body the waifu has. He quickly rubs his eyes and returns to normal, and all embarrassed, he says to himself that the divine eyes are really amazing. Meanwhile, Lily asks him to have some fruit to cool down, to which Leo takes her by the arm and pulls her towards him, looks at her fixedly, and tells her that he prefers to cool down in another way. So he gives her a passionate kiss, and without wasting a second, he starts groping her breasts, to which she immediately pushes him away while yelling no, since she can't believe he wants to do that in her own house. Embarrassed, he begs pardon because he thought it was okay. Embarrassed, she indicates that it's okay since she can take that kiss as compensation for the other one that the thug interrupted. She also apologizes to him at the same time that she explains that since her father is sick, she doesn't have time, nor can she be fully committed to a relationship. Leo immediately understands and also tells her that he knows someone who might be able to help her father. So he asks the monkey how he can save someone in a vegetative state. Understanding his explanation, Wukong tells him that it's easy and he just has to use the Taishan Soul Resurrection Pill. So he gives him one he had lying around. Excited, he tells Lily that her father can really be cured, but seeing the description of the pill, he realizes that it only works for immortals. And all embarrassed, he explains to Lily that what her father has is really complicated, therefore they can't rush things. Even so, he asks her not to worry since he will undoubtedly work on a way to help him. So he asks the monkey again if there is any soul resurrection pill for mortals, to which he immediately says no. Without more options, he decides to try his luck and asks Taishan if he has that kind of pill. He immediately says yes, but it will cost him the modest sum of 10,000 merit points. A while later, he says goodbye to Lily, at the same time promising to look for a way to heal her father. Once in bed, he takes his cell phone and decides to ask Taishan if he doesn't have cheaper pills for mortals. He immediately indicates no. Hearing him, he loses a little hope since he doesn't have the merit points to pay him and can't simply pay him with a carrot like he did with the bunny girl. So while checking his cell phone, someone suddenly sends a red envelope to the chat, which Leo quickly claims, thus winning a heart purification pill. But upon reading the description, he realizes that it only works for immortals. Suddenly, the monkey congratulates him for getting something good, since that pill is worth at least 1,000 merit points. Hearing him, Leo gets excited and thanks him for telling him. He changes and gets worried, since he doesn't know who he could sell that thing to. Suddenly, he receives a message from a subject called the God of Music, who quickly asks if he can sell him the heart purification pill. Seeing this, Leo worriedly puts away his cell phone and looks to see if any of his companions have seen him. Luckily, his companions are glued to the PC and haven't noticed anything. So he asks the subject to make an offer. Without hesitation, the old man offers 300 merit points, to which the protagonist looks at him seriously without saying anything, since luckily the monkey has told him that the pill is worth more than that. Seeing him, the old man offers 600 merit points since it is all he has. But seeing that Leo says nothing, he comments that he can give him something else in exchange. Intrigued, Leo asks what it is since he doesn't want bad things, to which the old man seriously looks at him and indicates that it is a painting by someone named Tank, and the painting is called Lying with 100 Women in One Night. The next day, he calls Lily and invites her out for a while. Once they meet, they take a taxi towards the Hall of Eternity. Hearing where they are going, she asks why they are going there. He immediately replies that she will see later. A while later, they finally arrive at their destination, and once inside, the attendant immediately judges them, since he is just a peasant and she is a pretty girl. Back with the protagonist, he approaches and comments that he wants to sell a painting. Without letting him finish, the very arrogant subject comments that they don't buy trash there. Angrily, Leo indicates that it is a painting by Tang Bo Wu and also asks if they are going to buy it or not. Hearing him, the man continues to make fun of Leo, since currently there are no original paintings by that author, therefore they don't want to buy his cheap copy. Suddenly, the manager, who is even more of a jerk, appears, looks at him, and asks if they are trying to deceive him, to which the confident protagonist comments that that place is losing its reputation, therefore he will go sell it somewhere else. Immediately, the jerk stops him and decides to take a look. Seeing it, he slams the table angrily and yells at the protagonist to get out of the place, since the painting is a total forgery. So while they are scolded, the trio of Mongolitos appear, and one of them comments that indeed, Leo is a fraud. Likewise, the unfaithful ex enters, talking shit and saying nonsense. Seeing them, Leo just wonders why they can't just leave him alone. Worried, Lily asks him to leave the place since she doesn't like them. Without hesitation, Leo accepts. But the annoying man stops him, at the same time asking to take a look at his painting. Suddenly, people hear that someone is selling a painting by Tank and start spreading the rumor, and everyone starts gathering outside to see. Seeing such a thing, the annoying subject takes advantage and asks him to show it or admit that it is a fraud in front of everyone. Tired of him always messing with his patience, he looks at him and comments that he can show it, but what if it is original? Hey! He barely finishes speaking when the man pisses himself laughing at what he just said. Even so, Leo remains firm and again asks what happens if it is original. He immediately indicates that he will take his last name. Obviously, the protagonist tells him to go to hell since he doesn't want a son like him. So the angry man yells at him that if it is original, he can choose whatever he wants from the store and he will buy it for him. Taking advantage of the loophole, Leo immediately accepts. But before authenticating the painting, he has one last request, and that is that since last time he left without barking like a bitch, he makes him promise in front of everyone that this time he will. Without hesitation, the subject accepts, but on the condition that if the painting is fake, he must leave Lily and leave the place like a dog. Without more chatter, the protagonist opens the painting in front of everyone. The man looks at it silently for a few serious seconds, and then everyone starts laughing at how erotic the painting is. Meanwhile, the disappointed protagonist comments that he is just like the owner of the store and cannot appreciate the painting. So he looks at the public and asks if anyone can authenticate the painting. Suddenly, an old man appears who offers to help, and seeing that he looks trustworthy, Leo asks his name, and the old man quickly introduces himself as Wang, the vice president of the Chinese Painting and Calligraphy Association, and no less importantly, he has also authenticated 3 other works by Tang Bohu. Seeing him, the shop owner immediately comes out to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, the annoying guy greets the old man's assistant, who also greets him, leaving him looking like a mongoloid. Just look at that face. Back with the protagonist, without wasting time, he asks the old man to proceed, since he is the expert. Seeing that he is really going to examine the painting, the annoying man intervenes, commenting that Leo is a fraud and is just wasting his time, to which the old man gives him a look and indicates that he will see if it is original or not. So he begins to examine the painting. After a while, he takes off his glasses, all serious. Seeing him, the annoying guy starts talking nonsense, looks at Leo, and asks if he is ready to leave there, walking like a bitch. Back with the old man, he looks at the protagonist and asks where he got the painting. Nervously, he explains that it was a gift from a friend. Excited, the old man comments that his friend is really generous and asks for a price for the painting. Meanwhile, the annoying guy is laughing at Leo because he can't wait to see him leave walking like a dog. But when he hears the old man ask for the price, the smile is wiped off his face, and the characters that no one cares about, after talking shit, fall silent. Back with the old man, he asks again for the price of the painting because he is going to take it. Suddenly, the unfaithful ex tries to say that Leo is a fraud, but the Mongoloid shuts her up, and seizing the opportunity, Leo asks for 10 million yuan. Hearing him, Lily worries because it is a lot of money and asks him not to deceive the old man, who laughs and explains that the painting is worth around 11.5 million yuan, so he thanks the protagonist for the discount. Suddenly, the assistant asks for his bank account number and immediately transfers the 10 million. Seeing that it is real, he celebrates happily because he is now rich. Seeing him, the crazy ex yells that she still loves him and asks them to get back together. Obviously, Leo and Lily together tell her to go to hell. Taking advantage of his distraction, the annoying guy tries to leave the place, but Leo immediately stops him while, with a mocking smile, asks if he is again trying to escape and not keep his word. Angrily, the man asks him to choose whatever he wants because he will pay for it. Seizing the loophole, Leo starts looking for the most expensive things while the worried guy hopes they don't choose anything expensive. Once he finishes searching, he asks for a painting that has a very strong smell and that I'm not going to tell you about. Only the worried old man explains that it costs 100,000 yuan, but seeing that the annoying man is still arrogant, he changes and asks for a more expensive one. He looks at Lily and, while flirting with her, asks if it is incredible, to which she happily comments yes. Taking advantage of the fact that she gave him the green light, he explains that he has something much better to see and asks her if she wants to see it. Embarrassed, she indicates that there are many people there and hits him for making fun of her. Seeing him show off, Jack gives him the finger while trying to leave, but Leo stops him because he is forgetting something. Hearing him, angrily, he asks him not to go too far. Even so, the protagonist demands that he bark like a bitch since if he had won, he would force him to bark. Hearing him, the old man's assistant looks at him and asks him to keep his word. Without more options, the man doesn't bark but screams like a bitch. But seeing that he is doing it alone, he asks the couple to bark with him too. So the three of them start barking in front of everyone, who obviously start laughing at them. A while later, while walking around, Lily, intrigued, asks if they really gave him the painting. Leo quickly lies and tells her that he found it. And since they need to practice, he changes the subject and asks to do it, but not before putting the painting in his room. Once in the place, seeing him, all the girls there jump on him. Seeing them, Lily remains silent while Leo enjoys his new popularity a bit. The next day, he is woken up by the notification of a red envelope that was sent to the chat. But to his bad luck, he didn't manage to get it and decides to say good morning to Lily, who immediately replies with a message. He also receives a message from the bunny girl informing him that she was talking to Sunflower about the patient in a vegetative state and gives him her contact. Once he accepts the request, the little lolly greets him and asks if he needs a soul resurrection pill. Excited, he indicates yes. She decides to help him, but wants to know why he needs it since the immortal world and the mortal world have been separated for about 3,000 years. Hearing her, he looks at her with, "I'm gonna kill you" eyes, and explains that it's none of her business. Scared, she doesn't ask any more questions, but before helping him, she now has one last condition, which is that he gives her a carrot, or at least half. Hearing her, Leo calms down and, while laughing, decides to give her his carrot. Excited, she thanks him, and before making the pill, she explains that that pill might be too much for a mortal and has a 10% chance of working. Worried, he comments that he has a soul resurrection pill, so he asks if she can do something with it. The little girl immediately indicates yes, since she will dilute it to make it more effective. Sometime later, in the classroom, while checking his account and seeing the 10 million, he receives a call from his mother, who asks when he will go home. Worried, he asks what's wrong, to which she explains that someone named Amy doesn't want to go to school and wants him to talk to her. He quickly agrees to go there, so once he hangs up, very seriously he says to himself that it's time to go home and go teach those horrible people a lesson. A while later, while thinking about nonsense, he realizes that he needs new clothes, so he sends a message to Lily and asks if she is free. She quickly indicates yes. That same afternoon, she worriedly points to a huge building and asks him why they are there. Calmly, he explains that they are there to buy clothes, which worries her even more since everything there is expensive. Even so, Leo asks her not to worry because he is now a millionaire. He takes her by the hand and takes her there. She is surprised by how big the place is. Meanwhile, Lily is really worried since everyone is looking at them. Suddenly, Leo excitedly takes her to a clothing store so she can buy something. Obviously, she humbly says that she doesn't need it, but even so, he takes her and they start looking at clothes for her. While they are looking, the typical annoying and arrogant woman asks her not to touch anything if they are not going to buy, at the same time calling them peasants. Hearing her, Lily lowers her head and leaves the place embarrassed. He quickly goes after her, and once he stops her, he asks what's wrong because she is acting all weird, to which she, while lowering her head, explains that she knows she is beautiful, but poor, and has never dreamed of having a life full of luxuries. She just wants a normal life and to rise on her own. She also adds that since he is now a millionaire, he has many girls around him, and she also hates when people look at her and think she is interested in his money. So, crying, she tries to break up with Leo, who takes her by the shoulder and explains that they are the same shy, cowardly people who have gone through many difficulties. He also adds that when she left him, he thought the world had ended, but God gave him a new opportunity, and that's when he met her. So he tells her a lot of cheesy things that I'm not going to read, takes her by the hand, and while looking at her, explains that he will now give her the confidence she needs because now she is his girl. So he takes her back to the store and starts asking for a lot of clothes. He looks at the woman attending and asks her to pack it well, since he wants everything he has mentioned. Hearing him, the woman starts laughing and asks if he is joking because, seeing his ugly shirt, he surely doesn't have enough to pay for everything. Leo quickly makes his cell phone say how much he has in his account. Hearing it, the woman is more than surprised, changes her personality, and all radiant, apologizes, since she is now ready to pack everything he asked for. 30 minutes later, she finishes packing everything and, all excited, asks if he will pay in cash or by card. Hearing her, Leo, in the same way she did, makes fun of her. Hearing him, the woman asks if it is a joke, since she made her pack everything he said, to which Leo explains that he never said he was going to buy it, so he laughs in her face like a maniac and leaves the place without buying anything while asking Lily if she feels better now, to which she, all beautiful, replies yes. Meanwhile, the angry saleswoman looks at them and comments that she won't let them get away so easily. So she calls Chase and asks for help to beat up someone who humiliated her. A while later, the waifu and the protagonist try on all kinds of clothes. Leave in the comments which one you liked the most. Once they finish shopping, he asks Lily for help to buy some clothes for his parents. Obviously, she immediately agrees. Back with the saleswoman, she plays innocent and asks Chase for help to get revenge for those humiliations. Angrily, the man asks who dared to do such a thing to her. She immediately points at the protagonist, who, seeing Chase, asks what he is doing there. Hearing him, the subject jumps up and, while bowing, indicates that it is a pleasure to see him again. Seeing him, the woman asks what he is doing and also tells him that they are the ones who humiliated her, so she asks him to give them a beating. Kneeling, Chase grabs her clothes and also asks her to kneel at the same time that he curses her for looking for trouble with the protagonist, so now she has to kneel again. Meanwhile, Leo just asks what he is doing and who she is. He quickly indicates that she is his ex-girlfriend and he can give her to him if he wants. Obviously, Leo says no and asks him not to talk nonsense. Seeing that he is with his girlfriend, he offers to be his chauffeur and take her back. The protagonist doesn't accept and instead decides to ask if he knows where he can buy a new car. Without wasting time, he tells him that he knows where he can do that, gets him into his car, and takes him away from there, leaving the saleswoman on the ground and speechless. Once he arrives at the place, he quickly leaves, because he is going to continue practicing his furious kicks. Seeing him, she comments that he seems to have a lot of respect for him, to which he approaches her, while indicating that Guro is because of his great charisma. Suddenly, the salesman appears and once he introduces himself, he offers him a car for 900,000 yuan, to which the protagonist indicates no. Then he offers one for 1,500,000. Leo quickly refuses again. Suddenly, another subject appears who, underestimating the protagonist, comments that he doesn't have the resources to buy a car. Seeing him, the salesman greets him, to which the man asks for help to buy a car for his girlfriend, who, seeing Lily, comments that she is very pretty, but it's a pity that her boyfriend is poor. Hearing her, Leo indicates that they are regular people and also makes fun of the subject, who is just a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Hearing the insult, the man gets angry. Meanwhile, Leo finally finds the car he likes and tells the salesman that he will take that one. Nervously, the salesman explains that that car is worth 4 million, but the confident Leo asks for that one as it is a gift for his girlfriend. Hearing him, the subject's woman asks him to buy her one too, to which he asks her to shut her mouth and not overdo it. A while later, they arrive at the neighborhood in the new car. Seeing them, everyone is amazed at how cool the car is, but they are even more amazed when they see Lily get out of the car with the protagonist, who, without wasting time, asks her to go with him to his parents' house. Nervously, she excuses herself, saying that it is too soon to meet his parents and that besides, she has to take care of her father. Taking advantage of the fact that she is nervous, he approaches her and asks if she will miss him. Nervous and red as a tomato, she runs out of the place because there are many people watching him. Once in the dorm room, his roommates congratulate him for making Lily blush and also ask him not to forget about them now that he is a millionaire. Leo quickly invites them to eat once he returns from seeing his parents. A while later, while driving towards his parents' house, he encounters a person asking for a ride. He quickly stops and asks what's wrong. The subject explains that his car has broken down and also asks for a ride to Alancheng because they are in a bit of a hurry. Suddenly, an old man gets out of the broken car. Seeing him, Leo is surprised because his divine eyes activated upon seeing him. Thus, he notices his aura and immediately realizes that the subject is not a normal person. Feeling his enormous presence and seeing the attributes the old man has, he invites him to get in. Seeing that he is going to enter, one of the cautious bodyguards asks to check the car first, to which the old man asks not to worry because Leo looks like a good boy. Once inside, he asks his other guard to wait until they arrive for the car. Without wasting a second, Leo sets off, to which the old man asks if they are delaying him, but Leo explains that he is also going to that city. A little intrigued, the subject asks if he knows someone named Mileslin. The protagonist quickly comments, no, to which the old man asks his name and immediately introduces himself as Leolin, but he can only call him Leo. A while later, they finally arrive in the city. Once the old man gets out of the car, he gives him his card in case he ever visits Yanqing. While checking the card the old man has given him, he receives a notification informing him that he has earned 100 merit points for helping them. Excited, he decides to do more good deeds. So while driving, he comes across some subjects beating someone up. He stops and asks them to leave him alone. Seeing him, the thugs recognize him and mention that he looks great in that car, to which the protagonist also recognizes him and calls him Uncle Gary. He quickly gets out of the car and asks what's wrong. The subject immediately explains that he owes him 300 yuan and doesn't want to pay him. Therefore, they are teaching him a lesson, to which the beaten man explains that he has already paid him. Even so, the subjects are charging him 300 yuan in interest. In the end, Leo gives them some expensive cigarettes, so they will let him go, takes him, puts him in a car, and drives him away from there. While they are on the way, he asks why he lent money to those thugs, to which he explains that his son wanted a new cell phone, and since he didn't have money, he had to borrow money from them. After talking for a while, Leo asks him never to lend money to those thugs again, drops him off, and gives him some money to go get checked at the hospital. Obviously, the subject doesn't accept and only accepts a couple of cigarettes. We switch to the protagonist's house where his mother is explaining to the loan shark that she only has 5,000 yuan and that she will give her the rest later. Angrily, the woman indicates that that is just the interest on her 30,000 yuan debt. Even so, she asks for more time since it is exam season and they need to buy good food for someone named Amy. Likewise, the protagonist's father comments not to worry because they will pay her when they have the money. The arrogant collector woman asks when that will be because even if they sell their shitty house, they won't be able to pay her. Suddenly, Leo shouts from outside that he is back. Hearing him, his mother comes out all happy to receive him, but almost steps back when she sees him all cool. Meanwhile, Leo only thinks that he has impressed his mother, who worriedly asks if he is eating well. Hearing her, he realizes that she will always worry about him. Then his father appears, and looking at them more closely, he realizes that only a few months have passed, but they already look older. So he runs and gives them a big hug. Suddenly, the collector comes out, greets him, and Leo greets her too. Seeing her, he comments that she is getting thinner every day, to which she thanks him and is impressed by his car. Even so, she brags that hers is much better. And to not bore you with fillers and tedious dialogues, she asks the protagonist's parents for the money, where she won't leave. They only have $5,000, which makes the annoying old woman angry. Suddenly, a little girl comes out crying, asking the protagonist's mother to better look for a job so she can help with the debt. Luckily, Leo is there and takes out a wad of bills and gives it to her, who, seeing the 35,000 yuan, gets excited. Likewise, his mother asks where he got so much money. He quickly indicates that it is a secret. In the end, the old woman leaves quickly with her money. Meanwhile, Leo looks at the little girl and asks for a hug, at the same time indicating that everything will be okay. He looks at his father and asks him to call all the people in the town because he's going to treat everyone to a meal. Surprised, his father asks everyone, to which he indicates yes, invite everyone except Mary and her friends. He also takes out the card that the old man gave him and asks his father to invite him for a while. A while later, while the whole town is gathered, rumors begin, this over here, that over there, and seeing his parents very happy, Leo just smiles. Meanwhile, the fat woman from before is very angry because Leo didn't invite her to eat. So she makes a call. Back with Leo, his father informs him that his friend has arrived. He quickly receives the old man, equally excited, and thanks him for coming to his invitation, but the old man comments it was nothing, as he can't miss a free meal. Without wasting more time, they go in. So while they drink the alcohol that Leo's family has made and chat comfortably, Leo gives the order to start. So they begin to serve the food when suddenly, the thug from before arrives and, all arrogant, asks why they didn't invite him to that party. Without wasting a second, he starts walking around the place while saying, "Nonsense," and also intimidating the weaker ones. He yells at a family and sits down as if he were the boss of the place, to which the protagonist's father brings him a bottle of water, but the angry man throws away what he is carrying and also starts throwing the tables. Worried, Leo's mother calls the fat woman to see what's wrong. Answering, the damn pig just insults her while complaining about why she didn't invite her, also commenting that that's what they deserve. Meanwhile, the old man, seeing the mess, asks who he is. Leo quickly indicates that he is just a problematic family, to which the old man comments that it seems they need a lesson. Hearing him, the subject stares at him while pointing his bat, and also insults him while asking who he thinks he is. Likewise, he tries to hit the old man with the bat. Angrily, one of the guards stops him, and just when he was about to give him a beating, a policeman arrives, who immediately orders all the thugs to be arrested. So they finally arrest the annoying subject. He approaches the old man and asks him to go with him, to which he replies that he is having lunch, all while the townspeople talk and are happy that they have arrested the thug. Suddenly, the fat woman appears, and all angry, yells for them to release him because he hasn't done anything wrong, and not content with that, she curses everyone while shouting that they are ungrateful, therefore she will make everyone pay for what they are doing. Seeing all the commotion that the woman is causing, the old man calmly asks who she is, to which Leo explains that she is another family member, to which he comments that his family is really annoying. Besides, they are ignoring the police orders. Suddenly, the fat woman asks who he is, or rather, who he thinks he is, to be talking about her. Angrily, the policeman asks them to take the thug to the police station. Likewise, the old man explains that he is the leader of the town of Lencheng, and if she has any complaints, she can go to his office. Angrily, the fat woman doesn't listen to anything and threatens him because in front of her, he is a nobody. Tired of her squawking, Leo intervenes while commenting that she has been intimidating the townspeople and is now acting irrationally in front of Mr. Wan. Angrily, the old woman just insults him for being ungrateful. After arguing for a while, Leo takes out an envelope with evidence of all the people she has mistreated over the years, and with that, it will be more than enough to prove all the bad things she has done, and have her imprisoned. Realizing that he is really dangerous, she quickly tries to take the envelope from him, but Leo is faster and hands the envelope to the old man's guard, who asks them to review it immediately. Devastated, the woman falls to the ground and without more options, asks Leo for help to release Gary. Obviously, Leo tells her no because everything that is happening to him he deserves for being such a jerk. So she asks the others for help, who turn their backs on her, thus leaving her alone, which only makes the woman even angrier. That night, he chats with Lily for a while and tells her that he met someone really incredible, and thanks to him, he was able to make the bad people in town finished. So they continue talking and joking for a while. The next day, after saying goodbye to the little girl, he relaxes in the car because life is really wonderful. Suddenly, his cell phone rings, and upon checking, he gives up, since the immortals are really fast at claiming the red envelopes. So he remembers that his father has a bad knee, so he decides to ask Uncle Gui if he still has some casts. So he writes to him and asks if he has any casts from before he was an immortal, and if he has any, could he sell him one? Intrigued, the old man asks how he knows that he used to make casts before becoming an immortal. Not knowing what to say, occupied, he lies and explains that he did a little divination, which surprises the old man. But getting to the point, he asks if he has any casts, to which the old man explains that yes, but he keeps them as souvenirs and they don't have a price yet. Even so, Leo insists and asks for the price, so the old man agrees to give him one, only if he uses his divination and tells him where his son is, since he would like to know what he has been doing. Without letting him say anything, he gives him the cast at the same time that he explains that his son has a lotus-shaped mark on his butt and quickly leaves, leaving the protagonist not knowing what to do. A while later, he approaches his father and asks him to try the cast he has brought. So he puts it on his sore knee, when suddenly his leg starts to break and also starts to glow. Thus, the old man ends up with a new, very muscular leg, which leaves people. Here there is a time jump, or surely the page skipped a chapter, because in the next moment we see the lousy singer hitting Chase. He looks to the side and, all maniacal, looks at Lily because he didn't expect to find her there, and since she has rejected him several times, he will stop being a gentleman. So he decides to do the no-respect thing to her, and not allow anyone else to do it first. Meanwhile, Chase on the ground remembers that he arrived at the place with him, and by pure luck, they encountered Lily there. And although he is not a great friend of Leo, he has already sent him a message. So we see how the protagonist is chilling in the car, but upon reading that his sweetheart is in trouble, he floors it, just like I floor it with the narration, skipping the filler dialogues. Back with the guy, he is acting crazy, groping Lily, and all corny, he informs her that no one will rescue her. Besides, his father is a friend of the owner of the place where they are, and he can bribe him if something happens, seeing that he is going too far with his crazy talk. Chase tries to stop him, but the son of a bitch takes a bottle and hits him on the head. Even so, Chase tries to calm him down, but the guy doesn't listen and hits him again with a bottle. Now in crazy mode, Chase yells at him that he is a piece of shit, but he is not doing anything illegal. Besides, she is his master's girlfriend, and he can't let what he is doing pass, and to do things to Lily, he will have to kill him first. Man, that guy earned my respect. Angrily, the bastard sends his goons to kill Chase, who on the ground receives a beating to buy time, all while Lily watches how they are taking him out, impotent and unable to do anything. Suddenly, one of the bastard's goons receives a punch that sends him flying. Seeing that it is Leo who has arrived in chat mode, the son of a bitch starts sweating cold because he knows he is going to get taken out. So we see how Leo looks at him angrily and comments that he is now dead. Even so, one of the NPCs tries to attack him, which doesn't work, since with a light kick, he leaves him unconscious and spinning. Likewise, Lily calls him and asks him not to worry, since she is okay, but Chase is very injured for trying to help her. Seeing him, Leo approaches him, to which he, with his last words, tells him that he should have taught him the furious kicks when he asked him to, so he becomes unconscious. Leo quickly picks him up and also asks Lily to accompany him, but not before giving a look to the son of a bitch of a shitty singer and threatening him because he will pay for this, and dearly. Hearing him, the bastard feels true terror, so while they take Chase to the hospital, Lily tells him that if it hadn't been for him, she would have been abused. A while later, they finally arrive at the hospital and immediately take Chase to the operating room. While they wait, Leo starts trembling because he can't imagine what could have happened if Chase hadn't bought time. A while later, the doctor comes out and informs them that he is alive, but he still has many wounds and bleeding in the brain and will survive if he can hold on. He also adds that he can't do anything more for him. Angrily, his companions decide to go give the shitty singer a beating, but Leo stops them and asks them to rest while he goes. So he receives a call from the bastard, who immediately mocks him that Chase is dead. Likewise, he asks him to go to the construction site in the southwest if he wants to get revenge on him. And not content with that, the son of a bitch again mocks Leo, because if it weren't for Chase, he would still be doing it with Lily. Angrily, the protagonist enters villain mode and indicates that he will soon be at the agreed place. We switch just to see Leo in literal villain mode. Suddenly, the son of a bitch arrives with a bunch of thugs, and with a smile mocks him since now he has no escape. So we see how the thug brags that he will defeat him before his cigarette falls to the ground, and without wasting more time on filler, he launches an attack on Leo, who seriously, and in 1 second, leaves the subject unconscious. Seeing him, the other thugs come out to kill him. Leo, in chat mode, doesn't back down and faces them all, and a couple of minutes later, we see him standing in the middle of the unconscious thugs. Seeing him, the son of a bitch panics and starts begging for forgiveness, since it was all a mere mistake. But Leo doesn't listen to his cheap excuse and quickly gives him such a strong blow that he leaves him on the ground, scared, so the subject threatens him with his whistle, but the protagonist just looks at him and mercilessly breaks his arm, while telling him that if anything happens to Chase, he will be dead. The next day at the hospital, Chase's companions realize that his vital signs have stopped working. One of them quickly calls the protagonist and informs him that Chase is dying. He immediately drops what he is doing and leaves for the hospital. Once he arrives, he asks what has happened. Crying, one of them explains that he was fine when suddenly he got worse. Luckily, the best doctor in the place is back and immediately enters and begins with the surgery. A couple of hours later, he comes out of the room, worried everyone asks how he is. The doctor immediately apologizes and explains that they have done everything they could. Hearing him, everyone starts crying while the doctor indicates that they should prepare for the worst. Even so, the determined Leo is not going to allow him to die, therefore he will save him. And so he enters the room where the surgery is taking place, quickly gets the doctors out, locks himself in, and without losing a second, asks the immortals for help. They, of course, start to charge a high price for their assistance, so with no other options, he decides to ask Tigwai for help. After hearing about his situation, Tigwai suggests using a golden needle, but warns it won't come cheap. Excited, Leo doesn't care and asks for the needle, also inquiring about its cost. Casually, the old man says it will cost a modest 200,000 merit points. Hearing this, Leo is shocked that the old man is trying to scam him. Still, he has no other options and decides to agree to buy it, but on a payment plan, and also asks for a discount and many other things. Finally, the old man says that if he doesn't have the merit points, he could pay with other things. Hearing this, Leo gets excited. He gives the old man a box of cigarettes, and after explaining how to use them, the man smokes one and loves it, asking where Leo got them. Leo tells him it's a secret. After a lot of filler text and dialogues, he tricks the old man with a lame lie. The old man then sends him the legacy of the Medicine King and the golden needle he needs. Without wasting a second, he tries to learn the king's legacy, but unfortunately, his level is too low. Still, he doesn't care, because the important thing is to save Chase. He extracts the golden needle from his phone, and seeing that Chase is still breathing, he grabs him by the neck. Although he has never done such a thing before, and doesn't know if it will work, he puts the needle in his head. But as he does so, his own soul begins to leave his body. Feeling what is happening, he determinedly, and with all his strength, forces it back into his body, all while continuing to stick the needle into Chase's head. Meanwhile, outside, the doctors are all agitated. Back with Leo, who is giving it his all, he asks Chase to fight for his life, also adding that he is risking his own life to save him. Out of nowhere, the police open the door and immediately arrest Leo while the doctors check on Chase and notice the needle in his head. The most professional doctor in the room approaches Chase and, noticing something surprising, asks the police to wait because Leo has managed to transfer Chase's soul with a needle. He looks at Leo and seriously asks him who he is. He also tells the police to let him go, so a worried Leo asks him to take care of the patient, who should be fine now. As he stumbles away, he asks the doctor not to move the needle even a little. Once inside the car, he begins to feel the side effects of using the needle, just as the old man told him it would happen. But he can't do anything. As he is so tired, he falls asleep. He begins to hallucinate and wonders if he will die before marrying the beautiful Lily. He imagines her in a pretty wedding dress. Back with the main plot, one of the paintings he had in the car begins to glow, and that glow enters Leo's body. Meanwhile, the doctor is truly surprised that Chase is better, and worriedly remembers that what he had read in an ancient book was true. But he is not alone, because there is a person in the air looking at Chase with chains in her hands. We see that she is a very beautiful girl who is angry about failing her first mission. Titans, could this be a new waifu? She looks good, what do you think? She begins to fade away while saying she won't give up. We switch to the underworld, or hell, I don't know, and it's not shown anyway. The important thing is that someone informs the boss of the place that someone has used the golden needle, and intrigued, the man asks what is going on. Back with Leo, he wakes up surprised because everything he had is gone, and the only thing he remembers is a light. He opens the trunk and takes out the painting from before, and, using his divine eyes, tries to see what is happening, but he can't see anything. While he is checking the painting, the doctor appears, very excited to have found him. He praises him for his work, and also asks him to teach him how to use the needle, because he wants to continue saving more lives. Leo quickly refuses his request, so the man keeps insisting. And seeing that he is more annoying than Chase, Leo breaks free and escapes from the place. Still, the doctor shouts that he wants to learn to save more lives. After that, he escapes from the doctor in a taxi and calms down a bit because Chase is already better. Out of nowhere, the little boy from before sends him a message explaining that he is about to finish the pill, and if all goes well, it will be ready the next day. Seeing the message, he gets excited because now he can help Lily's father. He heads to his dorm for a nap, but unfortunately, some thugs are waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing him, the leader, while smoking a cigarette, acts cool and asks him to go with them. Intrigued, Leo asks if they want to invite him for coffee or something. Without beating around the bush, the man tells his henchmen to beat him up. Without even finishing his sentence, his henchmen fall to the ground, knocked out. The leader looks at him and, on guard, asks him to come at him. The thug immediately throws a quick punch, a punch that almost hits Leo. Narrowly dodging it, he realizes the guy is fast. But by thinking silly things, he gets distracted, a mistake the thug takes advantage of, launching an elbow attack, which Leo narrowly dodges. But in doing so, he is left exposed and in a bad position, a moment the thug takes advantage of with a terrible kick to the chest with all his might, a kick that sends him bouncing across the floor. Still, Leo gets up as if nothing happened, which panics the thugs, even their leader, whose leg trembles as he realizes Leo's body is as hard as metal. Meanwhile, Leo, with a smile, mocks him and says it would be best for him to find a doctor to check his leg. Out of nowhere, some girls passing by recognize Leo, and seeing that people are gathering, the thugs decide to leave, but not without first threatening Leo, who just watches them go in silence. But once they are far away, he stops acting and starts rubbing his chest because that kick really hurt a lot. Upon entering his room, his roommate asks who those guys were. Leo immediately says he doesn't know, but is sure the trashy singer sent them. His busy roommate tells him not to hesitate to call them when he has problems. Of course, Leo thanks him, but they are no match for those kinds of people. A little later, his chest is still hurting, and he realizes that those people are really dangerous. He realizes that the fusion pill is not enough, and he needs to learn martial arts. Out of nowhere, he has a good idea, to call the idol of many young men and ask for help. And you might ask, who is he? None other than the monkey, who answers and, while acting cool and eating a fruit, asks what's up. An excited Leo asks for a martial arts book. Monkey quickly tells him he doesn't have any, as he only uses magic and martial arts are for losers. Still, Leo doesn't give up and asks if he doesn't have anything basic he learned when he was young. The monkey explains that he is just a mortal and can't learn any of that, but he tells him to try the group chat, as someone there is sure to have what he's looking for. Devastated, he tells him he is really bad at claiming the red envelopes. The monkey then gives him the key. The others in the group use their magic to claim the envelopes. Even he does it when he wants something. They split into many. Hearing this, Leo understands why he hasn't been getting so many envelopes. He looks at him and thanks him because thanks to him, he now knows what he should do. He leaves the room and asks the fat guy if he has any extension to grab the red envelopes that are sent to the groups. He immediately says yes and sends it to him. Once he has it, He installs it on his phone. The next day, he wakes up excited because the extension really worked, and he has managed to get a pill that prolongs life by 10 years. Seeing that the description doesn't say it's only for immortals, he gets excited because it works for mortals. Sometime later, while he is practicing with the beautiful Lily, the people around them just comment on how great and beautiful they look together. Out of nowhere, a gold digger appears who approaches and gets Leo's attention, asking if he is really Lily's boyfriend. Seeing her, Lily goes into toxic mode because she doesn't want her man stolen. Meanwhile, the woman approaches Leo and, all sexy, introduces herself as Celia and begins to show off in front of him. Seeing that he is checking her out, she licks her lips because she can't wait to taste Leo's tula. She gets close and whispers in his ear, asking if he can help her practice very closely. Intrigued and excited, Leo asks how close. A little embarrassed, she says he'll have to find that out for himself. He takes her by the hand and seriously thanks her for her offer, but says he doesn't get on just any bus. Angrily, the woman pulls her hand away and asks who the hell he thinks he is to refuse her. She looks at him with hatred and leaves, but not without first threatening him. Not knowing what's going on, the innocent Lily asks why she left angry. Leo explains in her ear that she wanted to disrespect him, ride him like a horse, and detonate him all night. Hearing this, Lily turns red and hits him for being so horny. Out of nowhere, he receives a call from Chase, who shouts that he needs help because the doctor hasn't stopped bothering him and won't leave him alone. Without hesitation, Leo agrees to go see what's happening. We switch to the hospital, where the doctor is bothering Chase because he wants to know how to guide a soul back to its body. Chase immediately tells him that Leo didn't tell him anything about it. Watching them, the people realize that he is really obsessed with it, so one of them asks if they should hit him. Another one, looking out the window, replies that they would be lynched. We see a bunch of secondary characters thanking the doctor for helping them. At the same time, Leo arrives, he sees everyone, and realizes that the doctor has a good reputation and is a really good doctor. Once he enters the room, Chase receives him excitedly. Seeing him, Leo smiles, as he looks much better now. He asks where the doctor is. Chase quickly explains that he received a notice that a patient was dying and went quickly to help. He also adds that the patient is in a vegetative state and is in room 96. Hearing this, Leo realizes it's Lily's father. He runs out to help, as he can't let him die. He takes out his phone and asks the little boy if the pill is ready. The boy immediately replies no, and that it will be ready by night. But Leo tells him he needs it right now, so the boy decides to split it into several parts. He gives them to the patient, but doesn't know if it will really work. In any case, Leo accepts, because the important thing at that moment is to prevent the man from dying. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the rancid doctor gives up and tells the other doctor to stop, but the other man angrily looks at him and instead tells him to leave the room because they won't give up. In the end, the man leaves the room. Seeing him, Lily's mother asks how her husband is. He unscrupulously explains that he is dying and not even the immortals could save him. At the same time, Leo arrives. Seeing him, she says he is dying and asks what she should do. He immediately calms her down, telling her he has a way to save him. As he heads inside, the rancid doctor stops him and, taking advantage of the moment, starts insulting him, saying the old man is dying and he can't bring him back with money, and also reproaches him for Lily not being there. An angry Leo stops him and tells him that if he doesn't get out of his way, he'll kill him. Once inside, the other doctor asks what's going on, and the rancid old man tells him everything and also says that Leo hit him. The talented doctor immediately tells him to leave, not the protagonist, but the rancid doctor. He then approaches and asks how the old man is. The doctor quickly explains that his vital signs are getting worse and worse and all he can do is postpone his death. We see the girl from before at the same time as the doctor comments that it's as if death is dragging him away. With a smile, the girl continues to pull the old man's soul, saying she won't fail this time. Meanwhile, Leo, seeing that the old man is more dead than alive, has no choice but to use the golden needle again. He inserts the needle into the old man's head, immediately feeling the negative effects. Nevertheless, he continues to give it his all to save the old man, all while the girl with the nice body, seeing that Leo is trying to save him, also starts to give it her all, and pulls the old man's soul even harder, which is almost out of his body. Luckily, Leo has an ace up his sleeve and pulls the pill from his phone. Without losing a second, he asks the doctor to give it to him. The man quickly obeys. As he gives it to him, the old man's soul immediately returns to his body, causing the girl from before to fall to the floor dramatically and start crying while complaining about why these things only happen to her. Back with Leo, he calms down a bit because the pain from using the needle wasn't so bad. Meanwhile, the doctor is freaking out, as my Spanish friend would say, because first he took out a needle and now he's pulling out a pill. Intrigued, he asks how many more surprises Leo has. Leo looks at him and asks him to take care of the rest, as he has to go rest. Once he leaves the operating room, a tired and crying Lily asks how her father is. He immediately calms her down and explains that everything is fine now. Excited, she gives him a hug while thanking him. Seeing them, the rancid doctor smiles, knowing that Leo is lying because by now the old man should be completely stiff. He also begins to fantasize about Lily, as she is really hot and he would do anything to be with her. While he is fantasizing, the other doctor comes out and thanks the protagonist, because if it weren't for him, the patient would not have stabilized. He also comments that he has realized that the dose given to the patient was doubled, so he asks his assistant to bring him the order to check it. Once he has it in his hands, he checks it and, all angry, realizes there is something wrong. He confronts the rancid doctor and also comments that he was already suspicious of things, so he called the police and will have to explain the bad things he has done. Hearing this, the rancid doctor realizes he's screwed and, on his knees, asks for another chance because it was just a mistake. Leo kicks him while shouting at him that what he was going to do to Lily's father was murder. In the end, he is arrested and taken to jail to pay for the bad things he was doing. The police chief also arrives and greets the doctor, as he had heard that he saved another patient in critical condition. The doctor immediately tells him that it wasn't him, but a young man, and takes the opportunity to ask how his father is. He immediately replies that he has been getting worse, so he decides to introduce him to the protagonist, who will surely be able to help his father. And you may be wondering where Leo is? Well, where else but in the car, almost getting it on, with the beautiful Lily, who, all embarrassed, thanks him for everything he has done for her. While groping her deliciously, he tells her not to worry, as he had promised he would help her. And just when the good part was about to begin, as Lily had given him the green light, the doctor appears, knocking on the car door and ruining the erotic moment. He asks him to get out for a minute because he wants to introduce him to the head of the security department. But Leo rolls down the window and, seeing who it is, angrily leaves, leaving the doctor and the police chief talking among themselves. A little later in the parking lot, Leo gets out, angry that because of the doctor, he couldn't continue doing things to Lily. He also receives another red envelope that contains a pill that can add 10,000 experience points to any of his skills, and you may wonder which of his skills he will improve. Perhaps the celestial music that can help him fight? Well, no, guys. The pervert, all embarrassed, decides to improve his divine eyes, and once he does, he is disappointed because he doesn't feel anything. Out of nowhere, his eyes activate, allowing him to see girls in the bathroom taking a shower. Unfortunately, the doctor interrupts him again, as he calls him, and informs him that the police have determined that the rancid doctor tried to kill Lily's father because someone else was threatening him. He asks who it is, but the doctor hasn't said who gave the order, and taking advantage of the moment, he asks the protagonist to check on the police chief's father. Leo, unable to avoid his request, decides to accept. He hangs up and arrives where his friends are, who are all beaten up. He quickly asks what happened to them. His friend explains that someone named Sam took the stone he had chosen, and when they cut it open and realized it was worthless, he hit them. Hearing this, Leo gets angry and decides to take revenge for them. We switch to the place where they sell jade. You know, the typical filler arc of this type of manhwa, which I'm going to narrate because if I don't, you'll start complaining that I skipped something and whatnot. Well, once they enter, Leo asks where the guy who hit them is. His friend immediately goes to look for him. The old man's assistant, who bought the painting from him, also appears. He greets him and asks if he likes rocks. Seeing him, our protagonist doesn't remember his name. Noticing this, the man asks him to call him Michel. He tells him that the old man really liked the painting he bought, as he spends every night studying it in depth. With a smile, Leo says it's good that the old man still has vigor. The next moment, he takes a stone and tries to give it to him as a gift. The protagonist, while saying that he doesn't know much about rocks, chooses another one. But out of nowhere, the guy who hit the fat guy appears, showing off. His friend immediately gives him all the info, as that guy is one of the 4 richest kids in the university. We see the man approach, all arrogant, while saying that thanks to the fat guy, he lost a little money. And he also asks the old man's assistant that if he doesn't want the stone he has in his hand, to give it to him. Hearing this, an excited Leo tells him he can take it if he wants, as he has no problem with it. Without hesitation, the man takes it. Likewise, The man worriedly says that the stone surely has no jade, and also asks why he gives it to him so easily. Calmly, with a small stone in his hand, he comments that this one looks better. Back with the arrogant little jerk number 2, he asks them to cut the stone. As they do so, it begins to look like it has something really good, but in the end, the rock is nothing more than garbage. Seeing it, the man keeps insisting that they continue cutting when, out of nowhere, he realizes that everyone is looking at the stone Leo had, because that one really is high-quality jade. A very angry man comments that it must have been pure luck, but Leo mocks him. The man, angry, says that he doesn't need that money, and besides, Leo won't be able to continue with the same luck. Well, here I'm going to skip a really boring filler part. In the end, Leo keeps getting stones with a lot of jade, earning a lot of money, and since he's a good guy, he decides to give part of the money to the assistant and another part to his friends, as he has found something even more valuable. He begins to look at a huge rock very professionally. Seeing this, a worried man asks if he is really sure about choosing that thing. He quickly says yes, because that stone looks better than the others. Hearing this, the filler characters begin to murmur things. Meanwhile, Leo bids 500,000 yuan for the stone. Out of nowhere, another person bids 600,000, to which Leo increases to 1 million. Seeing all the commotion, the annoying man comments that he now coincidentally likes the rock and begins to raise the bid. After fighting with Leo for a few minutes, he keeps the stone for about 6 million yuan. Confident and all arrogant, he asks them to cut that thing. As they do so, he realizes he has been fooled, and the stone has nothing. He confronts Leo for having tricked him, but Leo calmly says that he didn't do anything, and he was the one who wanted that rock. Unable to hold back any longer, he throws a punch at Leo, who calmly dodges it, ending up hitting a random person who was there. And since he can't hit him, he decides to threaten him, saying that now he'd better be careful because he's going to get him back, and he leaves the place. Once he's far away, the assistant comments that that was really brilliant. The humble protagonist says it was nothing, and everything that happened to him is what he deserves for treating his friends badly. He thanks him, because if he hadn't been there, the man would surely have wanted him to fight him. A little later in the car, the fat guy tells him to be careful because he has now offended 2 people from powerful families. Calmly, he tells him not to worry because it's not a big deal, as having one more rival is not a problem. Well, after driving for a few seconds, his phone manages to get another red envelope, and he is informed that he has obtained 99,000 merit points. Hearing the good news, he gets so excited that he even starts driving like a madman. Later, while relaxing on his bed for a while, he begins to read the chat where they are complaining because they have not been able to obtain many merit points. He also receives a call from the doctor, who asks him to come to his office. Leo accepts without hesitation. Once he arrives, the doctor asks him to come in and also introduces him to the police chief, who gets straight to the point and asks him to check on his father. Leo quickly asks him to take him with him to take a look. Once they arrive at the police chief's house, the protagonist is surprised because it is a huge house. Upon entering, they run into the police chief's mother, to whom they say they have brought a doctor. She also introduces him to a doctor named Smith and also informs him that Susan was the one who hired him to help her father. Surprised, the police chief can't believe they didn't tell him anything. We see how Susan appears, who arrogantly comments that since the expert he hired couldn't help her father, she had no choice but to go and hire someone herself. She also asks who he has brought with him, as he seems to be just a country bumpkin. While the woman is arrogantly mocking Leo, the protagonist is all panicked. Because with his divine eyes, he realizes that the woman is a ghost or is possessed by one. All panicked, he points at her and shouts that she is a ghost. Angrily, she scolds him for humiliating her in that way. Luckily, the police chief is there and defends Leo, who is trembling with fear. He also asks the doctor if he believes in ghosts. Seeing him, the man's mother asks him to get him out of there and also orders him not to bring him back there. Meanwhile, Leo stands up to the ghost. But since he can't hit her, he decides to escape in fear, which makes the ghost woman focus on the unconscious old man. All dramatic. She yells in his face and also possesses him instantly. The old man, in zombie mode, grabs Dr. Smith by the neck. Luckily, the police chief manages to stop him and pulls him away. Frightened, the man says that the old man is crazy and therefore he can't do anything for him. But Susan questions him and confronts him, as he is the best doctor in the United States and of the world. But Smith, seeing the talented doctor, decides to leave and let him handle everything. Back with the protagonist, he asks the doctor to leave that haunted place, and besides, they aren't wanted there. But the police chief steps in their way and stops them, also apologizing for his foolish sister and asking him to check on his father. Hearing this, the mother asks him to let them go and instead go hold her father, who is trying to grab the old woman to strangle her. In the end, Leo convinces Dr. Du to leave that same night. While Leo is chilling, asleep, he wakes up and the ghost is in front of him and gives him a terrible fright. Panicked, he gets up, but luckily, it was only a dream within a dream. So he takes out his phone and asks if anyone can help him with an exorcism. Interested, one of the group members tells him he can just kill it, while another tells him he can take it and make it his pet. Excited because the one who told him that is someone called the Celestial Chang, he adds him and calls him. The old man appears and asks what he needs. Leo quickly asks for help because he has seen a female ghost and is now very scared. Hearing this, the old man calms him down because, luckily, he has something that can help him. He explains that it is a cherry wood that has been polished for more than 3,000 years. Worried, Leo asks how much it will cost. The old man quickly tells him it will cost a modest 9,999 merit points. Hearing this, a worried Leo realizes that he knows he has gotten those points and now wants to extort him, and all sad, he asks for a small discount, to which the man does not agree. With no other options, he decides to accept and pays the necessary points, to which the old man gives him a small wooden sword. Seeing how small it is, Leo tries to give it back to the old man, who does not accept, and explains that the sword works with the user's power, and even in that state, it can exorcise ghosts just by wearing it as a common pendant. Unable to do anything, Leo puts it on as a necklace and immediately goes to sleep. At the same time, a light begins to shine all over his body. The next morning, Leo wakes up all happy because he has slept really well. Out of nowhere, he receives a call from Lily, who tells him that her father might be discharged that same day, so they will take him home. Without wasting time, he heads to the hospital to help. On the way, he gets a mythical beast pill, and all interested in that, he wonders if he should get a mythical beast. But seeing the time, he stops thinking nonsense because he's running late. While on his way to see Lily, he runs into a couple of doctors carrying a dying patient. Frightened, he rubs his eyes because, upon looking more closely, he notices a ghost collecting the soul of the dying man. Terrified, he yells that it must all be fake. To his bad luck, the ghost heads toward him. Luckily, his pendant activates, and with a flash of light, it sends the ghost, who is just doing its job, flying. On the ground, he doesn't know what just happened. Meanwhile, Leo quickly escapes the place. We cut to the king of the underworld, who is angry. He asks his daughter to go investigate what's happening, and once she finds the person who hit him, he explains what we've already seen. Likewise, she tells everything to her father, who, having no other options, asks her to stay in the mortal world and investigate everything that's happening. Excited, she thanks him because she was bored of being a soul reaper, so she teleports to one of the cities and comments that the mortal world is really beautiful, and determined, decides to find him because he got in her way. Back with the protagonist, he's chilling, thinking that the little sword really worked. He's also realized that his divine eyes only activate when a ghost is nearby. But after thinking for a couple of seconds, he gets the idea to try to see the condition of Lily's father. And once he activates his eyes and sees the old man, he notices that his vision is distorted, which gives him the idea that the old man has not fully recovered. While he was checking on the old man, Lily's sister arrives and angrily asks him why he's looking at her father so much. When he turns and sees her, Leo not only sees her, but also manages to see her underwear. Titans, I'm more than sure that several of you watching this want to have that power, but since you don't, you can only appreciate this good panel. Look at the huge butt that Lily's pretty sister has. She gets angry and asks why he's looking at her so much. Her mother asks her not to be rude, since he's Lily's friend. Even so, she says she doesn't like him because he's looking at her with perverted eyes and his nose is bleeding. Leo quickly apologizes, saying he's been sick lately, and she just pouts a lot. A little later, while they are eating comfortably, Lily's mother thanks him again for his help. But the little girl is still angry with the protagonist because she senses that he is only interested in her sister's body. When he hears her, he says he agrees with that, since Lily is the most beautiful woman in the world. The woman also asks her not to pay attention to him because she is just a child. The girl, angry, looks at him and tells herself she doesn't like him at all because she feels that when he looks at her, he makes her feel unclothed. the little yandere. Yes, she has good intuition. Well, in the end, Leo invites Lily out that night since he has invited his friends to dinner and needs a companion. That same night, once they arrive, he opens the door for Lily, and as they walk through the place, the characters that nobody cares about are amazed at how beautiful and perfect Lily is. Once he gets to where his friends are, the fat guy asks who the girl behind Lily is. He quickly tells him that it's her sister, who insisted on coming. Annoyed, she explains that she is there to protect her sister. In any case, Leo asks them not to pay too much attention to her, and they decide to go inside. But seeing that the fat guy is staring at her, she scolds him and also insults him while telling him not to stare at her. Oh no, people, the little one is making herself hated. A little later, while everyone is enjoying their meal, Leo makes a toast in which he thanks everyone who helped him when he was poor. That's why, now that he's a millionaire, he has invited them to a nice dinner. Then he starts drinking like crazy. Next, we see him drunk and throwing up in the street. So he asks Lily to find someone who can drive to take them away. She takes the opportunity to do it herself since she didn't drink anything, knowing this would happen. Once they are in the car, her worried sister asks if she's going to kill them. Obviously, she says she has her driver's license. All nervous, she starts driving very slowly while telling her sister that there's a first time for everything. Besides, she must learn in case Leo drinks again. My God, how responsible this woman is. Where can I get one like that, people? Well, to make a long story short, while she drives carefully, Leo falls asleep. But he is immediately awakened by the stalking ghost. Upon seeing her, he almost pees himself and tells the others there's a ghost. While they are asking where the ghost is, she gets into the car. Leo immediately jumps out of the car and tells her not to come any closer, but seeing that she's going after his girlfriend, he yells for her to follow him instead. He tries to confront her with the little wooden sword, but seeing that it doesn't work, he runs away, telling Lily to go home first because he has something to do. After being chased by the stalking ghost, he finds a dead-end street. Seeing he has no escape, he asks the ghost to talk, since he knows she's a beautiful woman, but that's not the only reason she can torment him. Hearing him, the ghost woman changes and talks to him because he's a really clever guy. Leo doesn't know why he can hear her now. Quickly, she tells him it's because of the little wooden sword. So nervous, he asks who she is and why she is tormenting him if he hasn't done anything wrong. Without letting him finish, she appears behind him and, all lovey-dovey, tells him that she does it because he's the only person who can see her. Scared, he jumps to the side, asking her not to change her face like that. More calmly, she introduces herself as Charlotte and says she is from the Mink Dynasty. She has been wandering the world for about 399 years and still can't go to the underworld because she needs to see someone. She also explains that in 1 month, she will turn 400 years old, and if she doesn't do what she needs to do, she will become a malicious ghost. Leo, intrigued, quickly asks what that has to do with him, to which she, without beating around the bush, asks for his help with what she needs to do. Leo accepts only if she stops tormenting him and doesn't want his body. As he leaves, she asks him to go to the police officer's father's house. The next day, he goes by Lily's house and yells that he needs the car keys. They fall on his head because the little yandere comes out angry and scolds him for waking her up so early. Once in the car, he calls Dr. Du and asks him to go to the police officer's house since he has always decided to help him. Once the man arrives, he explains that his father is having another attack. Likewise, they enter and notice that the old man is in zombie mode. As she watches him, the ghost comes out of her body and asks him not to feel bad about the position and all that. He deserves it. Then she asks him what he should do. Out of nowhere, Susan appears again and starts bothering Leo, who, already tired of her clucking, asks the ghost woman to shut her up so he can concentrate and help her. She immediately enters Susan's body and makes her wet her pants. Seeing her angry, the mother asks what he did to her, to which Leo also tells her to shut her mouth or she'll end up like her daughter. Upon hearing his threat, the old lady falls silent. Back with Leo, he looks at the ghost and asks what he should do. She immediately asks him to go to the garden. Once they are in the agreed-upon place, she tells him that what he is looking for is underneath. The police officer, intrigued as to why he is talking to himself, wants to know why he has brought them to the garden. Leo quickly explains that the cause of his father's condition is under the garden. He also asks him to find people to start digging. Once they bring the shovels, they immediately begin to dig in the garden when out of nowhere, the shitty old woman appears and demands that her son kick the fraudulent protagonist out of her house. Not content with that, the bastard threatens him, saying that if they continue with what they are doing, they will have to bury her there. Tired of her pig drama, Leo humbly asks the ghost woman to do her thing. Instantly, she appears behind the fat daughter of a fruit and makes her well hard, paralyzes her. Scared, she asks for help because she can't move. Her son also asks Leo what's wrong. He quickly explains that he has angered the ghost and now she wants to kill her. Panicked, the old woman asks Leo for help, but he tells her that she herself said he was a fraud. Feeling like she's about to be taken to another world, she retracts her words. Then our protagonist looks at her and seriously explains that the ghost said she had done many bad things, and if she doesn't tell them, the ghost will kill her. Crying, she says she will tell everything. And get ready, people, because the fat old woman is a real daughter of a fruit, because she immediately confesses that 2 years ago the workers dirtied her floor, so she paid them 10,000 johannes less. Not happy with that, when they went to collect what they had earned, she asked her brother to break their legs. Obviously, everyone is shocked at what a piece of shit she is. But it doesn't end there, as the ghost woman doesn't let go of her, so her son asks her to tell everything, or she wants to die. With no other options, she confesses to having cheated on her father about 50 times. Not only that, but Susan, the arrogant girl, is not her father's daughter, but the daughter of her first love, the man who visits her often. Hearing her, everyone is left speechless at what a terrible daughter of a fruit she is. I mean, what the hell, guys? If you're married and you like to cheat, at least have children with the people you're married to. I'm speechless, guys. Let's continue. Well, in the end, the ghost lets her go. So Leo asks her to reflect on her mistakes and not make them again. And without wasting any more time on the drama of the cheating fatty, he asks the police officer to continue. Dig. A little while after digging, they find something, and when they check what it is, they realize they are human bones. The police officer immediately wants to call someone to investigate who it is, but Leo tells him it's not necessary because that body is from someone from ancient China. Upon examining the skeleton, the doctor realizes that a foot and a hand are missing. Quickly, the ghost asks them to look in the dog's house. Once there, the dog tries to bite Leo, but upon seeing the ghost, it stays very still. So they finally find the rest of the ghost woman, and angrily, she tells him that the workers found her remains, but the old man asked them to throw them to the dog, and because of him, she almost became an evil ghost. So Leo understands why she was tormenting them. Once she is complete, she transforms into a very beautiful girl, because now she's back. A little later, the police officer burns her bones just as Leo asked him to. He also thanks him because thanks to him, he was able to save his father and also asks him to apologize to the ghost girl. Once they leave, the narrator tells us Charlotte's brutal origin story, which begins when her husband had to go to war 3 days after they got married. He fought for the whole country while she stayed waiting at home. To her bad luck, one day she received the news that he had died on the battlefield. So while she was grieving, the son of a local official tried to abuse her, but she resisted, and her head hit a wall and she died. When she died, the man mercilessly threw her into a field, and later, a kind man who was passing by buried her. But even so, she didn't lose hope of seeing her husband again, so she refused to go to the underworld and has been looking for her husband for 400 years since then. After hearing her brutal origin story, Leo decides to take her to where her husband is. And once there, he tells her that the place used to be a battlefield where many people died. Hearing this, she comes out in ghost form and starts crying for her husband. A couple of minutes later, Leo indicates that time is running out and it's time for her to go to the underworld and reincarnate. Obviously, she doesn't want to leave there. When out of nowhere, a gust of wind hits Leo's face, and a soldier appears who asks if she's Charlotte. Upon seeing him, she happily jumps toward him because she has finally been reunited with her beloved husband. Gosh, what a brutal and beautiful story, people. I'm just like Leo right now. I never thought the stalking ghost had so much lore. Well, in the end, she tells her husband everything that happened when he died. But thanks to Leo, she was finally able to see him again. The man immediately thanks Leo, who asks him not to kneel, but when he touches him, the pendant activates and makes the man pull away. So knowing he can't touch him, he decides to thank him by giving him his martial art called the Book of Grips. He throws it at him, and Leo saves it on his phone. Likewise, she tells him that now that she has found her husband, she has no more regrets, so she will disappear from this world. She asks him for one last favor, that once she is gone, he should scatter the ashes of her body in that place so she can always be with her beloved. And indeed, Leo complies, because right there he scatters the ashes while she and her beloved happily disappear from this world. A few minutes later, he looks at the sky and comments that everything is over now. As he returns to his phone, it informs him that he has earned 10,000 virtue points for helping to free a soul from purgatory. After walking for a while, he finds a sign and decides to visit someone named Mr. Chow, but since it's getting late, he decides to go the next day. In his hotel room, he decides to learn the martial art that the soldier gave him. And once he learns it, he hears a girl screaming. Peeking out to see what's happening, he finds that an old man wants to force a girl to drink with someone she doesn't want to. He threatens her, saying that since he made her famous, he can also destroy her career. So Leo asks, "What's going on?" Seeing him, she scaredly asks for help, to which the old man yells at him not to get involved because it's none of his business. Even so, Leo doesn't leave and tells the old man that he hasn't done anything yet. Angry, the man asks who he thinks he is. Then Leo grabs him and throws him onto the furniture on the first floor. Seeing this, she is surprised and says he's really good. Then, Leo notices a group of people down there, and we see how one of the men down below is angry with a group of boys who accidentally stepped on one of their feet and have already apologized, to which the arrogant Japanese man says something in his language, and a girl there translates and asks the boys that if they want to be forgiven, they must kneel down and clean the man's shoes with their tongues. Upon hearing such nonsense, someone from upstairs laughs, which makes the Japanese man even angrier. Hearing him, the translator, all angry, yells and asks who he is. While laughing, Leo explains that he couldn't help but laugh because what the men said sounded so ridiculous. Likewise, the secondary characters scold the translator for being a suck-up. One of the Japanese men also comments that he is from Japan, so he is better than all of them. Likewise, the woman, all proud, asks the boys again to clean the man's shoes if they want to be forgiven. One of them seriously tells her that it's absurd nonsense, and they are only there for dinner and not to look for trouble. But seeing that they don't do anything, one of the Japanese men throws a punch at the boy, who immediately covers up and tells him that he can't just be there and hit people whenever he wants. Also, Leo intervenes and yells at everyone that a Japanese man is looking for trouble and wants to hit someone. Hearing this, everyone arms themselves with whatever they find in the place and jumps to give the Japanese man a beating. All the while, an influencer girl who is there starts a live broadcast in which it shows how Leo is dominating the Japanese men. Seeing that they are losing, the boy from the beginning decides to enter the fight too, so he starts hitting people left and right. A little later, the owner of the place arrives, angry because they are causing problems in his hotel, but upon seeing that the chaos is escalating, he freezes. While looking at the brawl in his hotel, so angry, he yells at everyone to stop. The arrogant Japanese man appears, all beaten up and trashed, but since the translator woman doesn't understand what he's saying, she explains that the boys started everything and blames them. She immediately looks at Leo and blames him for starting everything, to which the soldier boys take the blame. Luckily, the hotel owner recognizes the soldier boy, and someone also informs him that the Japanese men were the ones who started everything. He also adds that everything is recorded and it would not be very good for his hotel if they don't fix this issue properly. So he decides to call the police to investigate everything. So the Japanese men leave angry and all beaten up. The soldier boy also thanks the protagonist and the characters nobody cares about for helping them. And they also invite Leo to drink. As they go to the table to drink, the girl from before looks at the protagonist and memorizes his name, interested in him. A little while later, after drinking on the balcony, the soldier boy invites him to visit him when he's in Yanjing. Out of nowhere, he receives a call from the monkey, who informs him that he was visiting Tigwai and gave him one of his cigars, and since he liked it, he has decided to ask him if he has more. Leo quickly takes out a pack, and since he is the one he admires the most, decides to give it to him. The monkey immediately lights one and tells him he loves it. Seeing this, Leo decides to get him more cigars in the future, to which the monkey thanks him. And before leaving, he gives him a small jar with wine that his monkey companions made. So he decides to go the next day and give some of that to Mr. Xiao. The next day, he arrives at the old man's house. Once inside, the old man happily receives him because it's good to see him again. Seeing him worried, Leo asks him to let him check his pulse, to which he explains that it's not necessary and that he is fine. Still, Leo asks him what's wrong because he notices he's in a bad mood. Instantly, the guard informs him that the old man's grandson suffered a terrorist attack last night and is now in the operating room fighting for his life. Surprised, Leo can't believe it, but the old man comments that even though he went looking for trouble himself, he is not disappointed because he managed to trash 4 of the terrorists. So, someone appears who informs him that his grandson is about to die. Scared, the old man wants to go see him, but he can't, since he's also all sick. So Leo, he tells him he can save his grandson only if he trusts him. With no other option, the old man asks the guards to take him to where his grandson is. So they take him to the operating room. Once he arrives, he finds the team of soldiers from before, all beaten up. He realizes that the old man's grandson is the one who fought with him the previous night and invited him to visit. He also notices that one of the Reapers is there for the boy. He immediately asks for help from the others to clear the way for him to go save Jimmy. So they enter the operating room and push everyone aside while Leo immediately summons his golden needle and inserts it into Jimmy's head. As he does so, he yells, expecting side effects, but he is surprised to see that nothing has happened to him and he doesn't feel any pain. At the same time, Jimmy spits up a lot of blood and stabilizes. Seeing this, everyone gets excited and comments that it's really great. Back with Leo, he asks the other doctors to take care of him. Worried, he wonders why his body didn't hurt when he used the needle. A Soul Reaper ghost quickly tells him it's because she didn't fight for his soul. Hearing her and turning to look at her, we see that the one who spoke to him is the daughter of the king of the underworld, who, while holding her chains, gets excited because she has finally found him. She also explains that the man is now alive, but he will now die. Likewise, she launches a fierce attack, leaving the protagonist sweating cold. Luckily, the wooden sword activates and doesn't let her decapitate him. Seeing that she can't decapitate him, she launches a kick to the balls. Luckily, the sword again prevents him from not being able to have children in the future. Angry, she asks him who the hell he is and why she can't hit him. The protagonist asks her the same question. Who is she and why is she attacking him? Without saying anything, she pulls out her ace up her sleeve and with her chains manages to restrain him and tries to hit him on the ground until he dies. Without giving him a break, she tries to slam him against the ground. To her bad luck, the sword activates and makes Leo break free from the chains in the air, falling headfirst directly onto her. Once he lifts his head, the first thing he sees is the ghost girl's butt, who is not wearing any clothes, and he can see her to her soul. She also ended up in a really embarrassing position, as her head is on Leo's balls. All embarrassed, she pulls out a knife from who knows where and yells that she will kill him. As she tries, the sword activates, and with a barrier, sends her flying into the air. She yells at him that she will not forget what he just did to her. A few minutes later, he gets up and takes a breath because she has finally left. The soldiers also ask him if he is okay because he has been rolling on the ground for a while. In the end, the old man invites him to stay, so Leo asks for something to eat since he's hungry. So while they eat, Leo explains that Jimmy will be fine within a month. He also takes out the wine the monkey gave him and asks him to drink a little since it's something that will help him prolong his life. Upon taking a sip, he says he feels better, but Leo changes the subject and asks if what happened to Jimmy is related to the fight they had before at the hotel. Seriously, the old man tells him to leave everything in the hands of the police, as he is sure they will give him a more than satisfactory answer. So we cut to a couple of mysterious people who have trashed all the Japanese people who were involved in the fight and in the attack against Jimmy. The next day, he is back in his city. And as he wonders if Lily has missed him, Chase appears and greets him. Seeing him, Leo is glad that he is better. So he shows him that he is wonderful, doing a couple of yo-yo poses and taking advantage of the moment. He asks him again to teach him the feat of fury. Embarrassed, Leo says he will teach him later. Once in the car, Chase tells him that he has found a good real estate agent for him to buy a house. But while they were on their way to the place, someone hits them, almost causing an accident. All worried, Chase comments that they are surrounded by the Black Eagles group. So we see the thug from before, who, along with his gang, approaches Leo's car since they had been waiting for them. Angry, Leo gets out and tells Chase that he will handle it. So the thug, while acting cool, threatens him because now he has no escape. So he tries to kill him with the metal pipe he has in his hand. To which Leo, using his speed and also using the new technique he has learned, stops the man and takes the metal pipe he has. And quickly, all insane, he beats up the thug, who, all panicked, tries to escape. Obviously, Leo doesn't let him. On the ground, he comments that before, he was just lucky. He also asks him who sent him that time, but seeing that he doesn't want to say anything, he breaks his arm. Still, the man doesn't talk, but Leo doesn't care, as he knows that it was surely the low-level singer who sent him. Scared then, he scolds him for breaking his arm if he already knew. To which Leo completely changes and in a crazy way tells him that he has made many people suffer, so he will leave him paralyzed so that he doesn't keep messing with anyone else. We immediately cut to the thug all trashed in a wheelchair. As they look at him, some mysterious characters comment that Leo has gone too far, so they will make him pay dearly for it. In the car, Chase, worried, tells him that now he has another enemy since the Black Eagles now hate him. While sighing, he asks him not to worry. So he asks him to take him to see the house so he can take a shower since he's all sweaty. Once they arrive, the real estate girl introduces herself and greets him. She also tells him all the good things about the house. Seeing it, Leo recognizes the house as it is Tim's. So he asks for the price, to which he tries to raise the price with a lot of explanations. But Leo already knows her game and offers 10 million Johannes for the house. Obviously, she doesn't want to accept. But Leo, while acting, asks Chase to look to see if the house is haunted. Hearing him, the girl is surprised that he knows it's haunted. So she accepts his deal, so he asks Chase to take care of the paperwork. He enters the house and throws himself on the sofa, not knowing what to do because he now has a house like the protagonist of a manga, and he should bring his family with him. While breaking the fourth wall, he receives a request from Nisha. To his bad luck, he can't add him to friends because he has reached the maximum number of friends. But since he can't delete anyone from his immortal friends, he agrees to see what he wants. Upon accepting, Nisha immediately offers him a unique dragon scale armor for only 10,000 merit points. Obviously, Leo indicates that he can't pay for it, to which Nisha explains that the armor can protect him at all times and no mortal weapon could harm him. Interested, he decides to buy it since he has a lot of points anyway after helping Jimmy. But when he summons the armor, he realizes that Nisha has sent him an apron. Angry, he wonders how the hell he's going to use that. Then he receives a call from Lily, who invites him to dinner at her house. He quickly accepts and also has a wonderful idea and decides to give the armor to Lily, so he imagines her wearing it. Just look at that imagination, guys. Well, while all that is happening, he goes to Lily's house. The ghost girl is spying on him, angry because she is dying to tear him to pieces, but he has something that prevents her from being able to hit him. Therefore, she decides to find out what it is. So all lovey-dovey, she decides to settle down there and live as his neighbor. Once at Lily's house, he knocks on the door, and the one who receives him is the little yandere who insults him. Luckily, Lily tells him that she was the one who invited him. So she leaves the protagonist hard as a rock, because he doesn't know when he offended her. After eating, he checks on Lily's father and realizes that the double vision is going away and he'll be better soon. Out of nowhere, she comes in and asks how he is, so he tells her that he'll be better soon. He looks around the place and asks if her sister and mother have gone out. She quickly replies that they have. Then he asks her to go to her room because he has a gift for her. Obviously, she blushes and asks what it is. Once inside her room, he approaches her while trying to tell her what his gift is. To his bad luck, he ends up stepping on the cat's tail, making it jump from the fright and fall on Lily's breasts. He immediately gets up while apologizing, to which she grabs him by the head and pulls him toward her while telling him that she also missed him. Happily, he tells her that he really has brought her a gift. So he takes out the little apron and gives it to her while explaining that it is not an ordinary girdle and it is a relic that can protect her. More than happy, she accepts it, so she gives him a thank you kiss, a kiss that escalates to something else. He throws her on the bed and begins to grope her and also finger her. As always, someone interrupts at the most important moment. He gets up and answers. As he does so, her sister yells that she's in trouble and needs help. So we cut to where Lily's sister is being beaten by a group of thugs who scold her for slandering them and also make fun of her for having a prostitute sister who works in a bar. Obviously, she tells them that she is not that, and she is a very hardworking girl and also her role model. With her ovaries in place, she yells at them to apologize. But that only makes the thugs even angrier with her. So she tries to escape, but the thugs run after her. Luckily, Leo appears and stops one of them, lifts him up in the air, and epically throws him into a trash can that was nearby. Angry, the little thug threatens Leo, who takes a couple of photos of him and also starts recording. Seeing him defend her, the little yandere is kinder to him. Hearing her, Leo is surprised because she is always angry with him. Well, since this is filler, let's speed it up. So we see how the low-level group threatens Leo, who, with just a phone call to Chase, leaves the small group of thugs all scared. So they ask for forgiveness, to which Leo scolds them because they spoke ill of his girlfriend and also hit her sister. So they say that if he is not satisfied, he can take whatever photos he wants. Obviously, Leo tells them that he doesn't want to do that and lets them go with a warning. If they keep messing around, he will post the video he has of them on the internet and will send Chase to beat them up. Once they leave the place, Leo looks at the little yandere and understands why she was rude to him. She was just releasing her anger on him for being bullied at school. So he leaves, telling her that when she has problems, she shouldn't hesitate to call him. She, now calmer and kinder, thanks him and comments that Lily is very lucky to have him. Once he's back, because he was distracted by nonsense, he runs over the carrot dog. Scared, he gets out to check, and all panicked, he wonders what he should do, since if he leaves the place and leaves it there, people would quarter him. So he remembers that he has a mythical beast pill. The dog reacts to the power of the pill and, all funny, ends up transforming into a humanoid dog. All ridiculous. Just look at the nonsense I'm reading, guys. Seeing that he can talk and calls him master, Leo hits him and sends him flying while asking him not to call him that and quickly runs away, scared. All the while, that thing follows him and asks him not to leave him alone and to take him with him. A little later, calmer while driving, he tells himself that he almost caused a disaster. He also looks at the dog and tells him that he will take him to his house and he is not allowed to transform again, otherwise he will beat him up. Once at the house, he chains him up and asks him to guard the door well. He goes out to shower at the same time as the dog, breaks free, and starts looking for food around the house, but there's nothing. And his last chance is the fridge, which is very empty, and there's not a single bit of crap. Out of nowhere, he notices the stalker ghost and, all panicked, he runs to where Leo is, while shouting that there's a ghost. Coming out of the shower, he asks, "What's wrong?" while he hits himself on his thigh, transforms and tells him there's a ghost. Seeing such a horrible thing, he kicks him because he told him not to transform in front of him. Sometime later, while they are taking a walk, the girls fall in love with the protagonist and his beautiful dog. Still, the dog tells him that he really saw a ghost in the house. Obviously, he doesn't believe him at all and tells him to shut up. Out of nowhere, a girl appears who asks her boyfriend to buy the protagonist's dog to please his girlfriend. He asks him for the price, to which Leo says he's selling it for $5 million. Angry, the man complains because it's too much. So he offers him 10,000 yuan, but Leo ignores him because he doesn't talk to poor trash. Hearing this, the man almost literally explodes. Already bored, Leo beats him up because he only wants to show off in front of his girl and doesn't want to spend money, and that makes him a cheap piece of crap. Unable to bear the insult, the man decides to give him the $5 million for the dog, whom he tells to skin and throw the rest in the trash. He transfers the $5 million to Leo. Before giving him the dog, he explains to them that he is not very smart and is not responsible for the disaster he may cause. The angry man doesn't care much and just wants to kill him. Right there. So the henchmen try to stop him, to which the protagonist, with a smile, tells the dog what to do. The dog immediately runs out and causes chaos through the streets. As they chase him, he transforms his paw into a hand and spanks the butt of a filled woman, who stops one of the thugs and asks him to take responsibility for her and marry her. Later, he breaks the eggs of an old creepy man who stops the other man and makes him pay for his merchandise. He bites the leg of the man, tearing his pants and exposing the underwear he wears and also something else. While he is paralyzed in shock, the others arrive and ask him to let the dog go. They then leave the place, but not without first threatening Leo, who tells the dog not to worry because he has already offended a lot of people, and one more is nothing important. While the dog takes a piss, Leo sees a car and, using his eyes, sees that Michelle and Celia are inside, disrespecting each other. Seeing this, he immediately realizes that everything must be related to the singing contest, and, all serious, he wonders if he is an ally or a new enemy. Back at the house, while he is making some chill food, he tells the monkey that he has gotten more cigarettes and has sent them to him, to which the monkey, to thank him, gives him a hair of his, which, when activated, can deceive people and summon 300 of his clones. He continues preparing food, while the stalker only listens and wonders why he is talking to himself, and also realizes that what prevents her from touching him is the small wooden sword, which he only takes off when he is going to take a shower. So she comes up with a malicious plan to mess with him. She makes the water tap break and get Leo wet, who, without knowing what's happening, decides to take a shower. So he takes off the pendant, angry. As he does so, she immediately appears behind him. Seeing her, all scared because he knows he's going to be violated, he asks her what she is doing there, to which she, in an ultra-toxic yandere mode, tells him that she had already told him she would return. So scary, Titans. With her leg, she puts it on his shoulder and stops him while she takes out her knife and, all crazy, looks at him, excited, because he can't do anything without protection now. All scared, Leo asks what she wants or what she needs. Excited, she says that first she is going to castrate him, and then she will cut him into little pieces, but before she starts, she decides to ask him some questions, and if he answers truthfully, maybe she will let him go. Obviously, Leo accepts right away, to which she asks him since when he can see her or if he was born with that gift, and also asks where he got the wooden sword. Without hesitation, Leo invents a terrible lie. He explains that one day he hit his head, and since then he can see things, and he found the sword one day while walking down the street. Hearing this, she believes him, but is not happy and asks since when he can use the golden needle. Well, skipping a couple of filler dialogues, in the end, Leo tells her that he doesn't remember since when he can use the needle, which she doesn't believe and tries to disembowel him and take his sausage. For Leo's good luck, the ridiculous dog appears and gives him the pendant. With it in his hands, he smiles and blinds her with its light, and taking advantage of the moment, he grabs her by the arm and makes her fall backward, while commenting that now he is in charge. All the while, the perverted little dog only watches the fight and other things. Just look at his scared face. She asks him to let her go. An angry Leo scolds her for being so stubborn and also for almost castrating him. He also asks her who she is and why she has been following him, to which she asks him to let her go and tell her everything. Well, in the end, Leo lets her go because in any case, he can't touch him now. On the floor, she comments that it looks as if she has been violated, and as he turns his back on her, she tries to hit him with the shower head, but as he turns to look at her, she looks all cute as if she wouldn't hurt a fly. A little while later, she tells him everything we already know about who she is and what her purpose is there. Understanding, Leo tells her that she has already told him everything, so she can leave, but she refuses because she will not leave until she gets something valuable from him. Besides, she has decided to follow him and make sure he falls. With no other options and seeing her determined, Leo says she can do whatever she wants, but she can't stay in his house or eat there. Taking advantage of the plot hole, the perverted little dog invites her to stay at his house. What a Casanova, that rascal! Angry, she tells him to get lost. Meanwhile, Leo receives a call from one of his friends who asks for help because one of his cousins got into trouble and the only person who can help him is him. So he leaves for where his friend is and also invites the dog to go with him. He also asks her what she is going to do. Angry, knowing what he is going to do, she warns him that if he is going to save someone again, he had better not try to take the soul of a looter, otherwise he will have to pay the price. To which he, as he leaves, tells her that he can't just let people die. Once he arrives at the hospital, his friend tells him that his cousin was beaten up by some real estate agents and his vital signs were normal, but when they arrived at the hospital and asked for him, they informed him that he had passed away and they are going to cremate him the next day. Hearing such a thing, he worriedly realizes that something shady is going on there. So he asks for the man's clothes and immediately asks the dog to find him by smell. Once he smells the clothes, he follows him and tells his friend to wait for his call. A little while later, the dog says that the man's smell is all over that place and also smells like gasoline, and it is most likely that they took his body about 10 minutes ago. Leo quickly activates his divine eyes but can't see anything. So they get in his car and after driving for a few minutes, they finally manage to find the car where they are taking the body of the man they are looking for. While following closely, he calls the police chief and informs him of everything that is happening. Hearing this, he immediately leaves for where Leo is. A little while later, they finally arrive at an abandoned factory, but since they don't have an invitation letter, he decides to wait for the police to arrive while he checks the surroundings. Out of nowhere, someone appears behind him and knocks him unconscious. He also checks the car but only sees the dog licking his balls. He then takes Leo and takes him inside. Once they are inside, the criminals can't wait to open up the protagonist like a pig. He wakes up, grabs them by the neck, and knocks them unconscious by hitting their heads. He also takes the clothes off the men and pretends to be a doctor, but looking to the side, he notices that there are a lot of bodies that don't have their hearts. Out of nowhere, someone enters who asks if they have already taken out the protagonist's heart because the man needs it. Without letting him say anything else, Leo silences him with a punch, takes the box, and leaves to deliver the supposed heart. Seeing him, the characters that no one cares about begin to talk nonsense. Hearing this, Leo wonders who the hell Mr. Yu is. We then switch and see a mysterious man taking a bath with all the hearts of the dead people we saw in previous panels. Upon arriving where the man is, they ask for the heart. No less important, the criminals, knowing that this is Leo's heart, begin to laugh like maniacs and also decide to take care of his girlfriend. Tired of everything that is happening, Leo epically beats up one of them with a kick to the face. Meanwhile, the others check the heart box and, not seeing it, ask who he is. As he takes off his mask, the protagonist comments that he only planned to look for his friend's companion, but hearing the crap they just said, he has decided to kill them all. Hearing this, the angry men gather and decide to send him to meet God. Luckily, Leo has an ace up his sleeve because he takes out the hair the monkey gave him, blows on it, and summons a lot of clones. Seeing them, the men believe it's just an illusion, to which the protagonist, without delay, sends the clones to finish everyone off. In the middle of the chaos, Leo goes into crazy mode, and with a kick to the head, he almost beats up one of them. But out of nowhere, another of the thugs throws a surprise attack, which Leo dodges and counterattacks by kicking the man in the face. All this while the clones were seen beating up all the thugs who ask for help from their boss, who only listens to all the chaos, and finally gets out of the bathtub while telling the protagonist that it's a shame he can't eat his heart. So he looks at the protagonist and comments that he is finished now because he is not going to leave that place alive. Seeing him, he realizes it's Hook, and taking advantage of the moment, he mocks his appearance, to which the man only tells him that that day he will get revenge for having crippled him. He then jumps in front of Leo and, in a maniacal mode while staring at him, comments that he will kill all the members of his family. Without letting him say any more crap, Leo silences him with a punch to the face, a punch that doesn't even tickle Hook, who grabs his arm and, while holding it, punches Leo in the abdomen, who takes a lot of damage. Still, he doesn't give up, and while listening to the man's craziness, he silences him again with a punch to the face. Likewise, the clones take advantage and begin to hold him, but it's obviously useless because Hook, using his new strength, quickly breaks free, looks at Leo, and comments that with his new power, he could even conquer the world if he wanted to. But first, he will kill him. So, all crazy, he transforms into a whole crazy creature in front of the protagonist, who, all worried, looks at him and asks what the hell that is. Out of nowhere, the toxic ghost appears, who explains to him that he is using a diabolical blood technique, which, in exchange for losing all his senses, can transform into a malevolent ghost of purgatory. All aflutter, he asks her to help him take care of that thing. She immediately tells him no, but if he kills it, she might help him. So, for being distracted talking to the toxic ghost, Hook, that thing, manages to hit him with his hand, causing a lot of damage to Leo, who goes flying through the air. While he is beating up Leo, the man scolds him and asks where his arrogance is. Not content with that, he tells him that he will cut him into little pieces and show them to Lily. Angry, Leo can't let them do anything to his beloved, so he throws a punch with all his strength, which doesn't work, because Hook easily stops it, and just when he was about to beat him up, the police arrive and stop him. Seeing them, Leo calms down because they finally arrived. Unfortunately for him, Hook hits the ground and sends a part of the police flying. On the ground, the protagonist explains to the police that this monster is human, and also explains how they used the hearts of the missing people to create that thing, all while the remaining police try to stop Hook, who easily sends them flying. Seeing him, Leo asks for a weapon while he goes and buys a little time to be able to ambush that thing and stop it. With no other options, the police give him a weapon and run to stop the monster, who immediately sends him back, leaving the protagonist surprised, who thought that at least he would give him a little time. Luckily, the crazy dog appears, who jumps towards the monster and asks the protagonist to take advantage of the time he is giving him to find his weakness. Without wasting a second, Leo activates his eyes and begins to analyze the monster, finding its weak point. He immediately begins to look for a good place to hit it and end everything once and for all. Unfortunately for him, Hook stops the perverted dog. And just as the protagonist was about to finish him off with a shot, he notices him, and with one of his fingers, he manages to pierce the protagonist's shoulder, who is badly injured and hanging in Hook's hands, who does not stop showing off, since he is now invincible. With no other options, the crazy dog transforms and jumps on Hook, who, distracted, lets go of him and drops the protagonist, who quickly gets back on his feet, jumps and positions himself to the side of Hook, and finally manages to shoot him in his weak point. As he does so, Hook falls to the ground, looks at the protagonist, and threatens him, because their fight is not over yet, and there is still something waiting for him. He finally falls to the ground. Seeing him, the dog asks if he is really dead. Obviously, Leo doesn't know and comments that it's not over yet, and indeed, guys, Hook out of nowhere begins to turn into a red mist. Once it finishes, it transforms into a huge and crazy creature, and without wasting a second, it throws a brutal attack at our protagonist, who takes out the small wooden sword and protects himself with its power. Unfortunately for him, Hook with a spit breaks the barrier of the small sword, since it can't face his evil ghost saliva. So he again tries to eat the protagonist, who, now without options, gives up. But before being swallowed by Hook, the toxic ghost appears and manages to stop the ghost. She looks at him with superiority and tells him that he is just a pathetic ghost. Seeing her, Leo scolds her because he was almost eaten by Hook, who tries to escape from the hands of the toxic ghost, who realizes that he is strong and if he decides to attack her, she would be in trouble. Luckily, the other soul collectors appear and help her restrain him. Hearing how they have called her, Leo realizes that she is a princess in hell. Meanwhile, the police officer wakes up and asks if everything is over. A worried Leo asks him to look at where Hook is. Seeing such a crazy demon, he can't bear it and faints again. The toxic ghost also asks the protagonist to find a way to kill that thing. Of course, she can't hold him for long. Obviously, Leo goes blank, and while he plays dumb, he invents an excuse and wants to escape from the place and leave everything to her. But out of nowhere, he remembers that he has his phone. He takes it and writes to the monkey, who asks what's happening. Leo immediately shows him the demon, and, crying, asks for help to kill him. The angry monkey, seeing the demon, asks the protagonist to wait while he goes to find something. So while Leo waits for the monkey to return, Hook manages to break free from the chains of the ghost guards and immediately targets Leo and lunges towards him. He, all panicked, runs to escape from that thing. Unfortunately, he trips on a rock and falls to the ground, a moment the demon takes advantage of to finish him once and for all. Luckily, and thanks to the script, just before he was swallowed, the monkey sends him a talisman that can summon a lightning bolt that kills demons. So with his last strength, he invokes the talisman and throws it at the demon, which is literally disintegrated by a huge lightning bolt. Once it literally evaporates, Leo smiles and comments that he deserves that and more for all the bad things he did. Sometime later, the police managed to arrest all those involved in the gang of thugs. The protagonist also stayed in the hospital for a while, and no less important, after searching, they managed to find the protagonist's friend's friend alive. Sometime later, we see the protagonist being a baby since the beautiful Lily is feeding him. Obviously, the bald guy also wants to give him his food. While feeding the protagonist, Lily can't believe that Hook was capable of killing so many people. Out of nowhere, the bald guy intervenes and asks why he hasn't recovered if more than a month has passed. Angry, he asks him to shut up, to which the beautiful Lily, with a smile, comments that he can stay as long as he wants because she will take care of him. Well, in the end, the protagonist is discharged, so as they are in his car, he apologizes and also thanks Lily for having taken care of him for so long, to which she, sad, only hopes that he will not put his life in danger again and worry her. So while they are giving each other a nice hug, a shot out of nowhere pierces Lily's shoulder. We immediately see that the one who shot was Hook's father, who literally, while filling his car with shots, shouts at him that he deserves that and more for killing his precious son. Meanwhile, inside the car, the protagonist covers Lily's body and, seeing that her eyes are closed, imagines the worst. While crying and hugging her, he notices that she is wearing the armor he had given her before and has only fainted. So he tells her that he loves her and breaks his promise not to do crazy things. Then, from the back of the car, he manages to leave her on the ground, so that nothing happens to her. He takes the car's steering wheel and begins to run over everyone who crosses his path. He also crashes into the thugs' cars, causing a terrible explosion. Sometime later, the firefighters arrive at the scene and put out the fire caused by the explosion. Meanwhile, the news reports everything that happened. They also explain that everything is due to revenge issues. We see how all the relevant characters are surprised by the news. The police officer also asks his subordinate to take care of Leo's body. She quickly says that they did not find his body at the scene. This surprises him. Likewise, she explains that they only found Lily unconscious on the road, so they sent her to the hospital, but knowing the news, she is not in a very good mood. We immediately change and see a very sad Lily in the hospital room. We also see the ridiculous little dog crying about the protagonist's death. Hearing this, the stalker ghost tells him that he is not dead, since if he were, his soul would have appeared, but she has not received any report of his soul. So she seriously adds that there are many mysterious things around the protagonist, and that makes her curious. We change to where the protagonist wakes up all worked up and, looking around, asks where the hell he is. Out of nowhere, a beautiful woman appears who introduces herself as an immortal spirit from the land of the moonbeam. Worked up, he doesn't know what she's talking about and instead asks how he can return to his world. As she approaches him in a sexy way, she explains that if he becomes her master and the master of that land, then the two of them can return to the world they belong to. Well, in the end, Leo realizes that she is the girl from the painting. He also asks her how her boyfriend is, but since the girl from the painting doesn't know what he's talking about, he starts to get up because he can't stay there any longer and must see Lily before the thugs people appear again. But since he has no clothes, he almost slaps the girl from the painting in the face with his iron rod, who looks very closely at such a big tool. All embarrassed, she gives him his clothes back. A little while later, she explains that to get out of there, he has to do a test and must become the master of that place to be able to leave. But the test is not at all simple, since in 1,000 years, they have only had 3 masters. Worried, he asks what happened to those who failed the test, to which she, with a serious look, makes him understand what happened to them. Leo quickly understands and knows that they did not have a happy ending. Likewise, she adds that in just 4 hours, he will be disqualified from the test, and if that happens, not very pleasant things will happen to him. Determined, Leo smiles because he has no other option but to pass the test no matter how difficult it is. Hearing this, she snaps her fingers and sends him to do the test. While falling into the void, he manages to see a huge fish. Once he finishes falling, he sees the first phase of the test and can't believe it. And without wasting time, he sets off to pass the place, but upon feeling that the ground is hot, he quickly turns back and begins to look for a way to cross the hot path. After several attempts and seeing the corpse of the other participants, he mentally prepares himself because he can't give up, since if he does, Lily will become someone else's wife. So he tears part of his pants and puts them on his feet, thus managing to avoid the heat of the floor. Unfortunately for him, for being excited in the middle of the way, his foot twists. He falls to the ground and begins to fry from how hot it is. Once he gets up, all funny, he realizes that he still has a long way to go. And to top it all off, for jumping on the path, the rags that covered his feet end up coming loose. With no other options, he ends up bowing to the dead. So he takes their clothes and makes a cape for himself, and all excited, he runs out and jumps, trying to fly and be able to pass the test. Unfortunately for him, at first it doesn't work, and he goes straight into the burning lava. Obviously, the script does its job, and a gust of wind lifts him into the air and makes him fly, thus finally managing to pass the first test. At the entrance, he again bows to the dead, thanks them, and hopes that they rest in peace. And without wasting any more time, he enters through the door. As he does so, he realizes that there is water. Without hesitation, he begins to drink that water when, out of nowhere, a loud noise almost makes him deaf. Worried, he wonders where he is and what is happening. He looks around and notices a lot of pieces of ice in the water. He also notices a small river of blood coming from a corpse that was nearby. All panicked, he begins to vomit, but he immediately realizes that he doesn't have time for that and continues on his way. So he begins to jump on the pieces of ice. A little while later, he arrives at the same place where he started, which makes him realize that that cave is more like a labyrinth and he can't just jump randomly. Likewise, on the shore, he sits and meditates a little, trying to calm down because there is surely a way out of that place. So after listening carefully to the drops that fall from the ceiling, he notices that there is a melody. So he puts the pieces together and realizes that to get out of there, he must follow the melody. So he begins to follow the melody all over the place. In the process, he realizes that his ankle is really swollen and he doesn't know how he is going to pass the next tests. Luckily, after jumping for a while, he finally finds the exit of the place. But upon opening the door by the skin of his teeth, he is almost pierced by a spear, which a truly mysterious man is holding. Panicked, he shouts at the man to wait a moment, and just as he was about to send him to God, Leo manages to jump with his good foot, thus managing to stop the man and falling to the ground. Without hesitation, the man barely gets up quickly, which surprises the protagonist, at the same time as he asks him who he is. Without saying anything, the man falls to his knees, badly injured, on the ground. Seeing him, Leo asks him to talk instead of fighting, to which the man only comments that he must defeat him, because he has been waiting there for another person for years to defeat him and pass the test. He then begins to babble nonsense. Since he doesn't understand anything, the protagonist is left speechless, but after listening a little more, he realizes that the man is someone from the Ming Dynasty. Hearing that he knows about the Ming Dynasty, about the Tumu Fortress, he asks what happened to the army and his majesty. Worried, he explains that at the end of the war, the king was captured and the Ming Dynasty went to hell. Hearing this, the man is left speechless. He then takes his spear and tells the protagonist that to be able to continue in the test, he will have to defeat him first. In this way, although he doesn't want to beat up the protagonist, he throws a brutal attack at him with his spear. Luckily, Leo manages to dodge the attack while he scolds him. The man can't hold on any longer and falls to the ground again. Still, he doesn't stop and forcefully throws the spear at the protagonist, who with his good foot manages to stop the attack at the same time as he breaks the spear in two. He looks at the man and comments that he now understands that the third part of the test is to defeat him. Hearing this, the man with all the strength he has left lunges towards the protagonist, who, seeing him in such a bad state, doesn't want to fight and instead asks him to let him pass the test quickly. He also adds that if he wants to know the rest of the history of the Ming Dynasty, he can tell him without any problem. So after telling him a lot of filler and lore about the Ming Dynasty that no one cares about, the man can't believe what he is telling him. He also comments that he has been in that place for 1,000 years, and it only seems as if a day has passed for him. So he explains to Leo that the winner of their fight will stay inside and the loser will be left behind. And since so much time has passed and his wound has not healed completely, he gives up. Hearing this, Leo decides to complain to the girl from the painting for having forced him to be there for 1,000 years, suffering with that wound in his abdomen. Back with the man, he takes his spear again, and while giving a very crazy speech, he decides to pierce his chest and make Leo win because he has nothing to go back to anymore. On the ground, he looks at the protagonist and asks him to leave that place because he surely has someone waiting for him out there, and in this way, the man dies in Leo's hands, who lets go of him and bows to him, and also thanks him for what he has done for him. So he sees a door behind him through which he quickly enters. On the other side, he finds a room full of many treasures. Surprised by such a thing, he takes a small coin. As he does so, another door appears. Seeing it, he realizes that he has passed the test. Likewise, in another door, he manages to see Lily all sad, walking in zombie mode aimlessly. He obviously runs towards the door where she is, but upon crossing it, he appears in the same room full of treasures. Still, he doesn't give up and continues to cross the doors where he manages to see Lily. So some time passes. In the end, he gets angry because he hasn't been able to get out of there and also hasn't been able to reach Lily, who has disappeared from the hospital. Upon finding out, the doctor orders them to look for her all over the hospital and also decides to call the police to help him look for her. Then we switch and see Lily all sad, walking aimlessly through the city streets. Seeing her, the typical pair of thugs, noticing how pretty she is, immediately begin to think dirty things. Just look at their faces. Back with the protagonist, he is going through doors like crazy to reach Lily, and not only that, people, but already tired of going through doors, he literally begins to go crazy since no matter what happens, he will reach her at all costs. Back with Lily, she continues walking aimlessly through the city streets, all while the pair of thugs are following her closely, waiting for the opportune moment to kidnap her and do bad things to her. Luckily, the bald disciple of the protagonist appears who, with one blow, beats up one of them for following her. Angry, the other thug takes out a knife to stab the bald guy. Obviously, it doesn't get to anything because another mysterious man appears who knocks him out with a single blow to the neck. He introduces himself as Will, the protagonist's friend's cousin. If you don't remember, he's the guy Leo rescued from the dead. Well, he and the bald guy are following Lily closely to protect her, and they aren't the only ones, as the ghost woman and the ridiculous dog were also following her to protect her. The dog suddenly asks why she is walking toward the crime scene, meaning where Leo exploded in the car. She quickly explains that she must be sensing something. Back with Lily, once she arrives at the place, she finds the small wooden sword. She takes it in her hands and holds on to it. Meanwhile, the protagonist is already in maniac mode, completely lost in the middle of all the treasures, when out of nowhere, he hears Lily's voice asking him to wake up. Hearing her, he comes to his senses and returns to normal. He then realizes that he's being swallowed by the treasures of the place, so with all his strength, he takes out his phone and pulls out a life-prolonging pill. Once he eats it, he feels better, so he begins to look around and, realizing that he has almost been swallowed by the treasure coins, he quickly gets them off him. As he does so, a mysterious person appears who comments that he is really impressive because he has managed to pass the third test and reached that place. He introduces himself as the god of wishes and is the judge of the last test. He also congratulates him for passing the other tests, looks at him intently, and asks him what his wish is, since if he doesn't tell him anything, he won't be able to pass the test. He asks him if he wants the endless gold coins of that place, or a palace full of wives. He also tells him that he can ask for whatever he wants, to which the protagonist asks if he can ask for world peace. Hearing this, the man gets angry and shouts at him that he can't ask for those kinds of things. Once he calms down a little, he again tries to get Leo to touch the coins and make a wish. If he does, it will come true immediately. Leo quickly realizes that it's a lie and asks what happens if he doesn't do what he says. Angry, the man controls a couple of weapons and tells him that he will die if he doesn't. He again asks him to make his wish, but the protagonist has already discovered that he is lying, and that if he does what he says, he will be worthless and will stay there forever. Well, in the end, after a lot of text and filler, the man comments that he's smart. He also explains that he decided to stay in that place and have power and a lot of wealth. He also adds that no one has been able to pass that test, and therefore it will be better for him to agree to stay there like him. But the protagonist doesn't care and takes one of the coins and begins to act as if he were being swallowed by the coins. He then changes his expression and comments that he's just kidding. Seeing such a thing, the man panics because it's impossible that he hasn't been controlled like before. While mocking him, he tells himself that luckily he ate a pill to be able to keep his mind calm, otherwise he would have lost his mind as happened to him before. Back with the angry man, he transforms and decides to keep him captive in that place by force with one of his illusions, because he will never allow him to pass the test that way. Without wasting time, he throws a terrible attack at the protagonist, who, while dodging, realizes that the gold of that place can transform the things they imagine while touching them. Hearing this, the ridiculous man explains that he's right and that the firmer a person is, the stronger the illusion is. He also throws another brutal attack at Leo, who, while taking a coin and stopping the attack, comments that it seems he has never been in love, since someone with love in their heart is the firmest person of all. So he invokes the monkey since he is the strongest man in his mind, and without wasting a second, he asks the monkey to destroy that entire place. At the same time, the man throws another attack with his illusion, an attack that the monkey easily stops with his staff. Seeing this, the man can't believe it. Meanwhile, Leo celebrates since the monkey, although he is an illusion, is quite strong. He also thanks the man because without his help, he would not have been able to find the secret to passing the test. And so as not to bore you with filler, Leo asks the monkey to take care of the rest. So while the creature was charging a large energy attack, the monkey takes it away from him and makes him swallow it, thus exploding and destroying the entire place. The protagonist immediately goes flying, but also receives a book called The Star Collecting Hand. Likewise, the woman appears who congratulates him for passing the test and having become the master of the land of the moonbeam. Hearing her, Leo looks at her and makes a very stale joke. So after talking with her for a while, she explains that he can enter and leave that place whenever he wants. She also adds that since the painting was with him in the accident, he will be the last master of that place. The protagonist then asks if he can bring the old challengers back to life. She quickly explains that he can't, but their souls are in that place, so he can invoke them and give them orders. Without wasting time, Leo puts it to the test and begins to feel the souls and makes the man from before appear, to whom he says that since he owed him a favor, he has taken him out of that place and he will no longer be locked up there. Hearing this, the man immediately thanks him and offers to protect him forever. While smiling, Leo accepts very happily. In the end, he says goodbye to the girl and the man since he needs to return home, so he leaves them there to protect that place for him. He snaps his fingers and disappears. We switch and see the toxic ghost spying on Lily, who has been at the accident site praying for a while with the small wooden sword in her hands. And just as she was about to leave the place, Leo appears behind Lily. Everyone is more than surprised to see him. Lily also turns to see him, so the protagonist asks what she is doing in that place. She quickly changes her face and comments that she was waiting for a certain idiot, so she gives him a big hug while asking him not to worry her that way again. Leo quickly accepts and hopes this time not to break his promise like before, but since Lily is still not convinced that he is real, she pinches the protagonist with all her strength, who, since he is the real one, complains. So after talking with them for a while, he invents the excuse to the guys that he was saved by an immortal who was passing by. In the end, everyone leaves to do their own things. Once they are far away, he asks Lily why she went to the accident site. She immediately explains that he was the one who had put a pendant on her, and because she once heard his voice, she followed it to that place. Hearing his explanation, Leo is surprised and also relieved that everything is over, except for one small matter, which is the stalker ghost, who looks at him and makes a gesture in a very menacing way. Worried, he decides to leave the place with Lily before the ghost woman catches up to him and starts asking questions. A little while later, while he is buying a new phone, one of the annoying guys from before appears, who, all arrogant, is surprised that he is still alive. Hearing this, Leo just stays silent, all while the man in a maniacal mode decides to teach him a lesson, since he is now in his territory and no one will be able to save him. The other man also remembers him, since he was the one who took off his pants in front of everyone, and he also decides to make him pay for everything, but the protagonist doesn't even remember their names. Without any more filler, the man with glasses sends his henchmen to give him a beating, but Leo epically dodges the punch and, all casual, takes a chair that was nearby and breaks the thug's butt. As he does so, Leo gets excited because the star-collecting hand is truly incredible. Meanwhile, the pair of idiots are angry and begin to form a plan to mess with Leo. Luckily, the police appear who calm all the chaos, but the man with glasses doesn't care since they are his uncle's subordinates, so he orders the police to give the protagonist a beating. Obviously, the script is on the protagonist's side since one of the police officers is the man from before whom Leo had helped. So he looks at the protagonist and tells him that if he wants, he can stand his ground and fight with whoever he wants. Hearing this, the man with glasses gets all worked up and starts insulting him, but our protagonist immediately shuts his mouth with a chair to the face, all while, cool, he asks him to show some respect for his friend. Obviously, that makes the man with glasses even angrier. Out of nowhere, the female police officer from before arrives who asks what is happening, but upon looking more closely, she notices the protagonist who has already beaten up all the thugs. Just look at how the pair of idiots are. Obviously, the man, seeing the police, blames him for everything and also asks for them to be taken to jail, to which the protagonist defends himself since Sam and his friends insisted on wanting to compete with him, and the result she can see for herself. Still, the man does not give up and comments that everything he has said is a lie, and so as not to prolong the matter, Sam's uncle appears out of nowhere, who is an acquaintance, who asks if he is okay. Seeing him, Sam plays dumb and also tells him nothing but lies, but upon seeing that it is the protagonist he is talking about, he silences his nephew with a slap and also scolds him, because the protagonist is the one who helped the U group. So he gives him a sermon to stop being a fool and, not content with that, he gives him a couple of kicks to shut his mouth and stop embarrassing him. He looks at the protagonist, all calm, and apologizes for his nephew's behavior. Obviously, the protagonist accepts, as they were only having a little fun. Well, in the end, the man asks everyone to return to their posts. Likewise, Leo leaves the place with his new phone while he begins to think silly things, since he now needs a new car but is poor. He also notices Will and asks what he is doing in those places. The man immediately explains that the uncle of the man with glasses fired them as soon as he left, since, as he can't do anything to him, he has punished them. Hearing this, Leo decides to get them a new job, and much better than the one they had. Obviously, the men trust the protagonist and are excited, waiting for his good news. Back with Sam, he is following his uncle, trying to convince him to teach Leo a lesson. The old man angrily explains that the protagonist is a very dangerous person because he brought ruin to Hook and his father. He also has a good friendship with Dr. Du and with Mr. Peng, but therefore it will be better for him to stay away from the protagonist to avoid him bringing any problems to his family. We then switch and see Michelle arriving at his house. Once he gets out of the car, he asks where his parents are. They quickly explain that his parents are taking a nap. So while he takes a few minutes of rest, he begins to think about all the chaos that the protagonist caused and how he made the group go down when, out of nowhere, the woman who received him screams and calls him. But before continuing, we change just to see the protagonist arriving at his house, where the ghost woman was already waiting for him in toxic mode, since no matter what he does, he will not be able to escape her questions. Before answering, Leo tells her that he has bought her a gift. We see that he gives her the phone he bought. Obviously, she doesn't fall into his trap because that won't be enough to avoid the questions, to which the protagonist insists that she use it since he has even downloaded all the applications she needs and also a couple of games. Intrigued, she begins to play and will ask him the questions later. After a while of playing, she is angry because she can't win, so she forgets the matter she had with the protagonist, who gets excited because he has once again managed to evade all her questions. Just like that, he receives a call from Michelle, who tells him that his parents have fainted and the doctors have told him that they only have 3 days to live. Since he knows about Leo's abilities, he quickly asks for help. Leo accepts and sets off for the man's house. While waiting for a taxi, Michelle's twin brother appears, all arrogant, and asks if he is Leo. Not only that, but he also comments that he looks like a fraud, and also approaches him and demands that he cure his parents, otherwise he will make him pay dearly. Hearing such nonsense, Leo punches him in the face, and Farming Aura asks him if he is there to ask for help, or if he doesn't know what happened to the last person who threatened him. He also adds that he better shut up and take him to the hospital quickly. Feeling Leo's huge strength, the man has no choice but to swallow his pride and take him. A few minutes later, he finally arrives at the hospital where he is received by the doctor, and also Michelle, who, all panicked, asks him to save his parents and that it doesn't matter how much money he needs. Leo quickly explains that it's not about money and asks him to take him to see the patients. Once in the room where Michelle's parents are, Leo immediately activates his divine eyes and manages to see an evil aura over the couple of old people. While Michelle's brother is throwing garbage at the protagonist, a slightly worried Leo tells them that the old people are not sick but cursed. Hearing this, Michelle can't believe it. Meanwhile, his brother keeps insisting that the protagonist is a fraud. Back with the protagonist, he worriedly comments that he has no solution for that. Luckily, he has good friends and needs to ask, so he asks them to wait a minute in the other room, takes out his phone and asks the old man from before for help, to whom he tells that he has 2 patients surrounded by a red toad and their internal organs are shutting down. Hearing this, the old man immediately tells him that they encountered something bad or someone placed a blood curse on them. Excited, Leo asks how he can save them. The man immediately tells him that it's easy, he just has to get the water from the jade pool, which cleans all kinds of filth. Leo immediately writes in the main chat asking the jade pool fairy if he can have a little of her water. Reading such a thing, everyone starts calling him a pervert, because what he is asking for is the water where the fairies bathe. But all worked up, he realizes that he almost screwed up, so he writes to the main chat again, explaining what he needs the water for. Unfortunately for him, the other participants only mock him and get him into more trouble. In the end, he decides to send a request to the Jade Fairy, who immediately accepts his request, and seeing that he is quite cute, she can't believe that he has those kinds of weird fetishes. To which the ashamed protagonist explains that he needs the water to save lives, and seeing that he has a good point, she decides to give him the water. Obviously, it's not going to be free because she asks for 100,000 merit points. Since Leo doesn't have that many points, he decides to pair with something else, and you'll wonder what. It's easy, guys. The protagonist gives her a pack of facial masks, which will help her preserve her beauty. Intrigued, she accepts and gives him a little water from her pool. Likewise, he leaves the room and enters where the others are with the water because he already has a solution. And without wasting a second, he opens the piece of bamboo and epically sprays the old people with the water. As he does so, Leo activates his eyes and realizes that it really works. Seeing how his parents are improving, Michelle gets excited, and the doctor is also surprised by his abilities. Unfortunately for him, just when he calms down, the curse returns, and with more power. Obviously, that leaves the protagonist very worked up, and he also wonders if old Lodi Guai has lied to him. Out of nowhere, Michelle's twin brother, all worked up, throws the piece of bamboo out of his hands and also grabs him by the arm and starts insulting him because he is just a country boy and doesn't know anything. Likewise, he threatens him, saying that if he thinks that just because he is under the doctor's protection, he can't do anything to him. Already calmer, Leo comments that he can't explain what's happening, but he needs a few minutes to solve it. So as he leaves the room, he promises Michelle and the doctor to return with a solution. Meanwhile, Michelle's fruit of a brother continues to mess around, so he calls his henchmen and asks them to look for the protagonist and break his legs. Hearing this, Michelle tries to stop him, but the man doesn't care about his words and continues to be obsessed with messing with Leo. Back with the protagonist, he is walking through the streets looking for a solution when, out of nowhere, he runs into the thugs that the annoying man sent for him. With no other option and seeing that things are serious, he disappears and enters the painting where he is received by Eve, who notices that he is upset and asks what's wrong. He quickly explains the whole situation and how if he doesn't save the cursed people, he will lose his reputation. Hearing this, she asks him to tell her in more detail because maybe she can help him. He quickly explains everything to her, to which she, after listening to him, realizes that they apparently have a shared destiny curse. She also adds that lifting the curse in one part will not work but will intensify the curse, which is exactly what happened to the protagonist, who asks what the solution will be. She quickly tells him that he needs to find the object that has the curse and destroy it, and remove the curse from the root, but if the person who placed the curse has died, it will be too late. Hearing her, the protagonist thanks her for her help and leaves the painting. Luckily, the thugs had already left the place. He then takes out his phone and calls Mr. Peng, who tells him that since he has offended the Ans, his boss has asked him to arrest him. Leo immediately hangs up and receives another call, which is from the police officer who trusts the protagonist and has not received the order to arrest him and is ready if he needs his help. Leo immediately explains that he needs a person who has fainted and is vomiting dark blood. Without hesitation, the police officer comments that he knows of someone who fits everything he has said, but that person has already died. Hearing this, Leo gets worked up, hangs up, and calls the doctor and asks him how the patients are. The doctor quickly tells him that they are still alive, but it doesn't look good at all. With no other options, he decides to call the stalker ghost and asks her for help because he is in big trouble. Obviously, she tells him to get lost because she's into the game that Leo gave her, but not all is lost because she helps him by telling him that since he killed Hook and freed many souls and earned 100,000 points, he can use them and improve his Soul Reaper level, and with that, look for the soul he needs himself. Excited, Leo thanks her and uses all the points to improve his Reaper ability, thus receiving a chain and a uniform, and without wasting time, he activates his divine eyes to see if he can find the woman who has the curse. But for being distracted, someone almost sees him, and when he tries to hide, he realizes that he can go through walls, and not only that, but he can also fly. So he begins to fly towards the house of the woman who has the curse. After a while, he finally arrives at the place where the policewoman from before is. She is looking at the corpse of the woman who has the curse, who has been dead for a couple of hours, so he asks the neighbor if she has any relatives. The man immediately tells him no, because she has been living alone for many years. As she checks the walls of the house, they come across a lot of photos and very strange things. Seeing such a thing, Leo begins to think and wonders why she wanted to die with Michelle's father, or if they had something, and the only way to find out what's happening is by finding the woman's soul and asking her. Out of nowhere, someone throws an artifact at him, which Leo dodges and turns around only to see the ghost of the woman turned into a demon because the curse still has an influence on her, and he is currently no match for her, to which the protagonist only comments that she is horrible. Hearing this, the demonic woman gets angry because she is prettier than the bitch who took her man, so she throws an attack at the protagonist, who epically dodges it like a true champion. Still, she doesn't stop and throws another attack, which is blocked by the water where the fairies bathe. In this way, he throws his chains and grabs the woman by the neck, while telling her that now she has no salvation, because those chains don't let anyone go once they catch them. He also asks her where the object she used to make the curse is, since she shouldn't be harming innocent people. All worked up, The demonized woman shouts at him that Larry and his wife are not innocent, to which the prodigal son doesn't care about her words and instead decides to call the fairy to give him a little more water to spray her with. As she answers, she puts on her face mask and comments that that thing doesn't work well, but when you add pool water, it does work. So she asks the protagonist to work together and sell that in the world of the immortals. Obviously, Leo is not stupid and accepts right away, but since he is in the middle of something, he decides to call her later and plan everything, and instead asks for a little more water, to which she reluctantly accepts and will be waiting for his call. Well, once he has the water, he turns to where the demonized woman is to spray her, but she had already broken free from the chains and immediately tries to escape from the place, but unfortunately for her, another stronger soul collector appears and stops her, so he tries to take her with him to claim a reward. Obviously, Leo intervenes and asks him to let her go, and if he does, he will give him anything, because she is important to him, to which the man doesn't care and tries to leave the place. With no other option, Leo shouts at the man that he is a friend of Princess Layla, and also adds that she herself was the one who sent her to that place. Obviously, the man doesn't believe him and begins to doubt. Seeing him like that, Leo calls the stalker Ghost, who shouts at him not to bother her because she's playing games on her phone. Seeing her, the man completely changes and decides to leave the demonic ghost to him. So he leaves the place while Leo tells the woman that if she remains under that curse, someone will eventually catch her and take her to hell, to which she, understanding the situation, stands still and lets the protagonist spray her with water from the jade pool, thus transforming back into a good person. Leo immediately asks where the object she used to cast the curse is. She quickly explains that she doesn't know what he's talking about, since she was just a pawn of someone who used her hatred to mess with others, and besides, she never wanted to make the man die with her. So she tells him how she met a Taoist who gave her 2 pots of cherry blossoms, and one is on her nightstand and the other in the room of the old man who is dying. Leo immediately realizes that if he destroys that, the curse will be lifted. The woman also on her knees asks him for a favor, which is to save Larry, since she never wanted him to die, and the curse was placed by someone else. But before continuing, we see the story of the 2 of them, which begins when the 2 of them became a couple and got engaged in secret, but unfortunately for them, their parents fought and that led to their separation. Still, she got pregnant and her parents forced her to have an abortion, and not only that, but the problems between their families intensified to the point of hitting each other. In the end, old Larry left her and married the other woman, so everything returned to normal except for her life, since she has not fallen in love again, and to top it all off, she has spent her whole life alone. Then she had the brilliant idea of casting a spell on the man to get him to come back to her, and the rest we already know. Not only did they cast a spell on him, but they also cursed her. Well, after a lot of text lamenting, she decides to do something good, and takes the protagonist to see the Taoist who cast the spell on her, but upon arriving at the man's house, they find it in flames, to which the protagonist leaves her behind and decides to go investigate. Once he enters the room, he runs into a mysterious person who is burning the whole place down on the orders of his boss, since it seems the Taoist is no longer of any use to him. But before the protagonist can beat him up, he tries to intervene, but since he is in ghost mode, he can't touch them, so he decides to take off his ghost clothes and appear in front of the assassin. The assassin initially panics, but immediately launches an attack to kill him. Luckily, the protagonist is a pro, dodges his attack, and counterattacks with a punch to the stomach, a punch that almost sends the assassin to another world. On the ground, Leo asks who the hell is behind all this mess. Obviously, the man does not betray his boss since he will never tell him anything, so he chews a poison pill and commits suicide. Seeing this, Leo uses the golden needle and brings him back to life again, because he will not let him die so easily. So the man takes out his weapon and shoots himself in the head, thus becoming a ghost. He then gets excited because he thinks he got away from the protagonist, who appears behind him and stops him with his chains, since no matter what he does, he will not be able to escape his hands. All panicked, seeing him, he asks if he is human or a ghost, to which the protagonist tells him that it doesn't matter. The man then smiles because in his whole life he has only done bad things, and is sure that he will become a demon. He immediately transforms into a all-crazy creature, to which the protagonist only looks at him and comments that he has already beaten up more fearsome beasts than him. He takes out the bamboo with the gamer girl's water and takes a drink and sprays the demon, which disappears and leaves the man very happy because he feels that he has been cleaned. Meanwhile, the protagonist gets angry because he swallowed a little bit of the gamer girl's water, so he beats up the man, who asks him to stop because he will tell him everything. He explains that he never got to meet his boss, but also explains that his mission was to bring a jar of his boss's blood since the Taoist needed it. He also adds that he was there to destroy everything so that the curse could sneak in or something like that. In the end, the protagonist beats him up again for making him waste his time and not having told him the context quickly. He then decides to take off his clothes and talk to the Taoist and ask him where the leech that the boss of the man who committed suicide had put on his chest is. The man immediately tells him that the blood that the leech extracted was sprayed on the flowers and the leech died in the fire, to which the protagonist asks how he can lift the curse. He-Man quickly explains that the one who placed the curse has a mark on their chest, and to lift the curse, they must destroy the pots and the flowers at the same time. Already knowing what to do, Leo asks him to find a safe place to escape. So he calls the doctor and asks him to pass him to Michelle, who quickly answers. The protagonist then asks him to trust him and do something for him without telling anyone. So he asks him to go to his parents' room and find the pot with the cherry blossoms, which is the key to saving his parents. And without wasting any more time in that place, he goes out to look for the flowers that are in the demonized woman's room, but upon arriving, he finds that someone with a hood got theirs for him and has taken the flowers. So he decides to follow him and realizes that the man is going to the hospital, so he asks the woman if she wants to go with him. Obviously, she accepts since she wants to see her man again. In the end, the mysterious man arrives where his boss is and gives him the flowers, who asks him to look for the others and hide them in the hospital and then burn them. But out of nowhere, the protagonist takes control of the man and knocks out the man with a headbutt. He takes the flowers and asks the ghost woman to put on a show, so they enter the hospital room where they are received by Michelle's evil brother, who angrily asks what he is doing with the pot of flowers, to which the cool-looking protagonist asks him not to get worked up because he just likes flowers and nothing else. Obviously, that leaves the idiot speechless. Michelle also appears and informs the protagonist that he has not been able to find the pot in his parents' house. The protagonist quickly tells him that he did not find it because someone else took it. He also adds that he has been involved in all their drama, so he angrily explains Mark's whole plan. He tells everyone that he hired a Taoist priest to put a destiny curse on his parents, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and his plan would have been perfect since no one would suspect him. He also asks why he killed Cherry, that is, the ghost woman, putting his parents' lives at risk. Obviously, the sweating man tries to deny everything, and also tries to turn the suspicions towards the protagonist, who mocks him to his face since he did not manage to make him look bad. Besides, he has known his plan. He also found the Taoist and he met Cherry, who is already dead and is above his head at that moment. Hearing all the mess, Michelle doesn't understand anything and asks the protagonist to explain better, to which the protagonist only tells him that they need to destroy the 2 pots at the same time to lift the curse on his parents, but Mark has the other pot. Angry, Michelle asks if it's true and threatens his brother since if something happens to his parents, he will never forgive him. With no other options, Mark calls someone and asks them to bring the pot of flowers. Once they are together, Leo takes out the gamer girl's water and sprays the flowers, which immediately wither at the same time that Michelle's parents get better. Surprised, Michelle can't believe it. The doctor also says that it's incredible because their vital signs are perfectly fine. Back with Leo, he mocks Mark since he was unlucky enough to mess with him, to which the angry idiot tries to act innocent and offended, but the protagonist with a lot of filler takes off his innocent mask and finally exposes him. At the same time, the old man wakes up and asks if Cherry is really dead. Leo immediately comments that she is, but he managed to see her soul. He also adds that he met the Taoist who put the curse on him, who told him that the one who put the curse has a mark on their chest from the leech. He looks at Mark and asks him to show his chest. Obviously, he doesn't want to which the old man forces him to show it. With no other options, the man accepts that he was the one who did all the mess, because he was angry with them for calling him useless and giving everything to Michelle. But when he was about to say more things, the angry ghost woman attacks him because she wants to make him pay for everything he has done. So we see the protagonist yelling at Cherry to calm down and let him go. Likewise, old Larry's wife, worried about her son, asks them to help him. Back with the demonized woman, all worked up, she does not plan to let go of the twin since he must pay for having killed her and about to send him to St. Peter. Leo keeps trying to calm her down so that she lets him go, since if she kills him, she will go to hell, but she doesn't care and is willing to go to hell to help her man. In the end, Leo uses his divine eyes and opens the twins' clothes. But he doesn't have the mark of the leech. Obviously, that leaves him more than surprised, all while the twin mocks the protagonist since he is not a normal person and wants to destroy him, and once he dies, everyone will know that he is a bad person and they have killed him. He immediately asks Cherry to let him go. Seeing all the chaos and how they are going to beat up her son, old Larry's wife screams and asks them to stop since she was the one who planned everything that we already saw in previous panels. Everyone is left completely shocked, just like you were when you discovered your ex was cheating on you. The woman opens her clothes and shows the mark of the leech, asking them to kill her if they want, since her son has nothing to do with what is happening. Her husband obviously can't believe how she could have planned all of this. She changes and angrily retorts that she has spent her whole life with him, but he has never treated her like his wife and only thinks about Cherry. So, out of resentment, she planned the whole curse drama. While she is yelling at the old man, Cherry gets angry and grabs her by the neck, starting to strangle her because it's Choco-Chick Friday, lol. Again, Leo, upon seeing this, tells her to calm down and let her go, because if he removes her from the server, he won't be able to help her. She, sad and determined, says she will kill anyone who is a threat to her man, who, not knowing where she is, asks if she can hear him. Upon hearing him, she changes. Taking advantage of the moment, the old man decides to apologize for everything, for leaving her and letting her suffer alone all this time. He also adds that he now has fame and money, but he has never been happy, and although he has never stopped thinking about her, he can't let his current wife die, so he asks her to take his life instead. Cherry, now calmer, asks him never to forget her. Seeing that she is really going to kill the woman, Leo asks the old man to talk to her and calm her down. Quickly, the old man asks her to look at his shoulder and see the tattoo he has, which he got when they were dating and has never removed, and he apologizes again for hurting both of them. Upon hearing this, Cherry breaks down, lets go of the crazy woman, and starts to cry. Taking advantage of the moment, Leo goes into the bathroom and puts on his ghost hunter clothes and approaches Cherry, telling her that she can now rest in peace and also reincarnate. She accepts, as she is finally happy knowing that her man never stopped thinking about her and she was always in his heart. She also thanks the protagonist for helping her. But just before she leaves, the old man feels that she is saying goodbye, and since he doesn't know where she is, he looks up at the sky and asks for her forgiveness again for everything. She happily accepts and disintegrates into the air, happily commenting that everything is all right now. Once she disintegrates and ceases to exist in the world, and also in the ghostly world, the old man feels a pain in his chest because he has lost his great love. Leo comes out of the bathroom and approaches the twin, who angrily tells him not to touch him. The dashing protagonist tells him that he set a trap and has only taken revenge on him. The other man obviously doesn't see it that way and tells the protagonist to let himself be killed and that he's no savior. Upon hearing this, his father hits him and shuts him up, and in that way they start arguing about all the chaos that was created and what they did. Seeing that everything is fine now, Leo leaves the place. Outside, the doctor catches up to him and thanks him for his help, since the family almost destroyed his hospital. Upon hearing this, he asks if that family is so powerful. The doctor quickly says yes, since that family has businesses all over the world and are extremely rich. Well, in the end, Leo leaves the place, and since he hasn't heard from his family, he decides to call his mother and asks if everyone is okay, to which she says yes. But his father has been fighting with some people who have gone to the village and are forcing people to sell their houses so they can build Western-style houses in the area. Upon hearing this, Leo decides to help him, so he begins to formulate a plan to deal with the people. A little later, he arrives at Lily's house, where he is received by her mother and the little yandere, who scolds him for disappearing and making her sister feel bad. To apologize, Leo has bought them fresh fruit. He enters the house, and after seeing the state of Lily's father, they happily go out for some drinks while eating. They all eat happily as a family. Look at that scene, boys. It looks like a Coca-Cola commercial. A while later, while watching the fireworks, Leo remembers all the drama of the curse woman and decides to say some nice things to his girl, who looks at him, all happy and in love. But out of nowhere, a terrible explosion ruins the romantic moment. Immediately, Leo protects Lily and, looking towards the explosion, notices the silhouette of a mysterious person who focuses on Leo and disappears as if by magic. Leo jumps and tells Lily to call the police, since he is going to help. Immediately, we switch to where the explosion occurred, only to see people running from the place, which was a wedding. We see the groom angry because his big night has been ruined. He also realizes that the explosion was a diversion, since someone stole the safe. The man quickly realizes that they are after the object he has, and because he is distracted, the flaming flower arrangement almost falls on him. Fortunately, Leo arrives and, with a very epic kick, saves him from being burned alive. Taking advantage of the moment, Leo introduces himself as Superman, but because he is showing off, a small flame burns his butt, which makes him literally fly out. Well, after the firefighters put out the fire, the man thanks him for saving him and also offers him his daughter's hand in marriage. Leo obviously refuses because he already has a girlfriend, so the man angrily comments that he has been having bad luck lately, which is why he has decided to destroy a mysterious thing he has. He asks the protagonist to accompany him. We immediately see him starting to dig somewhere in his house, and he pulls out a jade toad, which has brought him many problems since he got it. He also adds that to see if anyone was after that thing, he put a fake in the safe, which was stolen in the fire. Upon hearing this, Leo activates his divine eyes and realizes that this thing has a strange power. He also wonders if the mysterious person he saw earlier has anything to do with it. Out of nowhere, the old man asks to destroy that thing, so the protagonist asks him if he can have it since he doesn't want it. The man warns him that the jade toad brings a lot of problems, but if that doesn't matter to him, he should take it, and since he saved his life, he will sell it to him for only $5 million. In the end, Leo buys it, and since he doesn't know what it is or what it's for, he scans it with his cell phone, but it doesn't work. So he decides to enter the painting kingdom and ask Eve what it is, who was beating up the man from before, but upon seeing the protagonist, she quickly changes and greets him. He asks what is happening, if David has offended her. She quickly explains that she is only training because she feels that in the future he will need her strength. Surprised, Leo asks if he can really get out of that kingdom. She quickly tells him that he is an independent soul and was not born on that land, and if he finds a soulless body in the human world, they could transfer her there. So Leo then asks if she can also leave that place. She immediately explains that she cannot because she is trapped there by a seal. Thousands of years ago, her first master used a brush and created the land of moonlight, so she has immense magical power that she is unable to control. She once escaped from that place and caused a great disaster, so her master locked her up in that place, and now she is waiting for someone to come and free her. Upon hearing her story, Leo asks to see the seal. She immediately activates the bandages that cover her body, which is the seal that restricts 80% of her power, and she is currently waiting for someone to be able to remove it. So the protagonist decides to try, so he touches one of the bandages, but when he does, he gets electrocuted. She then explains that only someone with immortal power could remove the bandages. He angrily scolds her for not telling him. He snaps his fingers and changes his clothes. At the same time, he takes the jade toad from his cell phone and asks her if she knows what it is. Upon seeing it, she comments that it looks like a key. Besides that, she had never seen anything like it before, so he decides to keep it, since it seems his story is full of danger. A little later, while drinking a soda and walking through the streets of his neighborhood, he realizes that a mysterious ninja is following him. So he calls the little rabbit that we all know and asks her if she has any fusion pills, since he would like to buy some. He also takes the opportunity to ask where the little guy who sold him the pills is, since he has tried to contact him, but he isn't responding. She quickly tells him that he got into trouble for making pills in that land, so the fusion pills will not be available. Disappointed, he explains that he wants to help a friend lay the foundations, so he asks if martial arts books will also work for that. Upon hearing this, the little furry girl tells him that martial arts books are written by mortals, and maybe if he goes to the underworld, he can find some there. Obviously, he needs the help of someone who works there. Leo immediately hangs up and runs to his house, since he does know someone from the underworld. But once he gets there, he runs into the angry stalker ghost, and the ghost from before is also there. She explains that he has broken a rule by taking a soul and not reporting it to the underworld, and by doing so, that person's soul will not reincarnate, so he will be judged in the underworld. The man immediately throws his chains and tries to trap the protagonist. Fortunately, the crazy dog transforms and gets in the way, thus being trapped by the chains. Seeing him in his final moments, Leo finally cries over the death of his crazy dog friend. Seeing the drama, she just bows her head in disappointment. So, Angry that she couldn't kill the protagonist and only got the dog, she decides to keep an eye on him. Back with the protagonist, he realizes that the crazy dog is only pretending, so without mercy, he decides to give him a beating. A little later, while drinking a soda, the stalker ghost asks him if he is not worried about breaking the rules and abandoning his duty as a collector, to which he comments that he knows she would help him get out of that problem, since he is the only one who can install games for her. She angrily reproaches him, asking if he thinks she can't live without playing games on her cell phone. But the protagonist ignores her, and while checking, comments that a new game has come out which is a huge success. Excited, she demands that he install it, otherwise she will make his life miserable. To which the protagonist, taking advantage of the loophole, decides to make a deal with her. If she helps him get a martial arts book called The Feeling of Fury, he will install the game for her. Obviously, she doesn't want to. So Leo has no other option, and he reveals a whole set of high-performance equipment so she can play all the games she wants, however she wants, and she only has to get him that martial arts book. Obviously, she can't pass up such a great deal and accepts. In seconds, she gives him the book he wanted. While she plays games, the protagonist skims the book a little and says to himself that now he will finally be able to fulfill the promise he once made to Bald Chase, whom he immediately calls to give him the martial arts book, but he doesn't answer. So he decides to call his friend, who tells him that Chase has been missing for 2 days. Worried, he goes to his house to see if they can find him. Once there, his friend tells him that Chase received an order but has been missing ever since. Without wasting time, he calls the police girl and asks for her help to look for him. They also put the crazy dog to look, who, after smelling for a while and reaching a street, comments that Chase was there and he wasn't alone, and without further ado, he gets into the police girl's car, in which he worriedly hopes that Chase is okay. A while later, they finally arrive at the place where Chase is probably located. They immediately get out of the car and notice the tracks of a car. At the same time, the crazy dog, by following the smell, manages to get to where Chase's car is, thrown into a river. Leo quickly runs towards the car, but only finds bloodstains, which, when he touches them, he can see or deduce what happened. We see Chase getting out of the car, badly injured. To his bad luck, he is being chased by the killers, who manage to give him a machete blow to the back. Leo also follows the bloodstains, which he touches to see what happened. Out of nowhere, the police girl comments that she will ask for help, to which the protagonist tells her not to, since he feels that Chase is nearby, and without losing a second, he continues running to where there are more bloodstains, because if he doesn't hurry, he might die. As he walks through the place, he notices something on a tree. He immediately deduces that the bald man has been shot in the back. Even so, Chase does not give up and continues to escape from the killers. But the script is not on his side, as he trips over a tree branch, falling to the ground, where the killers beat him up. And not only that, but they take him by the arm and throw him off a cliff. Upon seeing such a thing, Leo puts on the collector's clothes and jumps off the cliff, finding the bald man, who is all messed up and almost dying, and asks him if he can now practice the Fury feat. Damn people, Bald Chase has my respect. Well, before continuing, we have to see what happened to Chase a few hours earlier. We see the bald man working hard when, out of nowhere, the store owner gives him the fee, for protection. Chase immediately tells him that he no longer charges that, because if his master finds out, he will feel bad. He turns around and tells him that if he gives him bad reviews, he will hit him, but it was just a joke. He continues with his work. All this was seen by a mysterious man who smiles with evil. Well, a while later, Chase receives his pay and takes a gift to his girlfriend, who rejects it because it is cheap. She also yells at him that he is in decline and leaves the room angrily. Out of nowhere, the bald man receives an order. We see a beautiful girl distract him, while out of nowhere, a car hits him, causing him to fall into the small river. And once he gets out, he runs into a group of people to whom he used to charge protection money, so they decided to take revenge for him having ruined their businesses. Back to the present, Chase looks at the protagonist and asks how he managed to find him, to which the protagonist just ignores his question and asks him to hold on a little longer, since he will save him like before. But the bald man can't take it anymore and faints. At the same time, Leo decides to ask the Immortals for help and asks in the chat how he can save someone who has a cut-off leg. He also adds that he is in trouble. Obviously, none of them care, and they start asking for a lot of merit points. So upon reading how many points they are asking for, the protagonist gets worried. Fortunately, the monkey decides to help the protagonist, and without wasting a second, Leo extracts the thing the monkey gave him, because with it, he can now save Chase. Without wasting a second, he takes that thing and puts it on Chase's cut-off leg, but he realizes that nothing is happening and gets a little worried, so he asks the monkey what is happening, who shouts at him that he has to pour water on it. In that way, after watering it a little, it transforms into a new leg for Chase. A while later, the bald man wakes up worried because he has a bunch of flowers on his leg. The protagonist quickly explains that it is only a side effect of watering it, and that after a while, the flowers will wither and it will be normal. He also adds that his new leg cannot be cut by swords or pierced with spears, and taking advantage of the moment, he gives him the Fury Feet martial arts book that the bald man wanted so much. Obviously, upon seeing such a book, Chase gets mega excited and can't believe it. To which the protagonist tells him that with that martial arts book, he has fulfilled 1/3 of the promise he once made to him. He also looks at him seriously and tells him that he will help him get revenge on the guys who did all that to him. So night falls, and we see the bald man training his Fury Feet, and all excited, he tells the protagonist that he has made a lot of progress, to which Leo tells him to take it easy. The next day, the policewoman manages to find them with a helicopter, to which the protagonist looks at the bald man and comments that it's time to get revenge on those who cut off his leg and left him half dead. A while later, at the protagonist's house, I think, they tell the policewoman everything that happened, who asks the bald man to leave the rest in the hands of the police, since she knows that he wants to get revenge. To which the protagonist comments that maybe there's a new organization wanting to enter the city, and the police have not done anything against those guys, so he will not sit idly by. And when, out of nowhere, she receives a call in which they inform her that they don't know where the killers are and they don't know if they escaped or were simply killed. So Chase indicates that he wants to get revenge on them himself and test his Fury Feet, to which the protagonist asks him to calm down and let the police act. He takes out his cell phone and calls Michelle and asks her for a favor, which consists of her going to his office. Once there, he introduces himself, and when the receptionist tells him that Michelle is in a meeting and asks if he is there for a collaboration, he quickly asks what options he has. She begins to explain a lot of things to him that I'm not going to read to you. The important thing here is that it's about facial masks, which the protagonist decides to think about. But out of nowhere, the typical idiot who thinks he's superior because no one paid attention to him as a child at home arrives and starts insulting the protagonist, who, without hesitation, looks at a lady and asks her for a favor, which is to try one of his facial masks, which will take off about 10 years of wrinkles. She quickly accepts, so when she was about to put it on, Michelle arrives, who sees her put on the facial mask, and once she takes it off, everyone is left with their mouths open, since she not only lost 10 years of old age, but 30 years. Excited, the woman asks for a mirror to see herself. Then Michelle fires the man who bothered the protagonist, and after a few minutes, Michelle asks him to work with him. She asks him how much money people would be willing to pay for his facial mask. Leo, bored, says about $1,000 or $500. Michelle immediately brings him back down to earth and comments that they would pay $1 million. Obviously, this leaves the protagonist completely flustered, and he agrees to work with her, only taking 30% of the profits, and the rest will be for him. But he has some conditions for her to give him the materials, since he needs to take a little of each product and also needs a hotel that is being auctioned. Immediately, Michelle asks if he wants the hotel called Brio, to which the protagonist says yes, but since he doesn't have money, he hopes she will help him pay for it in advance. Michelle looks at him and comments that since he did her a great favor, she is giving him the deeds to the building called Brillo, which is now his since she bought it for him for saving her parents' lives. Upon hearing and seeing such a thing, Leo is in what the fuck mode. So while they leave the place, Leo thanks Michelle for everything and also tells her that he wants the receptionist. Michelle obviously accepts, looks at her, and tells her that from that moment on, Leo is her boss. Leo quickly gives her her new salary of 100,000 yuan and tells her that she will be in charge of his new building and also in charge of the relationship with Mr. Yi. He then walks off, jumping from the place all happy, leaving the woman more than surprised. Minutes later, Leo is walking through the streets all happy. Just look at how he's showing off, ha ha ha. When people see him, they think he's crazy. He finally arrives at his new building/company, where he is received in a very epic way. Meanwhile, Leo continues to show off. He throws himself on the ground, all happy, since it is really great to have something like this. So he decides to call Lily and also Chase so that he can be his new manager of the place. But before that, he receives a call from Michelle's twin brother, who insults the protagonist, but also tells him that the people he is looking for are really dangerous, and he doesn't know who he is messing with. He also gives him a clue as to where they are. Since he hates him, it would be better to see him die at the hands of those scumbags. He tells him that those people have a base on New Street, and that is where they prey on women who travel alone, kidnap them, and sell them abroad. Sometime later, we see the protagonist camping in the place to see if he can see the people they are looking for, but it has gotten late, and they have not appeared. The crazy dog comments that he has an idea. We see the protagonist and Chase dressed as women, while the crazy dog will help them find the killers they are looking for. Minutes later, while walking through the streets, they run into a couple of dirty old men who mistake them for a couple of pretty girls. So they decide to stop them, to which Chase tells the old man that he is not an easy woman. Upon seeing them, the two old men vomit when they see such horrible things. They obviously send them away. Then Chase asks if he thinks it didn't work because they are men dressed as women. The protagonist calms him down because everything is going according to plan. So they start spying on a mysterious man whom they stop, and pretending to be cute, they decide to lie and ask for his help. To their bad luck, the guy realizes they are transvestites, so they decide to kidnap him and hit his balls against a light pole. Without more options, the guy decides to help them. So they ask him about the new gang in the area, to which the man explains that it is a new organization called The Sky, and although they are new, they keep the other local gangs at bay. He also adds that they are dedicated to human trafficking and are very mysterious and terrifying. So, panicking, he tells them that the leader of the Sky Gang is not a normal person because he has powers. Interested, the protagonist comments that it is interesting and he can't wait to catch them. The man can't believe that only the two of them want to take down that new gang. So the protagonist invites him to join, but the man explains that he is a good person, and what he was putting on the doors before were flyers for a cat cafe, in which if they give their name, they get a discount. Upon hearing this, they decide to hit him against the pole again. Without more options, the man accepts. We switch scenes and see him knocking on the entrance to the base of the Sky. Once they open and ask who it is, he explains that he has brought some sweet and pretty girls. So the protagonist and Chase act cute. So the man falls for it and lets them in, and when they do, they are left with their mouths open because the place is really nice and very big. The man, the gatekeeper, asks them to untie the protagonist since no one can be tied up there, so they all decide to enter happily. Once inside, they are received by a kind of cult leader who shouts at them that in that place there is no honor or shame and only pure pleasure. Damn people, where did these idiots get themselves into? Upon hearing him, everyone starts to party. At the same time, the leader of the place tells them that there are new friends and asks everyone to welcome them. At the same time, he explains that in that place, no one will say anything to them about their appearance and they can be themselves. Everyone immediately starts taking off their clothes, very happily. Minutes later, after being in the mess, drinking, eating, dancing, and in the debauchery, Chase takes off his wig. Then the killers from before immediately recognize him and begin to devise a plan to screw him over again. Out of nowhere, the cult leader informs them that night, a group of people will go to the Garden of Eden. Upon hearing this, everyone celebrates, but since the new guy doesn't know what the Garden of Eden is, the older ones there explain to him that that place is the best in the sky, and the father personally chooses some people and sends them there every few days. So the father begins to call everyone he is going to take. Once he finishes, he asks the guard to go get the protagonist, since the boss wants to talk to him. Seeing such an opportunity, the killers from before decide to screw over Chase again, so they send the same woman from before, who approaches Chase and convinces him to go with her. Obviously, since he is in a trance, he accepts, and after taking him to a more secluded place, she gives him a hug, and when they are about to do something more, she takes out a knife and stabs him in the chest. He falls to the ground without knowing what's going on, all while she looks at him with hatred. Back with the protagonist, he arrives where the cult leader is, who recognizes that he is not a normal person, since he has a lot of potential as an immortal cultivator and is a person in a million. Even so, the protagonist pretends not to know what he's talking about, to which the cult leader explains that all the people who enter that place are controlled by him and become his hostages, and everyone is controlled by him like puppets. Out of nowhere, the guard jumps at the protagonist and tries to kill him with a blow. Obviously, it doesn't work, since Leo easily takes the sword from him and, manipulating it, sticks it in the cult leader's shoulder, who, while yelling all crazy, wakes up from his trance. The protagonist immediately realizes it, and the guard recognizes the technique that Leo has used and is now more convinced that he is someone very special. Even so, Leo pretends to be dumb and starts to make fun of him, to which the man explains that the human trafficking gang is just a sideline, and that he knows he has the Jade Toad, so he asks him to find his real body so that he can give him the answers he wants. In that way, the man escapes through the window. At the same time, Leo takes off his disguise, and now knows why the police have not done anything to them, since they can control people's minds. He looks around and notices that everything is now a dump. He immediately runs to where all the mess is, but he only sees people eating crap, garbage, raw meat, and a bunch of other disgusting things. Without wasting time, he hits the guy who brought them, who was about to eat a cock, who knows whose. Fortunately, he wakes up and panics. At the same time, there is an explosion from which Chase comes out all angry. He looks at the woman from before and asks her why she helped him. We quickly see what happened after Chase was stabbed. The killers immediately arrive, who congratulate the woman, and all crazy, they decide to cut off, Chase's penis this time so that he doesn't survive. To his bad luck, she switched sides, and Chase wakes up and takes the knife off his chest, which is a toy, and upon seeing the guy who cut off his leg, he hits him hard on the head and knocks him out. Before we continue, we have to see Chase's sad story, of which I'm not going to tell you much, since he started doing mischief as a child. He supposedly lived on the street and had to steal food with his friend. Once, while trying to steal something to eat, he is discovered and gets beaten up by a guy whom his friend stops by biting his arm. To his bad luck, the guy targets his friend and beats him up so hard that he sent him to God. In the end, his friend apologizes to him for teaching him to do bad things, since the only thing he wanted was to be a person with dignity and not have to steal anything. He finally dies at the hands of a young Chase, who buries his friend and continues to beg and steal food from people who chase him to beat him up. Time passes and Chase continues on the streets going through all kinds of things. Obviously, to not die of hunger, he has no choice but to continue stealing food. In time, he is put in prison several times, and in the end, he ends up doing little jobs, which ones for other people. And that's how he meets the cheap singer. And, well, we already saw the rest in previous panels. He thus remembers how Leo asks him why he didn't ask for help when he needed money. He also tells him that he has now recovered his dignity and gives him words of encouragement to make him feel better. In this way, he wakes up from the control of the sect leader and starts to beat up the thugs. He finally uses the fury feat that Leo has given him and beats up all the thugs. We return to the present just when Chase causes the explosion from before. When Leo sees him, he asks if it was him who caused all that commotion, to which he only comments that the fury feat are truly amazing. But the protagonist tells him that the sect leader has other powers. He can control people's minds, and by hitting them in that way, the subjects have woken up. To their bad luck, they are surrounded by assassin ninjas who take out their weapons. In all the commotion, Leo asks Chase to free the hostages while he looks for the sect leader. Chase also asks the girl who helped him to guide him to the hostages, to which she asks for some time because they know they are taking out the selected people to go to Eden, and those people are going to be sold. Hearing her, Leo asks her to calm down since he has everything planned, and the smugglers will not escape. We thus see how he asks the mushy dog to follow the hostages and do whatever is necessary to stop them. The dog immediately accepts. We thus see how the smugglers are taking out the characters that no one cares about, all while the dog follows him with the GPS that Leo gave him before. And when out of nowhere, someone grabs one of the guards and beats him up, thus putting on his clothes. Back with Chase, he is beating up all the subjects who surrounded him since with his new leg that cannot be hurt. He is overpowered in that way. He stops everyone. But one of them lunges to kill the girl, who already defends herself by stopping the subject who lunged to kill her. Red thanks him and also asks him to follow her. Meanwhile, the protag is also doing his thing, since he is beating up everything he finds in his way. So he takes one of the sect members and asks where their boss is. Obviously, the subject doesn't even know where he stands. But right there, the sect leader possesses the subject and laughs at the protag, since nobody knows who he is or what he looks like. Leo also asks him to take his time to find him. Angry, Leo tells him that he will make him pay for everything he is doing, which the sect leader doesn't care about and just starts talking nonsense about the 9 extraordinary ones and I don't know what. And when out of nowhere, a head comes out of a jar and tells the protag that if he wants to know more about the 9 extraordinary ones, He must find it. But the protag is not an idiot and starts playing with that thing. He also asks what the hell the 9 extraordinary ones are. As he doesn't want to say anything, he once again starts playing with the head, hitting it like a ball, to which it confesses that it was trying to control him. Then Leo shows him the small wooden sword, and that does not allow him to control him. Seeing it, the subject recognizes it immediately and also realizes that he is not one of the 9 extraordinary ones, yet he has a unique power. Then he realizes that the organization has no information about him. Intrigued, Leo asks what organization he is talking about, to which the head plays dumb and decides to tell him everything since he was born, to which the protag tries to crush it. Scared, it decides to get to the point and explains to him that the 9 extraordinary ones are people born with superpowers, and each one has their own power which is transferred to their first child. He also adds that the 9 are all over the world, but many years ago, a mysterious voice from the east called them, since in that place there is a key that can open a mysterious land where there are many treasures. And since the 9 could not hold back their desires, they decided to work together to find that key. He also adds that to survive, he had to ally with an organization called the Society of the 5 Gods. Then Leo mocks their name, to which the subject shouts that they have been looking for the Jade Toad for years, so it's best to give it to him at that moment, to which the protag doesn't give a damn and decides to keep it himself, to which the head then threatens him. Or does he think he can deal with the 9? Besides, if he doesn't do what he says, all his family members are going to be at risk. Upon hearing it, Leo gets angry since he doesn't like to be threatened. Out of nowhere, some flames emerge from the ground and stop him. We thus see that the one who has stopped him is the subject they brought with them, since he belongs to the 9 extraordinary ones. A little surprised, the protag realizes that he has fallen into his evil plan, so he throws his very cool glasses and begins to transform in front of the protag, who immediately recognizes him as the subject who caused the wedding explosion. He quickly explains that he was about to take the key, but he got in the way of his plan. He also asks him to give it to him, and maybe he will be kind when he beats him up, obviously. Leo flatly refuses, so the subject has no choice but to ask the sect leader to enter his body and take it for him. Upon hearing it, the jarhead manifests its true form while boasting about its abilities, enters the protag's body, in that way taking control of him. I mean, look, he even got a mustache and everything. He looked really cool. Back with Chase, the girl asks who he is and why he is not afraid of the sect leader. She also confesses that in that place there is more than one person with special powers. Hearing her, Chase gets flustered but immediately calms down, since the protag is a very strong person and can deal with that on his own. They thus arrive at the place where the hostages are, to which the bald guy with an epic entrance opens the door, but realizes that all the hostages are about to be killed by the crazy people of the sect. Meanwhile, we switch to the car where the mushy dog is, with the other hostages who are all acting like idiots. To his bad luck, one of the subjects in the car realizes that he has a tail then. Without wasting any more time, he starts to beat up everyone. Upon hearing the commotion, the driver asks what's happening, and when he turns to look, he runs into the mushy dog, looking at him head on with a smile. How scary that dog is when he transforms into a crazy person. Upon seeing him, the driver panics, which makes the car flip over and fall into a river, in which the mushy dog and another one of the thugs fall. Likewise, the subject who was driving gets out of the car to see what happened. Meanwhile, the mushy dog manages to reach the riverbank and get out with the other subject. Thus, he sets out to finish his mission. In the end, the driver jumps into the river and escapes from the place, leaving the hostages in the car, who don't know what the heck is going on. Back with Chase, the thug asks him not to move, otherwise he will kill everyone, to which the bald guy only takes off a shoe and asks the girl to close her eyes, to which she, red as a tomato, obeys and wonders if he is flirting with her. Well, back with Chase, he approaches the subject and begins to do the mating dance. Just kidding. The guy does some very insane steps to distract the thug, thus managing to stop him with the vines that come out of his foot. He takes one of the flowers and recites a very generic and mushy poem, which leaves the girl blank since he is really flirting with her. Back with the jarhead, he manages to possess the protag's body perfectly. Likewise, he asks if he already knows where the Jade Toad is. The subject quickly comments that he does, since he now knows all of Leo's secrets. He thus snaps his fingers and enters the painting, all excited. But right there, his smile is erased. because Eve, with her bandages, holds him and takes him out of the protag's body since intruders must die. How awesome she is. I love this waifu. Continuing with the Manhwa, the protag falls on some flowers, while Eve stops the sect leader and asks David to kill him. Without losing a second, he summons his spear, since as a guardian of the moonlight, he must kill all intruders. So he launches an attack at the sect leader, who, to escape, separates into several floating heads to seconds later reunite and begins to show off. Likewise, he tries to escape from the place, to which an angry David throws his spear at him and also divides it into many more small spears, in that way wounding the sect leader, who gets back together, angry since he will make him pay for what they have done to him. While they fight, Eve wakes up Leo, who, sweating cold, comments that at least he managed to make the sect leader fall into his trap and go into the world of the painting. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what he would have done to the subject. So he starts to blame himself, while Eve says words of encouragement to him. We return to the fight between David and the sect leader, who in a moment of carelessness looks at David and decides to control him. He approaches him and decides to enter his head, to take his body too, but the shot backfires. Because while he tries to convince David to give him his body, all the followers appear who turn into zombies and end up eating him. Back to the present, Eve congratulates him for having made the sect leader fall into his trap, since now he has been beaten up. Likewise, the protag gets excited and becomes serious, since he knows that God has chosen him to eliminate the scum of the world. People, I didn't understand a damn thing, but let's continue. He snaps his fingers and appears in front of the fire subject, who, believing he is still the sect leader, asks him where he was, but since they are allies, it would be better not to have secrets, to which the protag replies that his ally is now with God, and also asks if he wants to go see him. Upon hearing him, he realizes that he is not the sect leader, to which the protag asks for the small wooden sword. Oh wait, obviously the subject doesn't want to, and instead launches an attack while asking him to go and take it, if he has the balls. Taking advantage that the jar with the head was nearby, he kicks it, thus managing to distract the fire subject, and positions himself ready to give him a punch. But instead he dodges the fire subject's punch. Like a true champion, he takes out a bamboo with gamer girl water and pours it over him, distracting him, moment he takes advantage of, and takes the small wooden sword from his hands. Angry, the subject decides to kill everyone. Obviously the protag is cool, since he knows he won't kill him before he gives him the jade toad, to which the guy has another plan, because with his flames he begins to burn the whole place and even reaches where Chase and the hostages are. Immediately, Leo realizes that he is doing something evil, so the guy explains to him that he has launched his flames and is burning everything. He also makes fun of Leo, since his friend seems to have bad luck, because he will die burned. We thus see how the bald guy with the hostages try to escape from the flames and desperate. They enter a room. Back with the protag, he reproaches the subject because he has powers, and yet he treats others like herbs, therefore he knows he is evil and he will not give him the key thus. While he tells him how much he has suffered and blah blah blah, he tries to break a wall to get out of the place. To his bad luck, it doesn't work, and they have no other option but to die in that room, burned. Luckily, our protagonist asks the subject to turn off his flames, and he will give him the jade toad. As he doesn't believe him, he takes out his cell phone and extracts a box with the toad. Thus, just when the guy was about to have the key in his hand, the firefighters break down the door and the police enter looking for the hostages of the crazy sect. Back with Chase, he is about to die, when out of nowhere the firefighters enter the room looking for the hostages. At the same time, the fire subject cannot believe it and knows even less why the police are in that place. And when he tries to take the box with the key, Leo puts it away. He gives him the finger and comments that God is not on his side, so the only thing he will have will be his huge finger. LOL. At the same time, the police intervene because they finally found the suspect. Angry, the guy threatens that he will return and breaks the ceiling with his flames and escapes from the place. Likewise, Leo helps the police by stopping the debris, so we switch and see that the police have arrested all the crazy people of the sect. And the possessed people, now lucid, are reunited with their families. To the bad luck of the bald guy, the waifu is taken away, who looks at him and thanks him. Upon seeing them, the protag intervenes and comments that she will have a fair trial, when out of nowhere, the female police officer appears, who congratulates them for solving the case. Taking advantage of the moment, Leo comments that it was the three of them, since the girl they took also helped a little, and after a lot of filler, The protagonist is worried because people with powers have threatened him and his family. That's why he wants help from the police, who tell him that they are not exorcists, and he is the one to deal with them. In the end, Leo accepts that they can't do anything, so he receives a call from his evil twin. The twin, seeing that he is not dead, mocks him and also informs him that he has sent some ambulances to the location to pick up his body, but since he is not dead, he tells him that he should think about him for the moment and hangs up his phone. The woman next to him asks if he no longer hates her, seriously commenting that he is the source of income for her family, so she wants him to live a long life. Meanwhile, after thinking for a few minutes, the protagonist calls Chase and asks him to gather his trusted people and go to the biggest hotel in the city, since he is the owner and will work there. He also calls Will, remember the filler guy, and tells him the same thing, to go work for him. Once everyone is gathered, he seriously makes Chase an executive, also Will, and the girl will be his secretary. The rest of the characters that no one cares about will be the hotel security. Minutes later, she informs him that the hotel has 20 cars available, and since that is enough, she asks them. He tells the characters that no one cares about to change their clothes, as he is not a gangster. But one of them asks where they are going. Leo quickly explains that they will accompany him to his hometown to look for his family. We switch and see the ex-protagonist being scolded by her current boyfriend since he has spent a lot of money on her and only hopes that she wins the singing contest and becomes a star so he can be her manager and earn some money. Suddenly, the protagonist appears in a very cool and dramatic car, and from the other side appears Chase in a truck, who greets the unfaithful man, who, all embarrassed, only comments that their fleet is really great, all while the ex is silent. In the end, Leo leaves without saying anything. Once they are far away, the guy starts insulting the unfaithful woman again because she is crying after seeing how well the protagonist is doing. In the end, she can't stand what the unfaithful man yells at her and tells her, and she gets out of the car crying while asking him to leave her alone. Well, people, there's their karma. It seems this is the closure in the manga for this unfaithful couple. After a while of walking around the place listening to Miku, they arrive at the protagonist's family's house, but upon entering, he discovers that everything is a mess. And not only that, but also the protagonist's father has a broken arm. Obviously, Leo asks who did that to him. The nervous old man doesn't want to say anything. So the old woman explains that the thugs forced the villagers to sell their houses at a low price, and since her father went to try to stop them, they sent their thugs and beat up the old man. Upon hearing her, Leo gets angry and immediately goes out to teach those sons of B*** a lesson. We switch, just to see how they are destroying the villagers' houses, who are protesting against the guy who took them away. But obviously, they can't do anything against him, so the guy mocks them to their faces and forces them to watch as they destroy their houses. The protagonist appears, who grabs the crane operator and tells him to do what he says or he'll send him to God. Obviously, the guy accepts. So we switch just to see the two A** holes chilling, drinking tea, and mocking the people whose houses they stole. So, Prati. One of them comments that together they are invincible. But out of nowhere, an earthquake interrupts them. And when they go out, they only see how the cranes are destroying their own house. At the same time, a totally angry Leo asks the crane operators to keep destroying the house until there is nothing left. The duo of holes also appears. They are all angry, and one of them asks why they are destroying their house and also asks them to stop. But Leo gives the order to continue and not stop, to which the old man, to try to get out of it, shows the contracts where the townspeople sell their houses, but Leo plays dumb and doesn't read anything. Seeing this, all the characters that no one cares about completely support him, to which the old man threatens him because he is going too far. But Leo asks if they weren't invincible. He also adds that he knows he accepted bribes and helped in the case of an unfortunate person who was not even allowed to have a lawyer, and the whereabouts of his girlfriends are still unknown. Besides, he knows that he recently got out of jail and is now stealing the lands of the characters that no one cares about. Basically the guy is a thug through and through. The subject, angry, yells because he has investigated him without his permission, to which the protagonist again plays dumb. Taking advantage of the loophole, the old man asks him that if he doesn't want him to destroy everything, he must buy everything from him at an absurd price. Then, Leo makes another contract in which he sells his house for about 20 million. So he asks him to sign with his fingerprint. As he doesn't want to, Leo takes his hand and forces him to sign the contract. But out of nowhere, the subject's thugs appear. Who, all arrogant, don't wait to show off. He gets off his motorcycle and asks who is responsible for everything that is happening. Without hesitation and farming aura, Leo indicates that he is the one who has caused everything. The thug immediately orders them to kill him, but the characters that no one cares about get ready and stand their ground to defend the protagonist, who asks them not to intervene. Taking advantage that they are distracted, one of the subjects launches an attack on the old man, so Leo has no choice but to push him away and take the blow himself. We also see how the protagonist's car fleet arrives with his secretary, who asks those who accompany her to go and do their job. Seeing them, the characters that no one cares about panic and believe they are gangsters. Still, the thug remains calm because his thugs are supposedly graduates of martial arts schools. Spoilers, that was for nothing because the protagonist's group beats them up so easily. Seeing them, the thug intervenes and launches a brutal attack with which he manages to harm several of Leo's people. So Chase intervenes and epically they clash fists. Seeing it, the old man believes his thug has won. But Chase is just getting started. Meanwhile, the other thug with the swollen hand takes his motorcycle and runs away, panicked. Luckily, the police arrive, who arrest everyone, to which the village chief asks if everything is okay. Leo quickly indicates that it is. Likewise, the secretary apologizes for being late. Taking advantage of the moment, Leo introduces them all as his bodyguards. A while later, Leo puts them all to load his family's moving truck, since they are about to leave for the hotel. All while the pretty Lily gives him food like a little kid and scolds him for letting himself be hit in the back with a stick. To which the protagonist pretends that it hurts and she immediately changes. How sweet Lily is. Taking advantage of the loophole, Leo asks her to rub it at night, lol. After packing their things and his father, going back for a small bag, they finally leave the place, arriving at the huge building, which will now be their home. So while the little one throws a tantrum, Leo calms his parents down, since that whole place belongs to him, and they can stay there as long as they want. Then we switch to the protagonist's house, where the mushy dog is beating up the toxic ghost in play games. She is all enraged. She curses because a dog, a pet dog, beat her, to which she tries to seduce the dog to let her win, but he immediately rejects her because he is not interested in humans. Angry, she breaks a cucumber and shoves it in the dog's eyes, who screams like crazy, but remembers that she can't touch him. So the protagonist enters the room, looks at her, and tells her that they will move to the hotel, to which she doesn't want to, and threatens him. But then, Leo threatens to take away her games, to which she immediately accepts. And since she has been living in his house for free all this time, he asks her for a favor, to which she gets on all fours. Because she knew he was a super pervert, all flustered and red, he tells her that he only wants to protect his family, since he won't be able to fight with everyone who has power and is after him. So we see how the protagonist has managed to not only gather his family in the hotel, but also the family of the beautiful Lily. And it will take some of them time to get used to their new life, but the little sisters are more than happy. We switch to see some art. Just look at the beautiful Lily and check out the pair of plots she has. Once she gets out of her cinematic pose, she notices the sad protagonist. She approaches him and asks what's wrong, to which he indicates that he is only enjoying the views. Obviously, she knows him and knows that he is not doing that, so the protagonist tells her that he had promised not to put himself in danger, but now he has no more options. To which the beautiful Lily cheers him up, since she is with him. Excited, Leo tries to touch his own, just look at that big hand lol, to which Lily, all red like a tomato, gets into the pool and tells him to wait until after the contest to be able to do something. Excited, Leo jumps in after her to continue touching. A while later, Chase arrives with a loaded truck and asks why he has bought so many cigarettes, to which the protagonist tells him that it is only for something important. So he gives a carrot to the little girl from before, and also gives cigarettes to the old man with the wooden sword. And he also gives the masks to the gamer water girl, and in case he needs some favors in the future, once he finishes, he lies down more calmly, but out of nowhere, an old man contacts him. Since the old man with the wooden sword told him about the cigarettes and wants to buy 3,000 boxes. Worried, he thinks carefully and decides to charge him 1,000 for each one or something like that. Immediately, the old man accepts and sends him 1,000,000 merit points. Immediately, the system asks if he wants to improve his ability. Leo accepts, but for his bad luck, none of his abilities improve. and he is left literally in moronic mode when out of nowhere, a very pretty girl comes in and asks him to take her to see her favorite artist. In the end, he decides to take her and makes fun of her a little along the way. Once they arrive, we see all the fans are all excited. Then, one of them jumps security, but the guard hits her and throws her to the ground. Seeing such a thing, Leo doesn't like it. Quickly, the guy pretends to be nice and helps her up and blames his guard. Seeing him like this, they all get so excited that they even break the windows of the place. And out of nowhere, a girl appears who will choose 10 fans to have dinner with the guy, so she chooses 9, and in the end, they choose the girl that Leo is accompanying. He quickly tells her to go and that he will wait for her outside. Then, some ugly girls get angry because they always choose only pretty girls and never them. A while later, the guy asks if everything is ready, to which the woman tells him yes, and that no one will be able to find out anything. When out of nowhere, someone hits him, and who did it was none other than the evil twin, who immediately stands up to him and insults him for being so noisy. Without further ado, the guy apologizes for yelling at them. But inside, he curses him since one day he will get out of his control. So he changes and enters the room where the girls are, waiting for him, ready to have dinner with him, but the guy has other plans, since there is something in the wine that will make them fall asleep. And by pure luck, the protagonist's sister, or I think it's her, I honestly forgot, only pretends to drink wine. And when the girls fall asleep, some old perverts appear, to go hard, like a drawer that doesn't close, with the girls asleep all night. Without waiting, the old men choose. They take Viagra to be active and get to work. When, out of nowhere, the woman accompanying the famous person realizes that one of them is missing. And the one who is missing is the protagonist's companion, who is in the bathroom crying because she doesn't want to be violated, and asks the protagonist for help, who is chilling, waiting outside. But since he has a bad feeling, he decides to use his eyes to see what she is doing. But before he can, the girl's bag falls from the top of the building. Seeing it, Leo obviously panics. Meanwhile, she is trying to escape, and since she couldn't, she just drops her bag out the window, all while the angry artist approaches the door and asks her to let him in, or if she doesn't want to see him. At the same time, he confesses that he is letting the reporters violate the girls, since he needs their help to improve his lifestyle and stop being poor. While listening, she can't believe what is happening then. The guy manages to open the door and all. Perverted, he asks her to go with him. F********. How scary, people. Back with the protagonist, he's beating up the guards who didn't want to let him into the hotel. Once he finishes, he goes in and starts looking for the girl door by door. And when he opens one, he runs into the real psycho. Look at that reference. He immediately closes that door. He opens another and runs into a couple doing the reproductive act. Angry, he leaves because it's not who he is looking for. So he opens another door, but only finds the woman from before. Remember the one they were going to violate, changing clothes. To which the protagonist again leaves, angry. With no more options, he decides to use his eyes again, but what he sees leaves him with sequelae, since he sees one of the important characters in women's clothing dancing aerobics, and not only that, but he also sees a lotus on his asterisk, with which he realizes that this is the son of the old man who gave him the small wooden sword. Well, in the end, he manages to hear the girl screaming, because they are forcing her to drink a whole bottle of wine with an aphrodisiac. Luckily, Leo arrives, and seeing such a thing, he enters. In sex mode, I mean in crazy mode. Just look at that face, how scary. Likewise, the evil twin and also the one with the aerobics appear to see what is happening. But seeing the scene of how the reporters are violating the girls, they are left with their mouths open. Likewise, the old sons of B**********, when they see that they were caught, they pretend they don't know what is happening and blame the artist, since because of the humiliation they have been made to go through, they will not help him again. Upon hearing them, the artist gets mega super angry, while the one with the aerobics yells at him and asks how he dared to go so far. To which the accomplice woman asks the artist to say something. But before he can say anything, Leo walks towards him in crazy mode. Seeing him, the woman threatens him with his sister or also with exposing his information. Still, the protagonist doesn't care and uses Saitama's strong punch, since he is going to beat him up, but the artist gets ahead of him and stops her with a brutal blow to the face, while he pretends to be innocent and yells why she was doing that on the ground. The woman on the ground can't believe it and threatens to confess all the things he has done, to which he responds by giving her another beating. Then the one with the aerobics intervenes, to which the artist comments that he had no choice, since he was pressuring him, and that's why he did all that, and all crazy, he complains and doesn't stop. Then, because of the protagonist, everything has been ruined. So he throws a punch at the protagonist, who stops him by farming aura. He asks his sister to close her eyes, and with one punch, he literally deforms him, since the guy dared to challenge him because he has many fans. Seeing the guy lying there, the evil twin tells the one with the aerobics that he shouldn't have messed with the protagonist. So the protagonist looks at him and asks if he wants to settle old debts. Panicked, the one with the aerobics decides to offer him a deal instead, since he will give him 100 million and he must pretend that nothing happened there. To which the protagonist asks him if he saw that he has the face of a guy who is hungry for money. Well, in the end, the evil twin intervenes, since if everything that happened in that place becomes public, his girlfriend will not be able to debut and he doesn't want that to happen. To which the protagonist accepts that he is right and will accept his proposal only if the crazy artist leaves the city and never comes back. So his sister asks him why he would do such a thing. Then Leo explains that he was only looking for people possessed by lust and looking for some gains that are not worth it. He also scolds her and tells her to better look for a new idol. And just as he passes by the one with the aerobics, he asks him not to forget the money. And just as he leaves the room, he runs into the woman who is doing the disrespectful thing before, who asks him if he wants to have a drink with her. Leo immediately refuses, since he knows that she is just an addict to the male reproductive organ. To which he asks if his girlfriend didn't use her connection to enter the contest. To which the protagonist ignores her question, only mocks her for being easy, and is more than sure that his beloved will win the contest. All that was heard by the girl from before, someone who, knowing that he has a girlfriend, will not give up and decides to beat Lily so that Leo will be surprised and finally notice her. Another one for the harem. What do you guys say? Minutes later, we see the protagonist annoying his sister about everything that happened, when, out of nowhere, someone throws an apple in the car, and right there the one who threw it teleports towards her, and with his ninja skills, he splits Leo's car in half. Luckily, he has managed to jump with the girl in his arms, so while the car explodes so epically, he asks her if she is okay. She quickly says yes. Meanwhile, the ninja doesn't wait, and making use of his speed, appears behind Leo, who can barely follow him with his eyes, since that is too fast for him. Luckily, and thanks to the script, the ninja gets tired all by himself. So we switch to where the beautiful Lily or Leo is. I honestly forgot. She's leaving school with the mushy dog, who notices a huge bat that is charging towards her. Since he is her protector, he jumps and gets in the way, so the bat takes him away. We also switch to the square where the elderly ladies meet to dance, chilling. Right there, another assassin appears, who immediately stops all crazy, to which the guy responds by throwing a punch at him. We leave it there and switch to where the busty Lily is practicing her singing, when out of nowhere, a woman with a big butt appears who, with her masochistic whip, stops Lily's guards. She asks them to get out of the way and let her in. And upon seeing each other, Lily immediately recognizes her as an extraordinary one, to which the woman responds sarcastically and makes fun of her a little, but Lily is not far behind and also plays along. I already want to see this fight. It's going to be so tasty. I mean, so epic and insane. Back with the dog, after the huge bat took him away, that thing decides to eat him and then go back for the little girl. Upon hearing it, the mushy dog gets angry and transforms into a humanoid and begins to give him a beating in the air. We also see Chase, who had to deal with a very muscular woman. She doesn't fall for it and immediately throws a brutal punch at Chase. He dodges it like a pro and counterattacks with a punch. But he's the one who gets hurt since the woman can turn her body into iron. Back to the juicy part. Lily asks if her plan is to take the protagonist's family hostage, to which she confirms it. So, Lily, all bored, responds sarcastically. This makes the masochist angry, who launches an attack with her whip. An attack that Lily dodges very acrobatically. This surprises the woman because she knows Kung Fu, to which Lily makes fun of her. So the woman again launches an attack, which Lily stops with her hands, but the whip turns into a snake that immediately attacks Lily. She dodges it like a true champion, and at the same time crushes the snake with her foot. By doing that, the woman realizes that she is not Lily. Back with the protagonist, the ninja starts talking nonsense, to which Leo asks if he is only there for revenge. He explains that he is not, and that he is there for the key. Likewise, the fire guy appears, who enters all funny because the idiot falls. And after getting up, he threatens the protagonist and says that he had told him before that he would come back for him. He looks at him and comments that now no one can help him. He also adds that he thought he would hide in the hotel, but it's a surprise that he went out to have fun. Likewise, the little girl realizes that Leo is hurt, who, acting tough, comments that it's nothing. But out of nowhere, the fast ninja launches another attack with which he manages to hurt the protagonist. Likewise, the fire guy yells excitedly because he will never be able to protect that girl. With no more options and about to be beaten, Leo again takes out the chest and gives him the jade toad. Seeing it, the man gets excited again and starts sweating coldly. For her bad luck, the girl takes the box and runs with it to the edge of the bridge and tries to throw it. But the ninja is faster and appears behind her, all while Leo can only yell very dramatically. Back with Lily, who is not Lily, she dodges another of the butt-kicking woman's attacks. Unfortunately, the snake can spit poison and almost hits her, angrily. She takes the snake with her hands and, with it, she begins to attack the butt-kicking woman, who barely dodges. Then, the busty woman steps on her foot, and she can no longer escape, thus receiving attacks from her own weapon, which hurts her a lot. In the end, the one who is not Lily makes her swallow her own snake, leaving the butt-kicking woman out of combat. Likewise, her personality changes, and she asks the guards not to call her Miss, but Queen. People, we can now guess that it is surely the stalker ghost who was fighting with the butt-kicking woman. So we switch to where Chase is, receiving blows from the woman with iron fists, tired of only receiving and not giving. He does a somersault and with his foot manages to hit the girl in the head, and the blow is effective because it leaves. The girl all panicked because his feet are stronger than her iron skin, but without giving Chase a break, she doesn't waste time and again launches an attack with her feet of fury, thus making the girl escape from the place. Meanwhile, the mushy dogs fight looks more like a yaoi scene. Just look at that WTF, damn crazy dog. So after the two of them bite each other, LOL, the bat can't stand the mushy dog's thing and turns into a bat and calls a lot of bats to attack the mushy dog. He gets on all fours and with a nuclear fart, he beats all of them. And not only that, people, but the son of a B, asterisk, 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 H, does a dab. Once he finishes, back with the protagonist, just before the ninja sent the girl to her death, the father appears and controls their minds. So we see that it seems to be Leo who is controlling them. Back with Lily, once the butt-kicking woman is gone. The stalker ghost comes out of Lily's body and wonders if Leo is okay, since he must also be fighting. Meanwhile, Leo is sweating coldly since when he uses the father's ability, he has come out of his body and has gotten into the minds of others and has left them immobile, but he is also stiff. So then he decides to try his luck and recreates the scene of the test, thus putting the pair of subjects in his illusion, who obviously get excited about all the gold there is, and also because there are many jade toads. Taking advantage that they are in the illusion, he tries to escape. For his bad luck, by doing so, the subjects almost leave the illusion, since if he moves away from them, everything will stop working. Luckily, he manages to get them back into the illusion, and after thinking about it a bit, he wonders what would happen if instead of the test, he recreates a horrible scene. So he begins to simulate a really crazy situation because out of nowhere, he summons a terrible and enormous monkey, which immediately launches an attack with its staff at the pair of subjects, who panic and, all scared, end up jumping into the river. Once they fall, they realize that Leo has tricked them and he is giving them the finger. And without wasting any more time there, the protagonist leaves. But the fire guy doesn't follow him because they have already achieved their goal. And it will be best to let him go because from that moment on, his suffering will begin. People, what things would they do to the protagonist? Well, we switch to where the protagonist is, who enters the realm of the painting and heals his wounds. So he comes back again and starts drinking water. And he also calls the old man with the wooden sword, whom he asks if his son has the lotus mark on the right side of his asterisk and has 7 petals. Upon hearing it, the old man, excited, asks how his son is doing. Leo quickly explains that everything is going well, and he is the son of a rich family, and taking advantage that he has helped him find his son. And since some people have been chasing him, he asks the old man to lend him a weapon, who tells him to go tell the big mouth monkey, but Leo refuses since even though he is on good terms with him, he won't be able to use any of his weapons if he lends him one. With no more options, the old man confesses that everyone knows he has 2 abilities, but he has a secret weapon, so he decides to lend him his secret weapon. So the protagonist receives a sword called Broken Heaven, which surprises him since he has only lent it to him for half an hour. But after thinking, he realizes that with the time difference, he can have the sword for about 2 weeks, and that will be enough to beat up all the subjects with powers. And without wasting time, he extracts the sword, takes it with his hands, and throws it out the window. He also jumps after it and epically begins to fly around the place with the sword. Moments later, we see the moron from before in a car race, and since his car is very powerful, he is winning. But the girl next to him notices the protagonist and asks who the guy on the skateboard is next to him. Obviously, the angry guy looks to see who the hell he is and sees the protagonist, all cool on the sword, at that same speed. When out of nowhere, a drunk appears. And to not run him over, they take separate paths, and the moron ends up falling into a river. Meanwhile, Leo flies toward the moon. As if by magic, he starts absorbing power and levels up, which surprises him because the sword isn't just fast, it also helps him absorb ki. It helps him surpass his limits, so he keeps flying at top speed. Due to being distracted, he almost collides with a passing airplane. Frightened, he loses his balance and ends up falling into an amusement park, where he lands in a fountain, but the sword falls on an exhibit dinosaur and cuts its head off. The head is about to fall on a woman and her child. Seeing this, Leo calls the sword and epically manages to cut the head in half, preventing a tragedy. While the characters nobody cares about go to see what's happening, Leo escapes from the scene before he gets blamed for everything. Then we switch to where the extraordinaries are, all beaten up after being thrashed by the protagonist's companions. While they were arguing, one of them asks them to calm down, as they have achieved their goal. You might ask what it is. It's easy, people, since the protagonist, by inheriting the powers of the sect leader father, now also has the curse that has been messing with them for 17 years and doesn't let them sleep. Therefore, they are now in the same boat and only have to wait to see how long the protagonist will last with the curse before he comes looking for them for help. So we see how everyone tries to sleep but can't. Even the protagonist, who is chilling and sleeping in the hotel, begins to have a nightmare where he sees all the powered subjects dead, and not only that, but he also manages to see his lifeless body in front of a city completely destroyed by some enormous and terrible tentacles. Suddenly, Leo manages to see how an animal's offspring simply disappears at the same time. Leo begins to feel true terror. The voltage is so high that he can't endure it and literally breaks. Luckily, he manages to wake up but is completely disturbed. Hearing him, Chase and Lily come out to see what's wrong with him because they heard him scream. While taking a breath, he says everything is fine and he just had a nightmare. But Lily asks what's wrong with his eyes. She also asks Chase to go back as she will take care of Leo. So, once they leave, she asks him to show her his eyes, and when he does, Leo's eyes are literally broken and all crazy. He begins to say that this thing is looking for the 9 heads it has lost. Now, he also understands the torture the powered subjects have been through. He also adds that he now understands why they are so desperately looking for the key, and it's not to seek riches or immortality, but to get rid of that curse. So Lily asks if he can't kill that thing before it wakes up, to which Leo immediately tells her he can't, since in his dream, he barely got close to it and died instantly and his soul also evaporated. To which she, understanding the whole situation he's in, gets closer to him and can only give him encouragement. Suddenly, someone speaks in a panic. Leo asks who it is. The old man from before, with powers, immediately explains that he left an insect with him, which allows them to listen, and taking advantage of it, he asks him if he wants to join them to kill that thing. The protagonist asks if he was the one who made him have those powers, and also wants to know if all this is part of his plan. The subject quickly says that doesn't matter, and the important thing is that they are now on the same side. He changes his personality, kneels, and begins to tell him his whole story, to which the angry protagonist asks him to get to the point. So he proceeds to tell him all the lore and what happened after they defeated the 9-headed creature. And the story begins when Youngwon destroyed the 9 heads of the worm, and everyone thought it was dead, so they left its body floating in the sea. But what they didn't expect was that it wasn't dead and was only seriously injured, and its last head saved its life. Then it gathered all the powers in a single head and floated through the sea until a ship appeared. And the worm entered the body of one of them, so it killed the whole crew and took the ship and its treasures. In that way, the worm managed to survive. But since the pirate was only a human, he couldn't withstand all that power, so he had an idea. He then disembarked, got married, and had 9 children, and each of them inherited a type of power. When all the children grew up and got married, they passed their power on to their children, and so over the years, the descendants have lived all over the world without any contact. But then, more than a decade ago, heirs began to be tortured by nightmares, and so, with no other options, they had to meet to see what was going on. Then they discovered that the worm never left its body and only hid it along with the treasures it stole and has been cultivating during all that time, and now that it has recovered its body, it is ready to recover its powers to be able to fully wake up. Hearing all the lore of the worm, Leo asks if immortals like the monkey could defeat it. The old man quickly tells him that the bridge is closed and the immortals cannot help him with that, and that if that thing wakes up, nobody will be able to defeat it. And not only that, since if they currently attack it, it will destroy the whole world, and all human beings will die together. So they are at a crossroads, but suddenly, Lily intervenes, since after hearing the protagonist talk to himself, she had an idea, which is to ask someone who is not a chosen one to open the door, and Chase is the right person to do the job. Hearing her, both Leo and the old man are left with their mouths open, since after so much time they finally have a solution. So the protagonist gives Lily many little kisses for her magnificent idea. Then he asks the old man where the place is, since they have to go at once and not waste time, but the old man warns him that if something goes wrong, there will be serious consequences. So he gives him the address and asks the protagonist to take Chase with him, and once they are all together, they will create a plan. Without further ado, Leo takes the bug that the old man put on him and kills it. He also takes Lily and lies down all romantically with her, close together. Sometime later, they arrive where the other extraordinaries are, to which the protagonist, without wasting time, immediately asks what the plan is. The old man wants to introduce everyone before continuing, but Leo stops him, since he recognizes the Taoist of the love spells and complains why he saved him and got him into all that mess with the curses and the extraordinaries, to which the subject makes an excuse that he had put insects on a hitman and was going to cultivate them, so they are even. Well, after clearing the air, Leo asks where the place is. The old man quickly asks him to follow him. So the old man takes him to look at some mountains, but since Leo doesn't see anything, he activates his divine eyes. He then manages to see a totally terrifying aura coming from the mountain. Seeing the protagonist worried, he realizes that he has already seen how terrifying the mountain is. He also asks him to look at the town, which has become the city of Hangnan after thousands of years of development. I mean, people, that place is where the giant worm got off the ship, got married, and had the 9 children. Well, continuing with the story, the old man indicates that none of those who have the powers can get too close to that place, because if they do, they will lose their powers and die. So the protagonist tells Chase that he has to do his job well, to which he asks him not to worry. In the end, the old man asks the fire guy and the bat to help Chase get into that place a little. He looks at the others and asks them to get as far away as they can because now they can only count on Chase, whom Leo stops and gives him the flying sword that the old man lent him, and also tells him that the worm is not a threat to him before it wakes up, yes, but it is better for him to be careful. So we see how Chase leaves in the car, escorted by the pair of subjects, and once they arrive at the place, the fire guy charges a powerful attack to open the way for Chase. So once the door is visible, Chase arrives and climbs to the place. He puts the key in and opens the place. Seeing that it is open, the fire guy, again, launches a brutal attack on Chase, who apparently explodes. Seeing it, the bat asks why the hell he did that. All crazy and mushy, the son of a B********H shows his true personality, since he doesn't want to kill the worm but wants to revive it. Back with the protagonist, they grab him from behind and subdue him while the old man appears, who, with a smile, thanks the protagonist. He also adds that the story of the worm is true, but they don't want to destroy its body but want to bring it back to life. On the ground, Leo asks why he wants to do such a stupid thing, since he, more than anyone, knows the consequences. Immediately, the old man asks the ninja to tell him what he has been doing with his powers. He quickly says that he has been murdering. So Leo realizes that they are afraid that once they kill the worm, they will lose their powers and won't be able to continue doing their misdeeds. Hearing it, the old man confirms it, since he prefers to resurrect it instead of losing his life and not continuing to do his evil deeds. He also adds that perhaps if they revive it, the worm will spare their lives, and with its help, they will even reach the top of the world. Back with the fire guy, he approaches the explosion site to see Chase's corpse, which should be carbonized, but to his surprise, there is no body. Then the guy panics, and the old man also panics and asks the protagonist if he is behind all this. Leo immediately makes fun of them because he knew he couldn't trust them, so he devised his own plan B, which consists of Chase entering the place as quickly as possible and destroying the coffin with the worm's body. So we see Chase riding the fast sword at full speed toward the worm's body to kill it. Back with the fire guy, he also goes after Chase because he won't let him get away with it. Seeing him, the bat realizes that he has also done a lot of bad things, and if he gives back the powers, maybe the worm will protect him from the sun, so he also goes after Chase. Meanwhile, the old man is laughing his head off, all maniacal, next to the protagonist, who, tired of listening to his nonsense, takes one of the Iron Woman's fingers and asks where the rest of the extraordinaries are. But without the old man answering, he tells him that he already knows, because he has read the memories of the father and also of the ninja, and knows that he has met the other extraordinaries, but they refuse to join him and do bad things. He also tells him that he chose to do bad things with his powers, and nobody forced him to do that. So the Iron Woman throws a punch at him, which is useless because Leo stops it with his elbow, and not only that, but he also knocks her out with that single blow. He looks at the rest of the morons and explains that before, when they attacked him, he had to protect his sister, and that's why he couldn't use his powers, but now he will show them the price for having irritated him. Seeing it, the old man gets worried, since Leo is more mysterious than he thought. But it doesn't matter because the four of them will undoubtedly beat him, so he asks the others to show what they have and attack, to which Leo takes out a pair of knives and, in a crazy mode, he yells, "Stop time!" Hearing it, everyone panics, but Leo is just playing a trick on them because he can't stop time. Angry, the ninja appears behind him and launches an attack, which Leo already expected, and launches a punch, which the ninja dodges with his speed. By doing so, the protagonist realizes that he is at a disadvantage with his speed, so he decides to beat him up first. So he throws a pair of swords into the sky. Seeing that he has thrown them into the sky, the old man makes fun of him, because he seems to be blinder than you, who are still in love with your ex. But Leo uses his Star Hand ability and controls the swords and throws them against them. Still, it's not enough because they easily block the swords. But that's part of Leo's plan, who has escaped and has become a soul collector and appears behind the ninja, whom he begins to tickle until he lowers his guard. Once he does, he takes off his collector's clothes and hits the ninja so hard that he breaks some of his ribs and sends him flying.